Chapter 317. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, a pondering look appeared on Yang Di's face. Just now, you said that the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint was only incidental, or even a cover-up. The meaning behind your words is that your true target is also in the north. Or should I say that your methods are to be used in the north? Yang Zhaoge nodded. That's right. He gazed towards the north, then turned to the south as he said softly, my target is the Sacred Sun Clan's southern underground palace. Hearing his words, Yang Di's gaze hardened slightly. The southern underground palace was located in the south of the fire domain, surrounded by a chain of mountain ranges, with many volcanoes within. Beneath it was a massive sea of lava, its boundaries unknown, its depths unknown. That was a place of great danger alongside the wind domain's Great Western Desert, famed since ancient times. However, it was also an important foundation for the Sacred Sun Clan to occupy the fire domain. To what extent was it important? There were many uses for the Sacred Sun Clan, but just one of them was already sufficient to explain the problem. The Sacred Sun Clan's supreme direct lineage martial art, the Extreme Yang Fist, above the 7 great sun arts, had to be cultivated in it with the help of the southern underground palace. If not for the environment there really being too harsh, the Sacred Sun Clan would not have chosen the world illuminating peak. From a certain perspective, that was the true sacred ground of the Sacred Sun Clan, while the world illuminating peak was more like a place where they were usually stationed. Yang Di said, the southern underground palace is a place like the Great Western Desert. While we all know that it is very important to the Sacred Sun Clan, it is hard to destroy. Even if we want to completely occupy it, it is also not realistic. If they could destroy the southern underground palace, in the previous battle of the Eastern Tang, when the Sacred Sun Clan had been forced to retreat to the world illuminating peak, Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City would have already made a move against it. Yang Zhaoge said, that's right. The creation of the heavens and the earth is incomparably majestic, not something that can be easily shaken by humans. At the very least, the current me is definitely unable to do so. However, it is also not that I want to forcibly destroy that place. Yang Zhaoge gazed towards the north once more. It is still hard to say now. I will have to first investigate the extreme northern lands before I can come to a conclusion. Right now, I only have a vague idea. Yang Di asked, where did your idea originate from? Although you always have some strange ideas, what inspired you this time to have such a whimsical idea? Yang Zhaoge laughed. Father, it is recorded in the ancient texts that before the Great Calamity, there was once a strange matter which concerned a hegemonic power of the martial Tao of that time, the Snowy Immortal Palace. I wonder if you have heard of it. You are talking about the matter of the heavenly ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace drying up? Yang Di asked after pondering for a moment. The Great Calamity had caused many things to go extinct, causing many things to turn into legends, becoming mere bits and pieces of hearsay. Many things had been lost, while some scattered fragments had been passed down, also known to the people of the current 8 extremities world. However, there were many things that seemed right, but were actually wrong. Yang Di looked at Yang Zhaoge. It is rumored that the Snowy Immortal Palace did not seem to have experienced the Great Calamity, instead having already lost its legacy before the Great Calamity. Yang Zhaoge said, I am also not too clear on the specifics. Still, with regards to the matter of the drying up of the heavenly ice springs, I have some thoughts and guesses of my own. Still, I still have to verify them on the spot. It is not the ruins of the Snowy Immortal Palace that has long since ceased to exist. I just want to investigate the extreme northern lands whose environment is similar to that of the Snowy Immortal Palace. What Yang Di knew were rumors, but Yang Zhaoge knew that the Snowy Immortal Palace had indeed been destroyed before the Great Calamity. However, he was indeed not clear on the specifics. Yang Zhaoge had not investigated the true reason for the drying up of the heavenly ice springs before, and could not be certain of it now. However, he indeed had his guesses. Combining them with his knowledge in other areas, he had analyzed the underlying principles. However, whether this was really the case still had to be tested. Yang Di said, if you want to head to the extreme northern lands, that is fine. However, you still have to pay attention to your safety. After all, that place is rather close to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. With Master having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, and me also having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, our clan's strength has already increased, already being able to completely break away from our previous conservative stance. The Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will also restrain themselves somewhat. However, if you head to the extreme northern lands and the North Sea, you still have to be careful. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Yes, I understand. Yang Di paused for a moment before continuing. You have to keep the matter of Jun and his mother in mind. Yang Zhaoge's expression was solemn. You can rest easy. This is eldest apprentice uncle's only bloodline. I will definitely protect it. Yang Di said no more, his hands behind his back as he came to the side of the window, gazing into the distance. Many scenes that had been sealed within his memories surfaced within Yang Di's mind. I am surnamed Shu, named Shatai. I am Master's eldest disciple. Junior apprentice brother Yang, you are a heaven-defying genius, surpassing me 100 times over. In the future, you will definitely become a legendary figure like the exalted Han Tian. Eldest apprentice brother, are you really withdrawing from the competition for the position of chief? That's right. If it is you who inherits the position of chief, I am willing to follow your lead. If it is second apprentice brother, I want to fight for it. Eldest apprentice brother, my condolences for the matter of Song Tao's family. I'm fine, don't worry. Right, junior apprentice brother Yang I know that you are also very busy. However, if you have the time, pay more attention to Zhaoge. Yang Di's usually sharp, domineering gaze lost its focus at this moment. Yang Zhaoge could more or less understand Yang Di's feelings. His heart similarly dimmed as he soundlessly retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Other than those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, there were also people from Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion who had come to congratulate Yuan Zhengfeng on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, congratulating Yang Di on officially taking up the position of chief. From Jade Sea City, those who had come were people that Yang Zhaoge knew. While he was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as the son of the first wife of Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao, having come, was also sufficient to express his sincerity. Coming from afar, senior brother Song, our clan greatly welcomes you. Yang Zhaoge received Song Chao's group. However, our clan has just experienced a great tribulation. While we have passed through it, many of our fellow disciples have perished. Therefore, with my father taking up the position of chief this time and my Grand Master stepping into the martial saint realm, our clan does not intend to hold a ceremony. Currently, the entire mountain has many things to do. I hope that senior brother Song will not blame us if we have been negligent. Song Chao said, this is only natural. In ascending the mountain, we also hope that we can offer incense to the deceased seniors of your clan. Yang Zhaoge nodded. I thank everyone of Jade Sea City. Besides Song Chao, amongst the group of Jade Sea City disciples, a girl said, Senior brother Yang, my condolences. It was Li Jingwan whom he had met at the Heavenly Connection meet earlier. Yang Zhaoge said, Junior sister Li is considerate. He walked forward, leading Song Chao, Li Jingwan, and the others up the mountain. After the incense had been offered, Yang Zhaoge said, a little later, our clan will hold a grand funeral for our fellow disciples who perished this time. If you all wish to stay behind to observe the ceremony, that is also fine. Song Chao seemed to want to say something, yet stopped himself, but his expression was calm as usual as he nodded, since that is so, we will be troubling you. While Yang Zhaoge was feeling a little down, he had not lost his calm at the very least. Seeing this, he knew that Song Chao probably had some other mission in coming here this time. It was just that bringing it up now would inevitably be a little rude. Therefore, Song Chao seemed to mean that he would only do so after the funeral. Yang Zhaoge took note of this, his expression not changing. To be continued. Chapter 318. What Song Chao and Jade Sea City were planning, Yang Zhaoge could not really tell at the moment. However, for the time being at least, Yang Zhaoge did not intend to continue considering it. For Broad Creed Mountain's entire faction, what they were most concerned about now was the funeral. In this great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, having first experienced the chaos of the decimating abyss before encountering the attacks of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the number of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had perished was not few. Shatai was one of them. Apart from him, there were other fellow disciples who died as well. Right now, their corpses were collected and buried together. Everyone, more or less, had old friends and family. Everyone represented a tragedy and sorrow. And to Broad Creed Mountain as a whole, the greatest influence was still Shatai's death. Not counting Xin Dongping and Elder Wang who had been purged, Shatai was the strongest expert of Broad Creed Mountain who had perished in this tribulation. Including those who had been corroded by the decimating abyss, Broad Creed Mountain's losses this time were not small, having suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality. Fortunately, Yuan Zhengfeng and Yang Di's successive breakthroughs as well as the strengthening of Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, had caused Broad Creed Mountain's overall strength to rise instead of falling. Counterattacking the territories occupied by the Sacred Sun Clan in the Fire Domain and the Wind Domain, they had obtained a great amount of resources, also making up for Broad Creed Mountain's losses. Meanwhile, their enemies, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, had similarly suffered heavy losses, especially the Sacred Sun Clan who had lost their sacred artifact, the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, suffering losses to the point of vomiting blood. The funeral was presided over by Yang Di, who had taken over the position of chief. Yuan Zhengfeng and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain all appeared, sending Shatai and the others on their final journey. Runes flickered within Yang Di's pupils as he controlled the Clear Chi Grand Formation to slowly circulate. As the Great Formation operated, a beam of clear light shot into the distance, forming an illusory world of light and shadow, as if it was another world. It was a foreign dimension, completely different from the one in which Yang Di and Yang Zhaoge had battled Xin Dongping and Yuan Tian. This space flickered with a watery light, like a giant lake. The entire foreign dimension, the entire small world, seemed to be a lake. Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, Feng Yunxing, Xikong Qing, Ying Longtu, and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces. Song Chao and the others who had come to watch the ceremony were also watching the world in the lake. Li Jingwan said softly, "That is the burial ground of Broad Creed Mountain's past disciples, the heavenly born lake." Song Chao nodded. Not bad. According to Broad Creed Mountain's customs, when disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain perished, other than the families of the deceased who had special requests, such as bringing them back to the clan for burial, all corpses that could be collected for burial would be buried in the natural spirit lake. After burying the others, Yang Di personally carried the transparent ice coffin containing the stone and metal to the world within the lake. Standing in mid-air above the massive lake, placing the ice coffin before him and looking at Shatai's serene face within, Yang Di was silent, not speaking for a long time. There was even a faint smile on Shatai's face. It was a mixture of comfort and joy. Yang Di's face was sunken as water as his palm streaked across the cover of the ice coffin. Now, a figure arrived beside Yang Di. Yang Di did not move as he knew who it was. Fang Zhen's features were as lean as ever, gentle and refined, just that the usual faint smile on his face was now nowhere to be seen, his gaze heavy. He reached out, as if wanting to place his palm on the coffin lid like Yang Di. However, when his finger was less than an inch away from the ice coffin, Fang Zhen's hand stopped in mid-air, not moving, as if not daring to touch it. Yang Di said softly, "Eldest apprentice brother will not blame you. Master, I, and the others also do not have such thoughts." Fang Zhen's expression did not change, but he resembled a statue as he stood in mid-air, not saying a word, not moving in the slightest. While the chaos of the decimating abyss had been quelled, Xin Dongping and the others having already been slain, from a certain perspective, Fang Zhen felt that he was the true source of this great tribulation. It was he who had first pushed open that great, forbidden door. While he himself, with supreme willpower, had closed the great door once more, causing the shadow of the 9 underworlds that had first attempted to extend into the 8 extremities world to shrink back. However, Xin Dongping had stepped on his shoulders, following the path that he had once walked, only then having taken that nightmarish step. Between him and Xin Dongping, who exactly was the true founder of the decimating abyss, it was really hard to say. Looking at Shatai within the ice coffin before him, looking at the people of Broad Creed Mountain who had already fallen into the natural spirit lake below, even more figures seemed to surface before his eyes. From clear concealed lake to the incident of Yunwu County in the Sand region, to this tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time. Fang Zhen already knew about Shi Songtao's matter, and could only remain silent at this moment. Yang Di said, "Don't waste your time on it. What eldest apprentice brother wants to see more is a carefree Broad Creed Mountain." Retracting his hand, Fang Zhen nodded slowly, turning and leaving. Sucking in a deep breath, Yang Di released his hand on the ice coffin, the ice coffin descending downwards. Shi Tai's figure gradually grew smaller and further away, the ice coffin descending into the lake, waves rippling. Gazing at Shi Tai's gradually disappearing face within the water, Yang Di's gaze did not shift for even a moment. At the top of the heaven-rising peak, Yuan Zhengfeng had a sorrowful expression on his face as he looked at the figures of Yang Di and Fang Zhen, as well as that transparent ice coffin. The person within the ice coffin was his eldest disciple, the first disciple he had ever had in his life. How many years of trials and tribulations had passed together, many things still seemed like they had happened yesterday. "Lion, your master is clear about his injuries. If I enter secluded cultivation, it is very hard to say whether I will be able to come out alive. I intend to choose you as the new chief. Are you willing to bear this burden?" Master, junior apprentice brother Fang and junior apprentice brother Yang are both more outstanding than this disciple. The former is too extreme, while the latter is too flamboyant. While as they grow older, they have gradually become more stable. If they want to take charge of Broad Creed Mountain, they still need to be tempered. Sadly, external enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan might not give us that much time. This disciple's personality is too pedantic, and I'm afraid that he is also not chief material. This disciple believes that whether it is junior apprentice brother Fang or junior apprentice brother Yang, they will both become the central pillars of our clan. This disciple is foolish, but is also willing to lay down my life for the clan. Whatever the position, when and where, as long as the clan needs this disciple will definitely stand up without hesitation. That's also true. Your personality is too straightforward, and I'm afraid that you will be schemed against by those crafty old foxes like unreasonable old Huang and Bald Shen. Forget it, since you insist on not being willing, then let's see whether Hidden Dragon or Invincible can distinguish themselves first and take on this heavy responsibility. Thinking back on his past life, Yuan Zhengfeng closed his eyes somewhat painfully. Having clashed head-on with Huang Guanglie, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Zhengfeng who had supported Broad Creed Mountain for so many years, whose name shook the entire Eight Extremities world, who had already stepped into the martial saint realm that he had dreamed of for so many years, currently appeared extremely weak. Seeing this, the Grand Elder Zhong Kuan and He Ning behind him both sighed. They had only seen such a senior apprentice brother Yuan once before. That was after Yuan Zhengfeng's master, the heaven diviner Zhon Shilo, had perished. Today, however, they met once again. When you were needed, you said that you would definitely stand up, and you indeed did as you said. Yuan Zhengfeng muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. But, silly boy, you've stood up. After the waves have calmed down, you should stand back up for your master. To be continued. Chapter 319. Yang Zhaoge had attended the entire ceremony, Xu Fei and Ying Longtu standing by his side. The two core disciples of Broad Creed Mountain no longer wore the black-bordered blue robes they usually wore, only leaving behind a set of white clothes, a white cloth tied around their foreheads. Han Long was sobbing uncontrollably. Unlike when his parents had passed away, he now understood the meaning of death, and understood that yet another of his family members had left him. Xue Fei's huge body was like a stone statue as he hugged Han Long's shoulder. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were red. He didn't stop Han Long from crying, and only hugged his junior brother tightly, giving Han Long something to lean on. Yang Zhaoge looked at Xu Fei, senior apprentice brother Xu. Xue Fei took a deep breath and shook his head. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Yang Zhaoge said no more as he quietly watched his father send off his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai on his final journey. At the end of the funeral, the passageway connecting the natural spirit lake to the outside world was closed once more under Yang Di's control. Yang Zhaoge and the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces as they solemnly bowed towards the gradually disappearing natural spirit lake. Song Chao and the others who came to watch the ceremony also half saluted. After the funeral, Song Chao came before Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei, sighing, "My condolences." Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei both nodded. Looking at Song Chao, Yang Zhaoge asked softly, "Does City Lord Song have something to ask Senior Apprentice Brother Song to bring over?" Senior Apprentice Brother Song is understanding of our sect's funeral and has not mentioned it even now. "I am deeply moved by your kindness. Although there are still some things to deal with, the funeral is basically over. If Senior Apprentice Brother Song has anything to say, you can speak freely. If you need to see my father or master ancestor, I can also pass on your wishes. The pain in one's heart would not dissipate so quickly, and the anger directed at one's enemies would continue to accumulate and ferment. But the dead are gone, and the living move forward. Not forgetting the dead doesn't mean that they can't extricate themselves from the negative emotions. Some things had already reached the point where they needed to be dealt with calmly and timely. Strive forward, in order not to lose more." Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Song Chao no longer hesitated as he candidly nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. "It is a personal matter. I indeed have something that I would like Junior Apprentice Brother Yang's help with, but it is not something important. It is just that mentioning it before the funeral is a little inappropriate." Yang Zhaoge said, "Since that is so, Senior Apprentice Brother Song should speak frankly." Song Chao said, "It's like this, your esteemed sect cleaned up your sect, exterminating the decimating Abyss Lord Xin Dongping. I wonder if there were any material gains? I mean, special products of the earth that are hard to collect." Yang Zhaoge asked rather curiously, "What does Senior Apprentice Brother Song want?" Song Chao explained, "It's a special spirit stone known as the Unfalling Ghost Rock. It's unique to the Earth domain. It can't be found anywhere else, and it's only been produced in small amounts in the Earth domain." Yang Zhaoge raised his head and pondered. In his memories, there really seemed to be such a thing within Xin Dongping's private property. The Yang Tian Tian Mountain, Yang Chen A Shan Yang Yang Qing He Yang Dong Xin Yang, Yang of Tian with Yang Zhaoge's current level of authority in Broad Creed Mountain, dealing with the resources obtained from Xin Dongping was completely not a problem at all. Also, there really were things he wanted in Jade Sea City and the water domain. However, in order to prevent his target from being exposed too early, Yang Zhaoge said, "Because of the importance of this matter, Xin Dongping's assets are currently being handled by my father. Senior Apprentice Brother Song can accompany me to meet my father and explain the situation. Our two clans have always been on good terms. If there is indeed an unfalling ghost rock, there shouldn't be a problem." Song Chao nodded. "I will have to trouble Senior Yang." He had met Yang Di before, but had not mentioned the matter of the unfalling ghost rock. Now that they met again, he immediately explained the situation. Yang Di received Yang Zhaoge's sound transmission through his aura chi before saying, "There is indeed an unfalling ghost rock, but the quantity is rather limited. I wonder how much does little friend Song need?" Song Chao answered, "A square meter of it will do." Yang Di nodded. "Then our clan does have enough. I can give it to little friend Song. Having experienced a great tribulation, our clan has many things waiting to be done. We are in urgent need of many resources. Actually, I want to exchange some resources with your clan. I had originally intended to send a message to your father through little friend Song. An exchange between the two clans would not be just one or two things. Instead, there would be many different kinds of things, and the quantity required would also be immense." Song Chao hurriedly said, "This junior will send the news back to Jade Sea City as soon as possible." Yang Di said, "That would be for the best." After sending Song Chao back to his temporary resting place, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di sat facing each other. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples as he said, "Just put what I want in the clan's list of goods." "This is natural," Yang Di asked. "Do you think that this is something that Song Chao wants personally?" Yang Zhaoge answered, "I feel that it is not Song Chao alone, but that the possibility of it being something that Jade Sea City wants is greater." Yang Di said, "Song Chao is not as conspicuous as you. Most people might not pay attention to what he is looking for. It would instead be more secretive than setting up carriages for trade. Everyone under the heavens knows that you are able to make use of most of our clan's resources as you wish. For him to seek your help and contact you personally, it would also seem very normal. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I did not directly agree to him, instead bringing him over to look for you. He should also know that his intentions might have been exposed, with us seeing through him. Yang Di said, I naturally can. Yang Zhaoge tapped lightly on the table by the side. Unfalling ghost rock, unfalling ghost rock. What does Jade Sea City want this thing for? If you can't think of what the other party wants in a short period of time, or what he wants to do with it, then you might as well think about what the other party lacks, what they urgently need. Yang Zhaoge's tapping stopped as he swiveled his head to look at his father. The father and son opened their mouths at the same time, a single word emerging from their mouths. Sacred artifact. While the Sacred Sun clan had lost the Great Sun Heaven measuring ruler, Huang Guanglia's cultivation base had successfully improved. On Broad Creed Mountain's side, Yuan Zhengfeng had also successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming yet another martial saint expert of the Eight Extremities world, at the same time also possessing the sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe. The current Broad Creed Mountain had already replaced the Sacred Sun clan, becoming the only sacred ground of the current Eight Extremities world that had a martial saint as well as a sacred artifact. Whilst also being part of the 6 great sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan were already clearly a level higher than the other 4 sacred grounds. With Broad Creed Mountain restricting the Sacred Sun clan, Jade Sea City naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if their mortal enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, suppressed the entire world, unifying the Eight Extremities world, Jade Sea City would rather collectively jump into the sea. However, of the Heaven, Mountain and Water Domain Alliance which had originally been of the same breadth and branch, one of them suddenly showing signs of turning from an ally to the head of the alliance, this inevitably caused the other 2 forces to have second thoughts. At the very least, they definitely wanted to raise their strength more urgently. Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly. The trouble with the Flame Devils on the East Sea has not even been completely resolved, and they have already run over to look for the unfalling ghost rock. Jade Sea City is rather anxious about this matter. Chapter 320. To Jade Sea City, their longtime nemesis, the Sacred Sun clan, rising in strength was undoubtedly terrible news to the extreme. Meanwhile, the increase in the strength of their ally, Broad Creed Mountain, brought them benefits as well as pressure. A similar problem actually existed for the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion, who had always remained neutral, pursuing the policy of being an isolated island and possessing a relatively transcendent status, faced with the clear rise of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they were also taken aback. If one wanted to maintain a neutral stance and be completely independent, one had to either have no value to be coveted by others, or have the strength to make others not dare to easily offend them. Turbid Wave Pavilion would definitely not satisfy the first condition. And if they continued to remain where they were while the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain continued to advance, sooner or later, the second condition would also become impossible to satisfy. The neutral Turbid Wave Pavilion was already like this, much less Jade Sea City, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain. If they were unable to keep up with the footsteps of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, they could only gradually fall behind, gradually losing the initiative in the overall situation of the Eight Extremities world, only able to helplessly go with the flow. To Infinite Boundless Mountain, their most pressing need was the same as Broad Creed Mountain's before, where they urgently needed a martial saint expert to appear. In this way, the wielder of the heaven-cleaving axe would be able to stand proudly in the world. And for Jade Sea City and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it would naturally be best if more martial saints could emerge. Otherwise, they would have to possess their own sacred artifact. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge took out the unfalling ghost rock from his shadow shrinking pouch while pondering. Forging a sacred artifact is not a simple matter. Even before the Great Calamity, forging sacred artifacts and spirit artifacts was much easier than it is now. Sacred artifacts are also not so easily obtainable. There were 2 reasons why saint weapons were hard to come by. The first was the refining method, which was extremely difficult to refine. The second was that the materials were extremely rare. Yang Zhaoge appraised the unfalling ghost rock. This thing is definitely not the main material. It should be a rather crucial supplementary material. Only with the main material can I determine the refining plan. Only after I have a clear plan and idea of my holy weapon can I collect the supplementary materials. From the looks of it, Jade Sea City already has its main material. I wonder what kind of treasure it will be. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. In the current Eight Extremities world, the main material of a sacred artifact could basically be said to be a unique, unparalleled treasure. Due to the problem of refining methods and plans, the majority of the refined saint weapons would be more suitable for the refiner's martial arts profoundness. But generally speaking, the compatibility of the main materials was also very important. For example, if Jade Sea City used a supreme fire-type or earth-type treasure to forge their own sacred artifact, while it was not that it was impossible, the difficulty of forging it would be extremely great. Yang Di said, in the process of us working hard to advance, the others have never remained where they are either. Everyone is working hard to improve themselves. I heard that Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yang also has thoughts of entering secluded cultivation once more, wanting to break through into the martial saint realm. Other than diligently raising their cultivation bases, the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall have definitely always been planning to refine a sacred artifact that belongs to them. Also, it isn't just a day or two, or a generation or two. Instead, they have always been diligently preparing for it. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion has probably never relaxed in their search for fortuitous encounters and materials to forge their own sacred artifact. The more resolute they are, the more they are clear on the importance of their own strength. Yang Di said calmly, our clan and the Sacred Sun clan are currently in the lead by a step, but if we stop advancing, there will come a day when our advantage will no longer exist. Yang Zhaoge suddenly laughed, then, you say should we give this unfalling ghost rock or not? Yang Di similarly laughed, pointing at Yang Zhaoge, give it, why not? That's right, why not? Yang Zhaoge laughed, at the end of the day, we are still allies with a common enemy. The Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are both not easy to deal with. Jade Sea City should also understand this. Even if there are any changes in the future, we should first take care of the Sacred Sun clan. Everyone running forward together, we are still in the lead. What is there to feel guilty about? Yang Zhaoge patted the unfalling ghost rock, developing together, my Broad Creed Mountain's advantage will only grow greater and greater. Yang Di laughed, the affairs of the world are hard to predict, and no one dares to say that they will be able to laugh forever. Still, using methods against enemies is only natural, but using methods against allies, does our clan not even have that bit of confidence? Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart, of course, the prerequisite is that this ally of ours doesn't have any crooked thoughts. Yang Di said, as the current youngest martial saint of the Eight Extremities world, Song Wuliang is not so foolish. Moreover, the enmity between them and the Sacred Sun clan is not any inferior to our enmity with the Sacred Sun clan in the slightest. Of the current martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world, including the newly ascended Yuan Zhengfeng and the recently deceased devil saint Yuan Tian, there were a total of 7. Jade Sea City's city lord, the Jade Sea martial saint Song Wuliang, was the youngest. Of course, this young was in comparison to Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglie and the others. Song Wuliang's actual age was also not young, being much older than Shi Tai, Fang Zhun and the others. However, strictly in terms of seniority, Song Wuliang was actually of a generation lower than them, being of the same generation as Shi Tai, Yang Di and the others. On the other hand, Song Wuliang had a son at an old age, the Seven Seas young master Song Chao not being that old. Yang Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he looked at Yang Di, right, father, news from the family. The matter he was referring to was the rumor that Yang Di did not truly possess the bloodline of the Central Heaven region's Yang family. While it had been suppressed by Yang Zhaoge with thunderous methods, the truth of the matter was still a little hard to say. The letter left behind by Yang Di's grandfather was the greatest problem. Having been verified by his third granduncle Yang Wenzhen, the letter had been genuine, not having been forged. At the very least, with Yang Wenzhen's discernment ability, she was unable to tell that it was forged. This way, the matter was actually rather big. In truth, Yang Zhaoge himself actually didn't really care about this, but it was hard to say how Yang Di would feel about it. Yang Di looked calmly at Yang Zhaoge, I regard myself as a member of the Yang family, and there are people in the family who regard me as family. That is enough. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge nodded soundlessly. Yang Di said, the fifth extreme yin bout is about to arrive. This time, we can let junior apprentice sister Feng participate. She also needs to personally experience the extreme yin bout that the extreme yin crown holds, increasing her experience in clashing with the other maidens of extreme yin. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples. However, if there are no major accidents, there shouldn't be much hope this time. My original prediction was that the sixth extreme yin bout would be junior apprentice sister Feng's chance to display her strength. However, the Sacred Sun clan also uses the yin-yang coexisting technique to nurture their maidens of extreme yin, causing their strength to rise a step further. While junior apprentice sister Feng's effort surpasses that of ordinary people, in order to make up for the time she has lost earlier, some patience is still required. Hearing his words, Yang Di nodded. Since I have already handed this matter over to you, you will be responsible for it. Since we are participating in the fifth extreme yin bout, you should also accompany us this time. Yang Zhaoge said, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 321. Following the great tribulation that Broad Creed Mountain had suffered, there were many things that needed to be done. It was not just the construction of the mountain, but also many personnel adjustments. Disregarding everything else, with Xin Dongping having been purged and Shatai having perished, the two important positions of the Martial Repository's first seat and Disciplinary Hall's first seat had been vacated. These need to be filled by people. Yang Zhaoge did not say anything about this. However, his current position was not ordinary, as he had the qualifications to even participate in the clan's internal decision-making meetings. Broad Creed Mountain's final decision was to summon back the two higher echelon experts who had been dispatched to the East Sea and the Earth Domain. In order to deal with the threat of the Flame Devil world on the East Sea, the 6 great sacred grounds had long since come to an agreement that each of them would send out a mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster expert who was at least at the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm to be stationed on the East Sea, guarding over the critical juncture between the Flame Devil world and the 8 Extremities world. The various families could change the people they wanted, but each family had to maintain at least one peak martial grandmaster stationed at sea. Together, they formed the first line of defense to monitor the Flame Demon Great World's movements and deal with the daily small-scale conflicts. If the Flame Devils made any major movements, the coastal Heavenly Thunder Hall, Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion would immediately send reinforcements to deal with it. Depending on the situation, the inland Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan would also have to dispatch experts to reinforce the East Sea when necessary. However, that would generally be a very serious matter, similar to the all-out war with the Flame Devils that year. It had already been a few years since such a situation had occurred in the end. Generally speaking, major matters would be like the incident at Clear Concealed Lake earlier and the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain this time, with Jade Sea City and the other powers dealing with it. Their daily dealings with the Flame Devils and the purging of the Flame Devils who had invaded the 8 Extremities world were all handled by those 6 martial grandmasters of each of the 6 great sacred grounds. Under their command, there were also martial artists from the same sect who were either permanently stationed or temporarily training. Feng Yunsheng's former master of the Sacred Sun clan had perished in a battle with the Flame Devils when he had been stationed at the East Sea. Broad Creed Mountain's bigwigs stationed in the East Sea were usually referred to as the East Sea's first seat elder. Speaking of which, this was a tough job. It was similar to guarding the borders, but there were not many benefits to speak of. At the same time, one had to fight against the Flame Devils all year round. Therefore, ever since Broad Creed Mountain's East Sea first seat master had been established, it had always been a rotation system. What was worth mentioning was that before Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di, had inherited the position of first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall, he had been the East Sea's first seat elder, slaying the Flame Devils on the Great Sea to the point that the entire sky was filled with flowing flames, incinerating the heavens and boiling the sea, his fame spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, the current first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain was another peak expert of the late Essence Talisman stage at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, Chang Zheng. During Broad Creed Mountain's Great Tribulation, Chang Zheng had wanted to return to the clan. In the end, the flame devils had invaded, causing chaos everywhere. The longtime elder of the sacred Sun clan who was permanently stationed at the East Sea just happened to clash with him. The two clashed with the flame devil experts whilst also facing off against each other, Chang Zheng thus being delayed in the East Sea. Now that the great tribulation of Broadcreed Mountain had come to an end and the chaos of the flame devils in the East Sea had gradually subsided, Broadcreed Mountain had dispatched someone to replace Chang Zheng, transferring him back. Yang Zhaoge was rather familiar with the new East Sea First Seat Elder. It was precisely Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing's master, Fu Inshu. The situation in the Earth region was similar to the East Sea. While the decimating abyss had been exterminated, the Earth domain still existed. There would still be people guarding it, but Broadcreed Mountain would also have to make some adjustments in their personnel. Song Chao conveyed Broadcreed Mountain's intentions to Jade Sea City. Jade Sea City very quickly responded, expressing that they were happy to see the large amount of resources exchanged between the two sides. They would do their best to satisfy Broadcreed Mountain's needs. The two sides were allies in the first place, often interacting with each other. However, the scale this time was exceptionally huge. Both sides had to make corresponding preparations. Song Chao also felt that Yang Zhaoge and Broadcreed Mountain might have realized their intentions. However, Broadcreed Mountain did not make things difficult for Jade Sea City. In the exchange of resources, they also did not intentionally raise the price. While the price was comparatively higher than before, to Jade Sea City, the gains from obtaining the unfalling ghost rock were much greater than what they had paid. Song Chao was a kind and magnanimous person. Seeing Yang Zhaoge again, he was exceptionally grateful. Senior brother Song is really too polite. Yang Zhaoge held a jade talisman in his hand, looking at Song Chao. Our two clans have always been on good terms, helping each other out. Song Chao said, no need to decline, junior brother Yang. This precious jade talisman may be a fortuitous encounter, but it is still an ephemeral object. Song Chao actually feels guilty in using this as a gift. It's just that I really don't have anything valuable on me, and other things are really not enough. Yang Zhaoge stroked the jade talisman. Both sides were well aware of why Song Chao had added such a gift. Therefore, he smiled, with senior brother Song's great hospitality, it would be too pretentious of me to decline. Since that is so, I thank senior brother Song. Song Chao shook his head, it's junior brother Yang who is too polite. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, senior brother Song is about to return to the water domain? Song Chao said, I'll be leaving within these 2 days. Yang Zhaoge stood up, I'll see you off. The two left together, Yang Zhaoge sending Hu some instructions via sound transmission with his aura chi. Hu nodded and left. Yang Zhaoge and Song Chao returned to their lodgings. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw two figures shuttling about unceasingly, sparring with one another. The two figures were Xikong Qing and Li Jingwan. The sparring between the two was rather amicable. On one hand, it was behind closed doors, unknown to the outside world, and on the other, it was only a simple sparring session. They didn't go to Fire Leaving Peak, where disciples of Broadcreed Mountain sparred, or to the Martial Inheritance Hall. They just sparred behind closed doors at the lodgings of Song Chao's group. The cultivation bases of the two girls were not low now. If they fought freely, their destructive power would already be very shocking. Emptying the surrounding buildings would be nothing difficult for them. Therefore, their current sparring method was mostly based on variations in their techniques and their understanding of martial arts, not using their aura chi to a large extent. It was somewhat similar to when Yang Zhaoge had sparred with Lu when in the Big Dipper sword in the martial repository that year. But even so, as the two figures flew about, they still caused one's eyes to be dazzled. Looking at Xikong Qing's figure, Song Chao sighed, I already had a feeling during the last Heavenly Connection meet, but I didn't discover it then. This junior apprentice sister Xikong's talent is truly world-shocking. Yang Zhaoge nodded. The cultivation bases of the two present were both in the late outer aura martial scholar realm. To Li Jingwan, this was very normal. Her age was close to Yang Zhaoge's. To the core, direct disciples of the 6 great sacred grounds, stepping into the outer aura stage at around 20, stepping into the Xiantian stage at around 25, and entering the heavenly connection stage at around 30, this was the average speed. But Sikong Ching was a little scary. The current her was not even 20 yet. Yang Zhaoge said, "Junior apprentice sister Sikong's talent is indeed outstanding, worthy of praise." The tone in which he said this was somewhat like a senior evaluating a junior, but Song Chao didn't feel that there was any problem with it. The person beside him was similar in age to Li Jingwan, but was already a martial grandmaster. To be continued. Chapter 322. When in the body refinement realm, Sikong Ching had also been a rare genius, a direct disciple. However, while she had been a genius then, she had still not been as shocking as she was now. After refining Qi into Aura Qi and stepping into the martial scholar realm, her rate of improvement had become extremely terrifying. In Yang Zhaoge's impression, she was completely not inferior to the likes of Yi Jing and Zhao Hao. Yang Zhaoge was rather used to Sikong Ching's current outstanding talent, not finding it strange. Just having felt this, Song Chao and the others were already hard-pressed to remain calm. To Song Chao and the others, however calm they too felt pressured at this moment. Yang Zhaoge was already not something that could be described with just shocking talent. And other than Yang Zhaoge, the other members of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had also displayed a level that surpassed that of their peers. Broad Creed Mountain's geniuses seemed about to welcome a surge. Although for potential to be converted into true strength, for young geniuses to grow into true bigwigs, time was needed to accumulate and be verified. However, Song Chao suddenly thought of the generation of the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhon Dongge and the Heaven Diviner Zhon Shilo. Especially now, the battle between Sikong Ching and Li Jingwan was also gradually beginning to determine a victor. The two did not go overboard, fighting without any anger at all. However, Sikong Ching's advantage was growing greater and greater. It was just that Li Jingwan was extremely resilient, executing Jade Sea City's direct lineage defensive martial art, Unmoving Reef, stably guarding her own position, resembling a reef on the seashore that remained unmoving despite the crashing of the tempestuous waves. It was not so easy for Sikong Ching to completely turn her advantage into victory. In the heavenly connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Li Jingwan had not fought much, and Yang Zhaoge also did not understand her very well. Afterwards, when Li Jingwan had been captured by Liu Shengfeng and the others, she had only managed to escape thanks to Yang Zhaoge's rescue. However, that was because Liu Shengfeng and the others were all late Xiantian martial scholar experts. The difference in their cultivation base is too great. With even Wan Ping and Yi Zhongzhou having fallen, Li Jingwan had also been hard-pressed to resist. Currently, clashing with Sikong Ching, who was also an outer aura martial scholar, Yang Zhaoge had already seen through some of her abilities. This girl's martial talent was similarly not low. While she was inferior to Sikong Ching, she was also rather outstanding, not letting down her reputation as a direct disciple of Jade Sea City's sacred ground fall. Amidst the defensive stance of the immovable reef, tightly guarding the door, another supreme martial art of Jade Sea City, the dark sea flow, was also mixed within. Dark sea streamers were like the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. They contained extremely strong hidden force and hidden force. They could attack and defend at the same time, neutralize the enemy's attacks and invisibly injure the enemy. A martial art like the Dark Sea Flow was the reason why Jade Sea City had been privately described by some first and second-rate powers as Jade Sea City is the most vicious. Apart from the unmovable reef and the dark sea current, Li Jingwan was not only defending and not attacking. While guarding her own door tightly, she would suddenly launch a line edge, like a needle hidden in silk floss, causing Sikong Ching to have to be careful, not daring to go all out and attack. However, on the whole, it was still Sikong Ching who held the upper hand. And from Yang Zhaoge's understanding of Sikong Ching's style, she belonged to the grand and majestic type of martial Dao, being rather similar to Shatai and Shu Fei. Even if he fell into a disadvantageous position, he would not lose his composure and advance step by step. It was not impossible for him to make a comeback. Having the upper hand, while it was rare for him to obtain a quick victory, his advantage would grow greater and greater, becoming more and more stable, not giving his opponent any hope of making a comeback. Indeed, after fighting for a while longer, while she had still not truly been defeated, Li Jingwan sighed lightly. Junior apprentice sister Sikong, good skills. I admit that I am inferior. Saying thus, she retreated, leaping out of the battle circle. Xikongqing did not pursue her, keeping her sword and standing, cupping her hands towards Li Jingwan, senior apprentice sister Li. Thanks for going easy. Yang Zhaoge smiled. I heard that you have already officially reported to the clan that you are going out on a long journey, tempering your martial Dao? Xikongqing nodded. Yes, master has already agreed. Yang Zhaoge asked, have you decided on the route? Where is your first stop? Xikongqing answered, the East Sea. The East Sea had never been a place of calm and tranquil winds. There were many strange beasts, at the same time also many solitary martial practitioners who took risks out of desperation, drifting along with the waves. These were all vicious characters, used to living a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, lawless and out of control. A considerable portion of them did not even give face to the 6 great sacred grounds, hiding in the depths of the sea after causing trouble. If they could avoid it, they would avoid it, but if they couldn't, they would resign themselves to their fate. The situation in the sea was complicated. Wanting to find someone was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was only the experts of Jade Sea City who were similarly familiar with the situation in the sea that could cause these people to feel some fear. Especially with the entrance to the Flame Devil world being on the East Sea, with Flame Devils frequently entering, that place was filled with danger. In going to the East Sea, Xikongqing naturally did not intend to be by Fu Inshu's side at all times. Therefore, it would be very hard to guarantee her safety. However, it was also precisely because of this that Xikongqing intended to head to the East Sea. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Song Chao and Li Jingwan, junior apprentice sister Xikong. Why don't you travel together with senior apprentice brother Song and junior apprentice sister Li? It is not seeking Jade Sea City's protection, but at least you can understand the situation in the water domain and the East Sea from senior apprentice brother Song and the others, not going there in the dark. On the sea, many times, natural disasters are more ominous than man-made disasters. In the water domain of the 8 extremities world, more than half of it was the sea. The land to the east of the mainland, as well as the part of the sea near the mainland, formed the water domain. Jade Sea City was situated on a massive island on the East Sea. Numerous islands dotted the sea densely like stars in the sky, all of them also belonging to the water domain. The sea was usually divided into the North Sea, the East Sea and the South Sea. The part near the mainland was known as the Inner North Sea, the Inner East Sea and the Inner South Sea. The Inner East Sea was completely a part of the water domain, while the Inner North Sea and the Inner South Sea, other than being encompassed by the water domain, each had a portion that belonged to the thunder domain and the lake domain respectively. Outside the water domain were the 3 great outer seas. Further east of the 3 great outer seas was generally known as the Deep Ocean. Hearing his words, Xikongqing nodded. Yes, I understand. I might have to trouble senior apprentice brother Song and senior apprentice sister Li afterwards. Song Chao and Li Jingwan both said that it was fine. Li Jingwan smiled slightly, holding Xikongqing's hand. Jingwan is untalented, but I can still be a guide for junior apprentice sister Xikong. Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City had originally been on friendly terms. In the incident of the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake, she had also been saved by Yang Zhaoge. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. While Xikongqing's personality was cold, her heart was devoted to the martial Dao, her mind pure and clear. Li Jingwan also felt that she was rather amiable. On the other hand, while Xikongqing didn't like to interact with others, she could also feel Li Jingwan's good intentions without any distracting thoughts. Being held by Li Jingwan at this moment, she didn't reject it. Yang Zhaoge smiled. Since that is so, I will have to trouble senior apprentice brother Song and junior apprentice sister Li. Xikongqing prepared her luggage, then set off with the people of Jade Sea City, heading to the water domain. After sending Song Chao, Xikongqing and the others off, Yang Zhaoge focused on his own matters within Broad Creed Mountain. As time passed, many of Yang Zhaoge's ideas were also gradually being perfected. As time flowed, when Yang Zhaoge regained his wits, the annual Extreme Yin bout finally arrived once more. To be continued. Chapter 323. The Extreme Yin bout was held once a year, and now, the 5th one was about to arrive. Over the past 4 years, Broad Creed Mountain, who had always been watching from the sidelines, was finally no longer a bystander this time, instead dispatching their maiden of extreme yin to participate in this extreme yin bout. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain once more drew the attention of various places. In the great battle that had concluded in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain not long ago, Broad Creed Mountain had swept through the decimating abyss, also dominating the allied forces of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, defeating Huang Guanglia, who had emerged from seclusion with the momentum of the heavens, even causing the Sacred Sun Clan to lose the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler, causing the internal situation of the entire Eight Extremities world to change greatly. The Sacred Sun Clan's position as the #1 sacred ground had been completely shaken. The Broad Creed Mountain that had reigned over the Eight Extremities world in the past had officially risen once more. Under such a background, Broad Creed Mountain having even begun to participate in the extreme yin bout which they had always been spectating from the sidelines, truly seemed a little domineering. Although, because of Lin Ju, the other sacred grounds, especially the Sacred Sun Clan, had already known of Feng Yunsheng's general situation before this. For a time, the various major powers, the Sacred Sun Clan included, were all paying close attention to this fifth extreme yin bout. A lot of pressure. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, the two alliances had already completely fallen out. The location of the extreme yin bout was once again set on the grounds of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's question, Feng Yunsheng answered, "Whether there is pressure or not, I still have to go all out." Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm and resolute. In other matters, Feng Yunsheng was very eloquent with her words, often teasing Yang Zhaoge. While she was magnanimous and straightforward, sometimes others would even overlook her gender. It was only when the matter of the extreme yin bout was mentioned that Feng Yunsheng would become serious. This woman, who had always disregarded life and death, was actually extremely competitive in her bones. Yang Zhaoge said, "There is no need to care about the views of the outside world. As for the voices within the clan, there is also no need to care about them." Feng Yunsheng smiled. "Actually, it's not entirely unreasonable." Yang Zhaoge blinked. Broad Creed Mountain actually did not have a unified view of Feng Yunsheng. Especially when Feng Yunsheng, as a maiden of extreme yin, enjoyed a large amount of the sect's resources. Everyone knew of the importance of a maiden of extreme yin. Winning the extreme yin bout and the extreme yin crown was no easy feat either. Everyone understood this principle. However, Feng Yunsheng, who had originally hailed from the Sacred Sun Clan, inevitably caused some people to have misgivings. It was still fine now, but if Feng Yunsheng did not have any achievements in the extreme yin bout for a long time to come, the pressure she would feel from within the sect would far surpass that from outside. All the more so, we should nurture our own maiden of extreme yin with all our might. Vaguely, such a tone could be heard. The cause of this matter originated from a piece of news that Chang Zheng, who was previously the first seat elder of the Eastern Sea, had brought back. Just recently, Chang Zheng had found a maiden of extreme yin in the East Sea. This girl originally had a master, but her master had died at the hands of the Flame Devils, while she had been saved by Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Chang Zheng had originally thought nothing of it, but had unintentionally discovered that this girl actually possessed a rare extreme yin physique. As the news spread, all of Broad Creed Mountain was overjoyed. After experiencing the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain and Yuan Zhengfeng transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Broad Creed Mountain had obtained yet another maiden of extreme yin, bringing much joy to the clan. Fu Inshu, who had gone to the East Sea to take over the position of the first seat elder, directly took on this female disciple. While in name, this girl was still an ordinary disciple, needing to undergo numerous tests before she could officially rise to become a core, direct disciple and take Fu Inshu as her master. However, the uniqueness of a maiden of extreme yin left no one doubting this. Amidst envy, there were also strange voices that resounded. As some saw it, this new disciple with a comparatively simpler background was more suited to Broad Creed Mountain's needs. Of course, this was looking at the problem from a long-term perspective. Currently, even Feng Yunsheng had to work hard to catch up to those in the lead, let alone this one who had just started out. Currently, there were only a few such voices, completely inconsequential at all. However, if consecutive extreme yin bouts proved that Feng Yunsheng could not be of much use, with the other party possessing greater talent and potential, it would inevitably cause more people to have second thoughts. This time, during the Great Tribulation of Broadcreed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng had not feared the dangers of entering the devilish domain Grand Formation, proving her sense of belonging to Broadcreed Mountain. At the end of the day, Feng Yunsheng still had to prove herself a step further. Disciples of the Sacred Sun clan switching allegiance to Broadcreed Mountain would ultimately be scrutinized with even harsher standards. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng smiled. The clan has assigned you a mission, right? After this time's extreme yin bout, you will also have to make a trip to Master's Place at the East Sea, further inspecting that new junior apprentice sister's talent and potential. If she can be nurtured, just like how you nurtured me, go and groom her. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. Having double insurance is a good thing, just like how the Sacred Sun clan simultaneously nurtured you and Meng Wan that year. However, with you having been delayed for 2 years, it would already be so hard for you to catch up. With her delayed even more, unless her talent surpasses yours and Meng Wan's, there is not much hope. Yang Zhaoge said, I will treat everyone equally, but the thoughts of some people in the clan are really too childish. Feng Yunsheng smiled. Participating in the extreme yin bout is not purely for exchanging pointers, but for the sake of the final winner, for the sake of obtaining the extreme yin crown. If that junior apprentice sister really is stronger than me, it would also be only right for the clan to allocate resources to her. She raised her brows lightly. However, don't think of me as too weak. With this, Feng Yunsheng resembled a saber being unsheathed, regaining her usual sharp, domineering aura. Yang Zhaoge deliberately smiled. In this time's extreme yin bout, as long as you are not at the bottom, I will be perfectly satisfied. Feng Yunsheng did not argue, instead smiling. According to what you have always said, in this time's extreme yin bout, isn't it important for us to participate? Yang Zhaoge nodded leisurely. That's right. Therefore, relax your mentality. We will be arriving very soon. Zhaoge, this time, put in more effort, evaluating the maidens of extreme yin of the other clans. The bigwig of the clan who had brought Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng to participate in the extreme yin bout this time was the previous first-seat elder of the Earth Domain, Elder Meng, who had returned to the clan after leaving his post. Yang Zhaoge said, Rest easy, Elder Meng, I understand. Led by Elder Meng, the group arrived at the Lake Domain. If Clear Concealed Lake had not experienced that great calamity back then, like the Heavenly Connection meet back then, the 5th extreme yin bout would very likely have been held here. However, now, the location had been changed to where Turbid Wave Pavilion was. Gazing from far away, a country of lakes appeared before the eyes of Yang Zhaoge and the others. The continuous lake was vast as the sea, even larger than the clear concealed lake of the past. The numerous lakes of Lianhu County in the central heaven region of the Heaven Domain paled in comparison to this place. Entering the territory of the Lake Domain, nearing Turbid Wave Pavilion, experts of Turbid Wave Pavilion welcomed them. At the same time, there were also disciples of Turbid Wave Pavilion who came to greet them. It was also someone Yang Zhaoge was familiar with, Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct disciple Xie Yuchan. After exchanging greetings, Yang Zhaoge and the others followed Xie Yuchan and the others inside. As Yang Zhaoge walked, he heard Xie Yuchan secretly send him a sound transmission. The Sacred Sun clan has dispatched 2 maidens of extreme yin this time, simultaneously participating in the extreme yin bout. Chapter 324. Receiving Xie Yuchan's sound transmission, Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his gaze flickered slightly. As time passed, the 6 sacred grounds gradually gained their own maidens of extreme yin. However, on the basis of nurturing the current maidens of extreme yin, no one had given up on searching for new ones. Everyone understood the concept of double insurance. Due to the difference in strength between the old and the new, if their talents were similar, then the one who had been nurtured earlier would naturally have an advantage. However, the newcomers were not completely without a chance. For example, 2 veteran maidens of extreme yin had gone through a fierce battle that was evenly matched, and in the end, both of them were heavily injured, having expended too much of their energy. Even if the winner was decided, it would be difficult for them to fight again in a short period of time, and the newcomers would have a chance. Or, they could use the newcomers to wear down the opponent's maiden of extreme yin without holding back, thereby creating an opportunity for their fellow disciples. However, as a newcomer, he had started too late. It was not easy for him to achieve anything. While the population of the 8 extremities world was massive, maidens of extreme yin were actually few and far between. Some of them were even more likely to be buried, never to be discovered at all. Or they might have wasted their youth, having passed the golden age for learning martial arts, their qi and blood having already begun to decline by the time they were discovered. Maidens of extreme yin often differed greatly in terms of talent and potential. Being able to cause Xie Yuchan to specially warn him, that meant that this newcomer of the Sacred Sun clan definitely had some outstanding aspects. Speaking of which, the Earth domain aside, even the Heaven domain has been cursed. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. His clan had also managed to obtain 2 maidens of extreme yin. Yep, let's just say 2 for now. However, not a single one of them was from the Heaven domain. Yang Zhaoge calculated within his heart, in letting her out this time, is it because the Sacred Sun clan has the confidence that her strength is at least sufficient to be Meng Wan's secondary carriage? Just like how Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had suppressed Feng Yunxing from participating in the 4th Extreme Yin bout, the other sacred grounds, for similar or different reasons, might also have made similar arrangements. The most classic example was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of Extreme Yin, Fan Qiu. He had suddenly appeared in the 4th Extreme Yin bout. Participating in the Extreme Yin bout for the first time, he had successfully obtained the crown, winning the Extreme Yin crown. Even though part of this was due to the fact that his greatest competitor, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, had been thinking long-term, affecting her performance at the last moment. However, other than Meng Wan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City had all sent their disciples to participate as well, all of them veteran maidens of extreme yin who had already experienced 3 terms. The Jade Sea City disciple Chen Suting was the victor of the 2nd Extreme Yin bout, her strength vaguely exceeding that of her peers as she had always been Meng Wan's target and imaginary enemy. But in the end, it was Fan Qiu who stood out from the crowd, fought against Meng Wan, and obtained the final victory. Yang Zhaoge had seen the traces of light transmitted back by the seniors of his clan. Fan Qiu was of Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct lineage, having definitely not entered the clan just a year or 2 ago. Turbid Wave Pavilion had definitely nurtured Fan Qiu much earlier than the 1st Extreme Yin bout, yet they had continuously suppressed her for 3 consecutive bouts, only releasing her after they had become relatively confident in her strength, and the result was shocking. As Yang Zhaoge walked, he thought, starting out early indeed has its advantages are. The Sacred Sun clan was the first to discover the secret of the Extreme Yin crown, the first to plan it, the first to search for it, the first to groom it. In this aspect, on the whole, they are indeed ahead of everyone else. Counting the earliest Feng Yunxing, the Sacred Sun clan had already produced 3 maidens of extreme yin with impressive strength. Turbid Wave Pavilion's headquarters was also on an island at the heart of a lake. On the island, the scenery was beautiful, carrying with it the tranquility and elegance of a water village, not being able to tell that it was a lofty sacred ground of the martial Tao. A small pavilion stood on the island, where the sacred ground of the lake domain, Turbid Wave Pavilion, was located. Yang Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. This main island was only the most central region of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Surrounding this island at the heart of the lake, there were also many other small islands, on which there were various structures. Turbid Wave Pavilion disciples, as well as some facilities of the clan, were scattered on these small islands. Everything looked tranquil and exquisite, such that one could not bear to break the atmosphere here. However, if one thought that this place was very weak, that would be a big mistake. The entire surrounding lake was enveloped by Turbid Wave Pavilion's Guardian Grand Formation. While it looked tranquil now, when the Grand Formation circulated completely, borrowing the massive power of the heavens and the earth, it possessed a shocking momentum that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Led by Xie Yuchan and the others, Yang Zhaoge's group ascended the main island, arriving before that pavilion together. While it looked small and exquisite from the outside, its interior was like a completely different world, its space seemingly having been expanded somewhat. While many people entered, it did not feel cramped or small. Yang Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that the people of the Sacred Sun Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City had already arrived. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nian Lei, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui, Jade Sea City's Chen Suting, the Sacred Sun Clans. Yang Zhaoge recognized them one by one, his gaze pausing slightly at the Sacred Sun Clan's side. As compared to over 2 years ago, Meng Wan's appearance had not changed much. Her features were still perfect and flawless, a pair of eyes that resembled that of a small deer, intelligent with some craftiness, yet also delicate and lovable. However, having personally interacted with her before, Yang Zhaoge was clear that this girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Strictly speaking, through the tussle of the glacial dragon bone soul the last time, the two had not truly met. This was still the first time that they were meeting face to face like this. As Yang Zhaoge and the others entered, everyone's gazes also looked over. Meng Wan's gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, finally coming to rest on Feng Yunxing as she blinked. Feng Yunxing's expression did not change, but after entering, she also looked towards Meng Wan. Although this was an extreme yin bout, with the people of Broad Creed Mountain having arrived, most of their attention was placed on Yang Zhaoge. Surrounded by everyone's gazes, Yang Zhaoge was calm and composed as he continued to observe the others. His gaze shifted away from Meng Wan, falling on a young girl beside her. The other party was even a little younger than Sikong Qing. Although her white clothes were embroidered with gold, shining like sunlight, it only caused a chill to arise within one's heart upon seeing it. If one were to say that Sikong Qing was clear and cold, then this young girl was ice cold. Her appearance was decent and beautiful, but standing there, she resembled a towering ice mountain. The Sacred Sun Clan's third maiden of extreme yin, Yun Shouqing. On the way here, Yang Zhaoge had already learnt of the other party's name from Xie Yu-chan. Although he could not ascertain her exact age and cultivation base, she was undoubtedly another young martial scholar. Yang Zhaoge appraised Yun Shouqing for a moment, before his gaze fell on the host's side. There stood a girl of similar age to Meng Wan. This was Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme yin, Fan Qiu. Just looking at her facial features, Fan Qiu's appearance was above average, but her entire person seemed to overflow with spiritual qi. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's gaze look over, she could not help but smile. With this smile, Yang Zhaoge discovered that she had a pair of rabbit teeth that were not too obvious. However, they did not appear ugly, instead causing her to look even more lively and intelligent. Senior apprentice brother Yang, right? At Clear Concealed Lake last time, it was all thanks to you for saving Yarrow Yarrow and senior apprentice brother Wan. The other party's sound transmission resounded by Yang Zhaoge's ears. P.S. Recommending a new urban novel to everyone. Book title, The Strongest Chef Tyrant, book number 103499298, added / to prevent blocking. Author, Big Liangpi, writing about urban dining, relatively rare. It is said that the author himself has many years of experience as a chef. It is worth looking forward to. To be continued. Chapter 325. The Yarrow Yarrow that Fan Qiu spoke of was naturally the direct disciple of Turbid Wave Pavilion whom Yang Zhaoge had met once during the Heavenly Connection meet at Clear Concealed Lake, Zhong Yao. In the incident of Clear Concealed Lake's devilish domain, Zhong Yao had similarly been captured by Liu Shengfeng and the others like Li Jingwan, having luckily been rescued by Yang Zhaoge. Fan Qiu and Zhong Yao were of similar age, and usually seemed to be rather close. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, nodding towards Fan Qiu in return, similarly sending via sound transmission, junior apprentice sister Fan is polite. Swiveling his head, he saw that Feng Yunxing and Meng Wan were still staring at each other. Yang Zhaoge could not help but smile, his gaze falling on Meng Wan once more. Meng Wan finally shifted her gaze away from Feng Yunxing, meeting Yang Zhaoge calmly, smiling in a refined and courteous manner, not lacking in manners, nor appearing close. Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had already completely fallen out. Her reaction towards Yang Zhaoge like this was also really normal. However, no anger or resentment could be seen from her due to the conflict within the icy cold pond back then. Beside Meng Wan, The longtime elder of the sacred Sun clan in charge of leading them was the Sunset Lord of the 7 reigning suns. The Sunset Lord's emotions were currently calm, not fluctuating in the least, but he was looking deeply at Yang Zhaoge. In front of Yang Zhaoge, Elder Meng also stared at the Sunset Lord, not backing down in the slightest. As their gazes met, it was as though flames were ignited within the air. Within the pavilion, Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City's side and the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's side were clearly separated, vaguely forming a stalemate, neither side giving way to the other. Standing amongst them, the Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners all sighed inwardly as they saw this. Now, a figure suddenly appeared before them, without any prior warning whatsoever, yet also appearing as though it was only natural, as though it had always been there. That was a rather tall middle-aged woman. Her features were ordinary, yet deep as the ocean, giving off a feeling of being deep and unfathomable. This person's appearance had long since spread throughout the entire 8 Extremities world. There was no one here who did not recognize her. Turbid Wave Pavilion's current Pavilion Lord, Turbid Wave Rolling Clouds and Qinglin. At the same time, she was also the only female martial saint of the 8 Extremities world, and the #1 expert of the 8 Extremities world. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, was actually not young either, as she had managed Turbid Wave Pavilion for so many years. And Qinglin, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man, was actually not young, having been in charge of Turbid Wave Pavilion for many years. She was of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglie, Shen Li, and the others. She was slightly younger and had been famous for many years, her name shaking the 8 Extremities world. And Qinglin nodded slightly, returning the greeting before saying, "The flame devils invading from the East Sea are the common enemies of our 8 Extremities world. The Extreme Yin Bout and the Extreme Yin Crown stand against the flame devils, holding great significance. Maidens of Extreme Yin of the various sects, please display your best abilities, deciding on the strongest one to wield the Extreme Yin Crown. As the host, our pavilion should maintain the orderly conduct of the Extreme Yin Bout. I hope that whoever obtains the Extreme Yin Crown will remember the danger of the flame devils." And Qinglin's meaning was very clear. Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded. That's how it should be. Pavilion Lord An is right. Yang Zhaoge looked at An Qinglin. Turbid Wave Pavilion's stance was still extremely upright. In the 4th Extreme Yin Bout, Fan Qiu had won the Extreme Yin Crown back to Turbid Wave Pavilion. In the past year, Turbid Wave Pavilion had always held on to the Extreme Yin Crown. In the few major disturbances brought about by the Flame Devils on the East Sea, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Extreme Yin Crown had always stood on the front lines, truly worthy of praise. Before the 5th Extreme Yin Bout this time, the internal situation of the 8 Extremities world had changed greatly once more. Broad Creed Mountain had completely fallen out with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, forming irreconcilable enmity as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. While their strength was similar for the time being, with neither side able to do anything to the other as they had temporarily fallen into a stalemate, the atmosphere was much more tense than it had been before the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain. Under such circumstances, whichever side obtained the Extreme Yin Crown, it would be a nightmare for the other side. On the contrary, if Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance, with Turbid Wave Pavilion holding onto the Extreme Yin Crown, it would instead be a situation where both sides could reach a compromise. If one side intended to harm Turbid Wave Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be forcing Turbid Wave Pavilion to join the other side's camp. Also, if Turbid Wave Pavilion did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, instead focusing on battling the Flame Devils, it would be detrimental to Turbid Wave Pavilion, even possibly incurring the displeasure of the painting saint, Old Man Mo. While this old man did not participate in the internal struggles of the human race, he had always been paying attention to the invasion of the Flame Devils. Of course, if they could fight for it, who would be willing to give up on a supreme treasure like the Extreme Yin Crown? Under such circumstances, Turbid Wave Pavilion could still abide by the rules, handing over the Extreme Yin Crown and letting the Extreme Yin Bout proceed as usual. Their integrity could already be considered rather high. Especially as Yang Zhaoge knew, while Turbid Wave Pavilion was conservative and neutral, it was not that they had no desires. Wanting to maintain their independence and neutrality, they would inevitably require the support of great power. All along, Turbid Wave Pavilion had also been working hard to improve themselves, forging a sacred artifact that belonged to them. It was just that they had always stably developed within the lake domain, not expanding outwards, also not interfering in the struggles of the other sacred grounds. On one hand, their integrity is firm. On the other hand, they are also very confident in Fan Qiu Er. Yang Zhaoge glanced at that rabbit-toothed beauty. Looking at Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord and the others, and Qinglin continued, since that is so, this time's Extreme Yin bout will be held as scheduled 3 days later. All disciples of the various clans, go back to rest and make your preparations. If you have any requests, you can bring them up to our disciples. In previous Extreme Yin bouts, only 2 people remained after the first round, before the final victor was decided. And Qinglin's gaze swept across the faces of Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng, Yun Xiuqing and the others. This year, the number of people has increased to 7. This old woman proposes that after the first round, 4 people remain, then the victor be decided in groups of 2. What do you all think? Elder Meng and the others said, Pavilion Lorden's words make sense, we have no objections. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances, not saying anything. According to convention, the Extreme Yin bout was split into 2 rounds. In the first round, everyone was enveloped beneath the radiance of the Extreme Yin crown, each displaying their specialties, communicating with the Extreme Yin crown and stimulating its radiance. The judge of this round was equivalent to the Extreme Yin crown itself. Because it involved the factor of actual combat, there would be a second round of competition afterwards. In the first round, the others were eliminated, with the most outstanding 2 remaining. It was not just a simple contest of martial arts, but also a clash where the power of Extreme Yin was drawn upon, deciding the final victor, becoming the owner of the Extreme Yin crown for the following year. In the previous 3 Extreme Yin bouts, Broadcreed Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion had not participated, with the Sacred Sun clan also only having Meng Wan. Therefore, the number of maidens of Extreme Yin participating in the Extreme Yin bout had been 4 in total. In the 4th Extreme Yin bout, Fan Qiu had participated, becoming 5. And this time, with the addition of Broadcreed Mountain's Feng Yunsheng and the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing, the total number had become 7. As the competition grew more and more intense, no one was willing to be a side character. P.S. Recommending a new book, Primordial Mystical Door. Author, Infinitely Bad, book number 103464622. Introduction. A group of mysterious sacred cultivators who claim to be of the mystical door, relying on the power of primordial runes, rampaging in all directions in the world of 9 suns. They even dare to battle with the saints of the great wilderness, causing the native cultivators of the world of 9 suns to tremble in fear, not knowing their origins or whereabouts. To be continued. Chapter 326. In order to avoid conflict between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion had arranged separate lodgings for Broadcreed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan on 2 separate islands. Enveloped by a grand formation, if a battle erupted between the 2 sides, Turbid Wave Pavilion would be able to intervene and mediate in time. On the surface of the boundless lake, a small boat floated, extremely far away from the island. Gazing into the surroundings from the boat, one could only see the boundless lake water. A girl sat on the boat, bottles and jars placed before her, holding a metal skewer in her hand. On the skewer was a bird whose belly had been split open, its feathers removed. Beside the girl, there were also a few metal skewers that were similarly skewered with sparrows. The girl spread her fingers, grabbing towards the air before her, a lot of firewood being bound and enveloped by her aura chi. She lit a fire on the boat, but the fire was controlled by her aura chi, hovering just like that in mid-air, not affecting the boat at all. The girl placed the thing in her hand on the fire to roast, also sprinkling seasonings on it from time to time in a practiced manner. Now, someone approached. The girl sensed it, but a black saber lay quietly by her side, not showing any intention of retrieving it. Leaping onto the boat, seeing this girl, the other party cheered, senior apprentice sister. The newcomer's eyes were bright, her beauty moving. It was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's direct disciple, Meng Wan. And the person on the boat, her long black hair draped behind her, a smile at the corner of her mouth, her gaze flowing, her heroic bearing flourishing. It was Feng Yunsheng who had already entered Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng smiled. Little Wan came so quickly. My first bird has yet to be roasted. Meng Wan's usual demure demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Leaping onto the boat, she squatted before Feng Yunsheng without a care for her image, looking eagerly at the bird that Feng Yunsheng was currently roasting. Senior apprentice sister, I like it a little stronger. Feng Yunsheng said, I naturally know your taste. Smiling, Meng Wan just looked at Feng Yunsheng like that, feeling as though she had returned to when she had just entered the clan when she was young. Looking at Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng sighed emotionally. While I've seen some traces of light, it has already been more than 4 years since we've met. Little Wan has already grown into a young lady. Meng Wan smiled and said, is it because a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood, becoming more and more beautiful? Feng Yunsheng laughed in spite of herself. Of course. I've heard that the young heroes who have the intention of courting you can line up from the world-illuminating peak all the way to the Eastern Sea. In the lake region we are currently in, Turbid Wave Pavilion's core direct disciple Wan Ping has always been thinking about you. Meng Wan's expression was indifferent, but she had a smug look on her face, like a proud little peacock. Of course, I'm cute, beautiful, and talented. Beauty isn't just for show. Naturally, I'll be the dream lover of many. Feng Yunsheng smiled and shook her head. It was only in front of her and Meng Wan's own master that she could see Meng Wan like this. Other than that, the person who appeared in front of the world, including the sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and the new disciples, would forever only be that gentle, elegant, modest, polite, perfect and flawless, no flaws to be found in her at all, the heavens-favored daughter who always made people feel at ease and would never make a mistake. Meng Wan's expression didn't seem to mind, but the tips of her brows, the corners of her eyes, every single wrinkle on her face seemed to be soundlessly saying the same thing. Come and praise me, come and praise me, come and praise me. Feng Yunsheng looked rather interestedly at Meng Wan. In some ways, Meng Wan was somewhat similar to another person. Yang Zhaoge. That person, while appearing to have an orderly demeanor on the surface, was actually also a very smug, very flamboyant person in his bones. He liked to show off his divinity in front of others, shocking onlookers till they were all dumbstruck. Similarly, as Feng Yunsheng knew, Yang Zhaoge's evaluation of Meng Wan was also not low. That year, she had cleverly led Yang Zhaoge to find Feng Yunsheng, helping her out of her predicament and obstructing Xiaoshen's pursuit. Not only had she helped Feng Yunsheng, she had also broken off Yang Zhaoge's tracking of her. At the same time, she had also not directly clashed with Xiaoshen, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was also from that time that Yang Zhaoge had clearly realized that this girl who looked harmless, instead even being able to incite the desire of others to protect her, was truly not someone to be trifled with. And having grown up together with Meng Wan since young, Feng Yunsheng understood this all too well. It was only in front of her and her master that Meng Wan revealed her true side. That's right, the dream lover of countless people. Who knows how many men, and there might even be women, want to press you down beneath them. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm as she sprinkled some spices on the skewers, then flipped them over on the fire, pressed them down beneath you, next rolling up and down, rocking back and forth. Meng Wan instantly couldn't bear it. It's better not to. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she looked at her. Somewhat unconvinced, Meng Wan snorted, anyway, senior apprentice sister, don't look down on me. I can also be considered to have grown up to be a slender and elegant woman now. Regrettably, as soon as you eat, everything is destroyed. Feng Yunsheng's tone was slow and leisurely. Meng Wan cried out aggrievedly, senior apprentice sister. Feng Yunsheng waved the metal skewer in her hand, it's done. Are you going to eat it, or not? Meng Wan immediately scooted over to her, looking even more flattering than little Meaty and Pan Pan. Of course I'm going to eat it. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she handed the metal skewer to Meng Wan, who instantly ate heartily happily. This was something that only Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan knew. Even Meng Wan's master didn't know that her disciple was a super glutton. And just as Feng Yunxing had said, Meng Wan's table manners indeed caused her usual tranquil and peaceful image of a goddess to appear rather disillusioned. It wasn't that she was uncouth, but she truly had the air of a man who drank wine and ate large chunks of meat. Feng Yunxing just smiled, looking at Meng Wen before taking out another metal skewer, picking up the bird on it and beginning to cook it once more. She first ate with Meng Wen, then ate as well, the two chatting and laughing as they talked about some interesting things that had happened after their separation. However, regarding the extreme yin bout before them, regarding the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the two did not utter a single word about it. After they had finished eating, the two girls sat side by side on the small boat, looking at the scenery of the lake in the distance. Leaning on Feng Yunxing's shoulder, Meng Wen murmured softly, "If I could always possess the extreme yin crown, if I were a martial grandmaster and had the ability to unleash the power of the extreme yin crown to an even higher level, even before the old clan chief, my words would also carry weight. I would be able to seek justice for you, senior apprentice sister, and help you return to the mountain. Now, Xiaoshan is dead, Elder Pan is also dead, and the people who persecuted you in the Sacred Sun clan are all gone. However, all of this is already meaningless." Feng Yunxing lightly embraced Meng Wen, not speaking. Back then, in the 1 year between the first extreme yin bout and the second extreme yin bout, the forces pursuing her had weakened greatly. The reason for this was actually because Meng Wen had won the extreme yin crown and was helping her out in the Sacred Sun clan. Perhaps her personality was somewhat similar to Yang Zhaoge's, but they were ultimately different. Faced with the tacit approval of the clan's upper echelons as well as the pressure from the Grand Elder Pan Buotai, Meng Wan's personality determined that she wouldn't forcibly resist it. However, she had always tried to lessen the pressure on Feng Yunxing in a roundabout manner. Leaning on Feng Yunxing's shoulder, Meng Wan's gaze was a little misty. To her, on one side was Feng Yunxing, and on the other was her master who had raised her debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. And to Feng Yunxing, Broad Creed Mountain had also given her a new lease on life. While it was a joyous reunion after a long time, the extreme yin bout, the contest for the extreme yin crown, was something that neither of them could give in to. Although she had already expected such a day to come after learning that Feng Yunxing had regained her extreme yin physique, Meng Wen still felt a sense of loss. To be continued. Chapter 327. Old friends reunited after a long time. After a short reunion, they separated. After all, they were now of different camps. Moreover, they were two forces that were hostile to each other. When the extreme yin bout officially began and they met once more in front of everyone, it was just like when they had first met. You look at me, I look at you. Pretending not to know each other was definitely impossible, but there also seemed to be nothing to say. In front of so many bigwigs, any small actions would most likely be discovered. The two girls didn't even communicate with each other through their eyes. At this moment, in the extreme yin bout, the relationship between them was that of opponents. It was night time when the extreme yin bout commenced. Turbid Wave Pavilion was under gloomy and rainy weather today, dark clouds covering the sky densely, obscuring the radiance of the moon and stars as the night sky was completely dark. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion Lord and Qinglin personally presided over the extreme yin bout. She nodded towards her maiden of extreme yin, Fan Qiu. Fan Qiu was no longer smiling at this moment. Pursing her lips, her pair of little rabbit teeth had also vanished. She formed a fist seal with one hand, keeping it by her waist, the fingers of her other hand clasped together as she pushed out horizontally. Accompanied by this action of Fan Qiu's, radiance instantly flickered above her head. It was bright, cold, and silent. However, the radiance was bright, instantly causing the night sky to no longer be dark. Moonlight that seemed able to compete with the brightness of the sun appeared above Fan Qiu's head. Amidst the moonlight, an elegant and exquisite pure white crown formed of almost transparent ice crystals appeared. An ancient, desolate aura emanated, clear and distant, moving one's soul. As the faint clear radiance dispersed, moonlight seemed to illuminate the entire world at this moment. As this exquisite pure white crown appeared, its powerful presence was completely not inferior to that of the martial saint and Qinglin beside it. Everyone's attention was drawn at this moment, looking at that extraordinary sacred artifact, the extreme yin crown. Yang Zhaoge was also looking at the extreme yin crown. Other than considering the extreme yin bout before him, he also thought of some other things. Back in the Sand region, after having obtained the pillar of the divine palace, he had refined it on a deeper level, having seen many traces of light engraved on it. Amongst them, there had been a mysterious woman who had found the pillar of the divine palace earlier than Yang Zhaoge, yet had not taken it away. Now that he had personally seen the extreme yin crown, feeling the concept contained within from a close distance, Yang Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that the crown on the head of the woman who had met the pillar of the divine palace in the Great Western Desert back then that he had found familiar was precisely this sacred artifact that had attracted the attention of the entire world, that everyone had fought over. The pillar of the divine palace had been buried in the Great Western Desert for too long, and no one knew when that mysterious woman had come from. However, the other party was likely related to the divine palace of the past, which made Yang Zhaoge take note of it. Fan Qiu withdrew her left fist from her waist and slowly punched forward. Accompanied by this action of hers, the power of the extreme yin crown abruptly surged. Then, it floated away from Fan Qiu's head, flying towards mid-air. The connection between Fan Qiu and the sacred weapon began to weaken, and was on the verge of being severed. Although the moonlight still shrouded the world, the powerful feeling of power in the crown was also gradually dissipating. It wasn't that it was declining, but it was as if it had entered a deep slumber. And Qinglin said, "The time has come. The fifth extreme yin bout is about to begin." Hearing her words, Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord and the others all nodded towards Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. All the maidens of extreme yin present, Fan Qiu who had just severed her connection with the extreme yin crown, all stepped forward in unison, congregating beneath the hovering extreme yin crown. They all yelled in unison, raising their heads to gaze at the extreme yin crown. Within their pupils, a luster surged, resembling a faint metallic luster. Affected by this radiance, the extreme yin crown shook slightly, as if having just fallen into a deep slumber, it had awoken very quickly. Then, the majestic feeling of power appeared once more. It was just that the power fluctuations emanating now originated from the extreme yin crown itself, not having a clear direction as they were released in response. With the extreme yin crown as their center, 7 pillars of light similarly flickering with a faint golden radiance descended from the sky amidst the clear, cold moonlight, enveloping Feng Yunsheng and the others. Feng Yunsheng sensed her thoughts and feelings, seemingly establishing a connection with the sacred artifact in mid-air. While it was being shared with others, while the connection was still very shallow and limited, Feng Yunsheng's heart still inevitably shook. That place seemed like her homeland, like an incomparably familiar friend, like the place she belonged to. Feng Yunsheng's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she looked quietly at the extreme yin crown in mid-air. Once, for many years, that white crown in mid-air had been her unceasing goal and motivation. It was not just the hopes and aspirations of the sacred Sun Clan, but also the life goal that Feng Yunsheng herself had been happy to strive for. Sadly, afterwards, it had been shattered like a mirage. Luckily, Feng Yunsheng's will was strong as she very quickly found a new life goal, firmly believing that even without the extreme yin physique, she would still be able to live a splendid life. After that, there was hope once again. Gaining and then losing, losing and then regaining. Going round and round, those who had not had similar experiences would be hard-pressed to understand how it felt. For herself, for Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yunsheng had to go all out. While this was her first time officially participating, Feng Yunsheng had long since memorized the process of the extreme yin bout. Within the faint golden pillar of light, Feng Yunsheng roared, her black saber leaving its sheath and chopping towards the air. Within the other 6 pillars of light, Meng Wan and the others also did the same, each displaying their specialties. The moves that they were currently executing were not purely the supreme martial arts of their respective clans, but the supreme extreme yin arts of their own martial arts combined with the power of extreme yin. Through the supreme extreme yin arts, they had established a deeper connection with the extreme yin crown, resonating with it. After someone had obtained the extreme yin crown, with the extreme yin crown as their Dao and the supreme extreme yin arts as their artifact, they would be able to wield this powerful sacred artifact with their martial scholar cultivation base. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's maiden of extreme yin, Nyan Lei, struck out consecutively with her palms, resembling rushing thunder. Within the pillar of light that enveloped her, a silhouette appeared, condensing into a great drum. Dong 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 sounds unceasingly, resembling the sound of thunder exploding one after another. Infinite Boundless Mountains maiden of extreme yin, Ling Hui, resonated with the sacred artifact with her supreme extreme yin arts, manifesting a seemingly unremarkable chisel that seemed able to pierce through a mountain. Jade Sea City's Chen Suiting manifested a massive vessel, riding the winds and breaking the waves. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu, however, manifested a paper umbrella, drifting amidst the rain. This was the first round of the bout to be judged by the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin Crown. No one would be able to falsify it. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. Infinite Boundless Mountains Ling Hui was the weakest, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nyan Lei was the stronger, and Jade Sea City's Chen Suiting was a level above Nyan Lei. The youngest of the four, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu, was the strongest. Now, however, the clear cry of a young phoenix emitted from Meng Wan's mouth. Then, within the faint golden pillar of light that enveloped her, the silhouette of a fiery phoenix took form, spreading its wings and soaring. As the fiery phoenix spread its wings, it instantly suppressed the momentum of the others, dominating them all. To be continued. Chapter 328. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at the ongoing extreme yin bout before him. In the past few bouts, he had also seen the light recordings brought back by his clan's seniors. Now that he was observing them from a close distance, corroborating them, he had the most direct and accurate judgment of the maidens of extreme yin present. Following beside him, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, it looks like Meng Wan outshines them all." Yang Zhaoge said casually, "Evaluating the strength of a maiden of extreme yin is not a one-sided thing. Generally speaking, the strength of a maiden of extreme yin's cultivation base, the amount of extreme yin power they possess, and the strength of the supreme extreme yin arts they comprehend all come together to determine the strength of a maiden of extreme yin in wielding the extreme yin crown. In actual combat, it also involves their level of adaptability. Therefore, they can generally be viewed as four decisive factors." Looking at Meng Wan, Yang Zhaoge saw the fiery phoenix spreading its wings above her head, its aura surging to the heavens. What drew people's attention even more was that the silhouette of a fiery phoenix above Meng Wan's head was half black, half white. This meant that the Sacred Sun Clan and Meng Wan had already made substantial progress in analyzing the yin-yang coexisting technique to raise their strength a step further, no longer having just seen through it in the fourth extreme yin bout last year, resulting in their foundation becoming unstable and their strength instead regressing. Taking a step back then was to advance 3 steps forward now. Meng Wan had perfectly illustrated this point. That was why her strength had skyrocketed today, presiding over everyone present. Meng Wan leads in all aspects, fully deserving of the title of the current strongest maiden of extreme yin. Yang Zhaoge sighed emotionally. In terms of cultivation base, Meng Wan herself was a genius in the first place. Also, with the full support of the Sacred Sun Clan, as well as having grasped the extreme yin crown over the past 2 years, the increase in her daily cultivation, Meng Wan had already stepped into the early Xiantian martial scholar realm at such a young age, the highest of all the maidens of extreme yin present. In terms of the strength of extreme yin power, Meng Wan was even more unrivaled, her innate talent having been raised a step further by the yin-yang coexisting technique. In terms of the power of supreme extreme yin arts, according to past experience, Meng Wan was also a peak existence. In terms of actual combat experience, while Meng Wan could not be said to have experienced 100 battles, she was still extremely abundant. That year, the Extreme Yin Crown had fallen from her hands a second time precisely because she had wielded the Extreme Yin Crown in a head-on clash with a Flame Devil King in the East Sea. Although Meng Wan was injured, she was a martial scholar. Being able to survive a battle with a martial sage was undoubtedly a great benefit. Feng Yunsheng had once said that as long as nothing happened to Meng Wan herself, the Extreme Yin Crown would not be lost to her when she participated in the Extreme Yin bout. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart and were not spoken casually. Looking at the people participating in the first round of the examination, Yang Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui is the weakest, just the opposite of Meng Wn, being rather mediocre in all areas. It might be a little impolite to say this, but if there is no earth-shattering change, junior sister Ling will only be a bystander every year if she participates. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nyan Lei. Right, other things aside, ever since the fourth Extreme Yin bout last year, the power of Extreme Yin has begun to increase. While it is limited, it is indeed increasing. Glancing at the great silhouetted drum in the air above Nyan Lei's head, Yang Zhaoge saw that the surface of the drum was also vaguely divided into black and white, one side black and one side white. However, it wasn't clear and was rather blurry. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Heavenly Thunder Hall is indeed also attempting a yin-yang coexisting technique to raise the strength of their maidens of extreme yin. However, it is all based on their own probing, and having only just begun, there is still a long way for them to go. Things like innovation were often the most difficult at the start. After it had gotten on the right track, it would welcome rapid development, only reaching a certain height and encountering a bottleneck, slowing down once more as they sought a breakthrough. Hearing his words, Ahu also appraised them curiously. Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned to the other side. Jade Sea City's Chen Suting's greatest advantage lies in her cultivation base. Other than that, the supreme extreme yin arts that Jade Sea City specially created for her are also rather extraordinary. Of all the participants, Chen Suting was the oldest, having cultivated for the longest time, also having once wielded the extreme yin crown for a year. Currently, she was the only maiden of extreme yin whose cultivation base was similar to Meng Wan's, also having broken through to the early Xiantian martial scholar realm. The supreme extreme yin arts were mainly comprehended by the maidens of extreme yin themselves, but with the help of seniors of the clan, they would be able to use them more easily. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the martial arts of Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion were originally all proficient in the power of yin. In the first extreme yin bout earlier, Chen Suting had been Meng Wan's greatest competitor. At that time, Meng Wn had still been young, and she had finally won by a hair's breadth. In the second extreme yin bout, Meng Wn had been injured. In the end, Chen Suting had won, winning the extreme yin crown back to Jade Sea City. In the War of the Eastern Tang, it had been Chen Suting who had brought the extreme yin crown along with Jade Sea City's longtime elders, traversing east to the Earth Domain, cooperating with Broadcreed Mountain in ambushing the Sacred Sun Clan's great Sun Heaven measuring ruler. Sadly, however, in the third extreme yin bout, Meng Wan, having fully recovered from her injuries, had made a grand comeback. In the fourth extreme yin bout, Meng Wan had strategically chosen to give it up. In the end, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu had appeared out of nowhere. However, even so, in the fifth extreme yin bout, Chen Suting had still been rather competitive. As for Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu, as Yang Zhaoge saw it, she was rather extraordinary, resembling a slightly smaller version of Meng Wan. Outstanding in all aspects, what was especially worth mentioning was that Fan Chiu's innate talent was extremely powerful. This rabbit-toothed girl might even be the maiden of extreme yin with the greatest innate talent. If Meng Wan had not been strengthened by the yin-yang coexisting technique, she might not even have been able to defeat Fan Chiu in terms of innate talent. Also, Fan Chiu of Turbid Wave Pavilion had comprehended and created supreme extreme yin arts, which were extremely intricate. Looking at that small umbrella above Fan Chiu's head, Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. Other than these old opponents, Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on another person, also participating in this year's extreme yin bout for the first time. Sacred Sun Clan, Yun Xiuqing. While they hailed from the same clan, Yun Xiuqing and Meng Wan were vastly different. Currently, above her head was the image of a mountain peak. It was a snowy mountain, but on its peak, flames and lava spurted out from time to time. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Meng Wan switched to cultivating in the yin-yang coexisting technique halfway through. This girl is clearly no exception, her extreme yin power being rather impressive. Her comprehension ability is excellent, and her supreme extreme yin arts are also extraordinary. It's just that she is a little inexperienced, her cultivation base somewhat low, but her overall strength is also extremely strong. Ahu blinked. Being able to receive such an evaluation from Yang Zhaoge, it could already be considered very rare. Looking carefully, Ahu indeed saw through some things. Then, looking at the others, he saw that the leading elders of Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall all had rather ugly expressions on their faces. This newcomer Yun Shoqing was shockingly even stronger than Ling Hui and Nyan Lei, who had already participated in 4 extreme yin bout. The expressions of those of Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion were similarly solemn, because Yun Shoqing clearly already possessed the strength to threaten Chen Suting and Fan Qiu. The Sacred Sun Clan's leading Sunset Lord was expressionless. Some of the accompanying Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners behind him had cold smiles appear on their faces as their gazes swept past Yang Zhaoge and Elder Meng, finally landing on Feng Yunsheng, 4 spots. Chen Suting and Fan Qiu are fine, but you traitor, scram back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Chapter 329. In the 5th Extreme Yin bout, the number of maidens of Extreme Yin participating had increased to 7. In the first round of assessment, 3 people would be eliminated and 4 would remain. The standard of judgment was left to the Extreme Yin crown itself. The 7 were all enveloped by the radiance of the Extreme Yin crown, at the same time resonating with it. The competition between maidens of Extreme Yin's strength was related to each person's cultivation level. However, it was not a simple competition of martial arts. Being able to better communicate with the Extreme Yin crown and wield the power of the Extreme Yin crown was the ultimate measure. All other factors were just factors influencing this final goal. Resonating with the Extreme Yin crown would directly display this. The Extreme Yin crown would fairly respond to everyone's communications. The thickness and brightness of the 7 light pillars began to change gradually. The weaker a person was, the thinner the light beam would be, and the dimmer the radiance would be. On the contrary, the light beam would be thicker and the radiance would be brighter. Therefore, of everyone present, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui was the weakest, directly at the bottom. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Nyan Lei was stronger than Ling Hui, she could only be ranked second from the bottom. Although due to Lin Ju, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had guided Nyan Lei onto a correct path, and they could already gradually see results, there were still many areas where they had to work hard on, requiring even more time. Meng Wan was undoubtedly the strongest, while Fan Qiu was basically sitting firmly in the 2nd place for the time being. What was more interesting was that although Chen Suting seemed to be in 3rd place, her position was not stable. The pillar of light that enveloped Yun Shoqing grew brighter and brighter with an extremely rapid momentum. Seeing this, everyone's expressions were rather solemn. While they had expected that since the Sacred Sun Clan had sent Yun Shoqing to participate, this girl would definitely be extraordinary, they had not expected this to be the case. She had thought that she was only qualified to be Meng Wan's assistant, but now it seemed that everyone had underestimated her. With 3 people eliminated in the first round, the Sacred Sun Clan would actually be able to occupy 2 of the remaining 4 spots. Thinking up to here, everyone couldn't help but begin to pay attention to the other person, who was also participating in the Extreme Yin bout for the first time. Everyone looked over and saw that the pillar of light enveloping Feng Yunsheng was flickering. With a saber in hand, Feng Yunsheng tied her long hair into a ponytail. The edge of the blade pointed into the void, where there was a figure of light floating and sinking, faintly discernible, flickering along with the pillar of light. Everyone frowned. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng, when dim, was only at the level of Infinite Boundless Mountain's Ling Hui. When it was bright and dazzling, it chased after Meng Wan and Fan Qiu. One bright and one dark, alternating like a candle flame in the night wind. This kind of performance made everyone somewhat unable to guess. Saying that Feng Yunsheng was weak didn't seem right either. Let alone the other maidens of Extreme Yin, even the spectators would have a rather deep understanding of the Extreme Yin bout. They could tell that this woman who had once fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley had truly recovered her Extreme Yin physique. However, saying that she had the strength, Broad Creed Mountain's Elder Meng's heart was also a little drumming. It feels too unstable. Is it because the recovery of her Extreme Yin physique is still not complete? Elder Meng swiveled his head to glance at Yang Zhaoge. If she has not completely recovered, without a certain degree of confidence, Fu Inshu and Zhaoge should not be at ease letting her participate in the Extreme Yin bout. Perhaps Zhaoge and the others have also made an error in judgment, and this girl's extreme yin physique still has some hidden problems, not being able to be detected by others, yet having nowhere to hide before the extreme yin crown, her flaws being exposed. The sacred Sun Clan's Sunset Lord knit his brows slightly. While he very much hoped that something would happen to Broad Creed Mountain's maiden of extreme yin, the current situation seemed a little strange. The other sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners also focused their attention on Feng Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at Feng Yunsheng. Feeling Elder Meng's gaze, he swiveled his head to look at him, smiling. "Relax, Elder Meng, it's fine." Elder Meng swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. "Logically speaking, it is you all who are in charge of this girl's education and grooming, and this old man should not be speaking out of turn. However, the current situation really makes one feel a little uncertain. The sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan's superiority is clear. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu follows closely behind, similarly outstanding. Jade Sea City's Chen Suting similarly possesses competitiveness. The key is that this new girl of the sacred Sun Clan is actually also rather outstanding. Only the top 4 will be chosen in total. While from the looks of it, we won't be at the bottom, at the end of the day, we still have greater hopes." Elder Meng pondered as he said, "This old man is not dreaming that she will be able to obtain first place in her first extreme yin bout. However, with the current situation, could it be that her extreme yin physique has still not completely recovered?" Yang Zhaoge said leisurely, "Rest easy, Elder Meng. Junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme yin physique has long since successfully recovered. Her current state is just her adjusting herself." "Oh." Elder Meng looked towards Yang Zhaoge once more. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Under the combined effects of many methods, junior apprentice sister Feng's cultivation base has improved rapidly, already successfully stepping into the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Compared to Meng Wan, Fan Chiu, Chen Suting and the others who had previously received the help of the extreme yin crown, in terms of pure speed of improvement, not only is it not slow, it is instead even faster. In terms of individual cultivation bases, she is not at a disadvantage at all. Not only has her extreme yin power been restored, it has similarly been strengthened through many methods. The only problem is in the area of supreme extreme yin arts. The supreme extreme yin arts that she originally comprehended in the sacred Sun Clan now seem a little outdated, falling behind greatly when compared to Meng Wan and the others. The extreme yin scripture has the supreme extreme yin arts, possessing immense power, but conversely, the difficulty in cultivating in them is also very high. Time is still too tight at the end of the day, junior apprentice sister Feng lacking sufficient time to train in them. Also, these supreme extreme yin arts are best used as reference. Only supreme arts that are comprehended by oneself are most suitable for oneself. Yang Zhaoge said, "In my report to the clan earlier, I mentioned that in the 5th extreme yin bout, unless a pie falls from the heavens and one's luck is heaven-defying, it would be very hard for one to obtain first place. This is the reason why it is more used to accumulate experience as well as to fill in the gaps. However, even so, I was only joking with junior apprentice sister Feng when I said that it was fine as long as she wasn't at the bottom." Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "Junior apprentice sister Feng is very outstanding." Enveloped by the pillar of light that was bright at times whilst dim at others, Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, her gaze resolute. She abruptly let out a clear roar, resembling the roar of a dragon, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, her voice shaking the 9 heavens. The silhouette above her head gradually stabilized, becoming brighter and brighter. As everyone looked over, they saw that it was clearly a dragon of light that was half black, half white. The roar of the dragon grew louder and louder, causing the winds and clouds to change color. A saber in hand, a dragon of light coiled above Feng Yunsheng's head, its majestic roar drawing everyone's attention. As compared to Meng Wan's graceful bearing of a phoenix, Feng Yunsheng's roar of a dragon of the 9 heavens was vigorous and domineering. The mountain-splitting chisel above infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui's head shook, the heavenly thunder drum above Nyan Lei's head rumbling even more urgently. The massive vessel above Jade Sea City's Chen Suting's head shook slightly, the small umbrella above Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu's head spinning. As a maiden of extreme yin also participating in the bout for the first time, The snowy peak volcano above Yun Shouqing's head directly erupted. "We can't enter the second round?" Yang Zhaoge laughed. Haha. Chapter 330. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng had been fluctuating between brightness and darkness, appearing very unstable. But now, as the draconic cries rang out incessantly, the pillar of light also became brighter and brighter, becoming more and more stable, no longer flickering. Not as reserved as Meng Wan, Feng Yunsheng exerted force at this moment, domineering and sharp, causing the other participants of the extreme yin bout to feel an oppressive aura. Infinite boundless mountains Ling Hui was the first to feel this, followed closely by the heavenly thunder halls Nian Lei. Very quickly, the sacred sun clans Yun Shouqing and Jade Sea City's Chen Suting also felt the surging pressure brought about by Feng Yunsheng. The pillar of light that enveloped Feng Yunsheng became brighter and brighter, and its thickness also rapidly expanded in all directions. Yun Shouqing aside, even Chen Suting was overtaken by Feng Yunsheng. As the heavenly dragon roared, it soared into the sky, crushing one opponent after another and leaving them behind. Very quickly, even Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu's expression became more serious as she looked seriously at Feng Yunsheng. Meng Wan's gaze was fixed on Feng Yunsheng. A flash of light flashed in the depths of her eyes. There was joy and disappointment. The light pillar that enveloped Feng Yunsheng gradually stabilized, slightly inferior to Chasing Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu, yet having stably surpassed the sacred sun clans Yun Shouqing and Jade Sea City's Chen Suting, she was ranked third amongst everyone. When the onlookers saw this, they were shocked. Others aside, to the martial practitioners of the sacred sun clan, they all found it somewhat hard to believe. Similarly participating in the extreme yin bout for the first time, if Yun Shouqing could be considered a secret weapon prepared by the sacred sun clan, being able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, it would not be completely unacceptable to others. However, it was different for Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng, who had been sentenced to death by everyone in the sacred sun clan that year, her extreme yin physique having been deemed useless, had actually really recovered her extreme yin power, at the same time advancing a step further. After wasting so many years and starting over, he was actually able to reach such a level. It really shocked those who knew about it. The Sunset Lord stared fixedly at Feng Yunsheng, as if he wanted to see through her. His gaze was condensed to the point of seeming tangible, even somewhat touching the extreme yin crown. A chill suddenly arose within the Sunset Lord's heart, knowing that it was he who had incurred the backlash of the extreme yin crown. He hurriedly retracted his gaze, his face momentarily rather gloomy. Feng Yunsheng's outstanding performance was like a slap to the face of the sacred Sun clan. If it was only the advancement of his martial arts cultivation and outstanding strength, although it would be embarrassing, it was still barely acceptable. However, previously, when they judged that Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin physique was completely crippled, the group of people checked her body one after another. In the end, they all swore solemnly. Looking at it now, it seemed like a joke. All the sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who were in the know felt a fiery pain on their faces at this moment. Elder Meng had a gratified smile on his face as he nodded repeatedly. It's not in vain. It's really not in vain. We didn't waste our efforts. He swiveled his head to look at Yang Zhaoge, saying approvingly, Zhaoge, it's all thanks to you. Yang Zhaoge smiled, Elder Meng overpraises me. It was all thanks to junior apprentice sister Feng's own hard work as well as senior apprentice Aunt Fu's guidance. These words were not entirely out of courtesy. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yang Zhaoge also felt emotional. Now, she had finally stood once more on this stage that she had always yearned for, making her own people happy and her enemies vexed. However, how many people knew how much effort Feng Yunsheng had put in for this, how much suffering she had suffered? Other things aside, the cold marrow needles was one of the 7 great punishments alongside the soul-lighting lamp. It was a cruel torture that left one unable to live or die, a vicious method that could melt even a tough man who had been tempered 100 times into molten iron. And this punishment had not just been carried out once. Ever since a year ago, it had been carried out once in a while. Just before setting off to participate in the 5th extreme yin bout this time, Feng Yunsheng had just suffered it once more. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, who was slightly inferior to Fan Qiu, Yang Zhaoge said softly to himself, the the first round can be considered a literary competition. She still has some advantages that she has yet to display. In the second round of the martial competition, it will be even more shocking. At this moment, seeing Meng Wan, Fan Qiu and Feng Yunxing respectively ranked in the top 3, already occupying the 3 spots for advancement, Yun Xiuqing and Chen Suting could not help but feel rather anxious. While no anxiousness could be seen on Yun Xiuqing's usually cold and expressionless face, her expression was clearly even colder, a cold light shining within her eyes. Jade Sea City's Chen Suting's expression was grave to the extreme. She was the victor of the second Extreme Yin bout, also having once become the owner of the Extreme Yin crown. That feeling, after having tasted it once, she hoped that it would last forever. The two began circulating their strength with all their might, communicating with the Extreme Yin crown, strengthening the resonance between them and the sacred artifact, seeking to obtain more of its acknowledgement. The 2 pillars of light that enveloped them shook slightly, also beginning to gradually grow thicker, brighter. Seeing this, Meng Wan frowned slightly. The Sunset Lord's expression also changed slightly as he said in a heavy tone, "Xiuqing, don't be hasty." Before his words had landed, the tall mountain above Yun Xiuqing's head suddenly shook intensely. Yun Xiuqing's face turned slightly pale. Then, she saw a crack appear at the bottom of that snowy peak that spurted flames and lava, the crack continuing upwards all the way to its peak. The next moment, the tall snowy peak began to mightily collapse and shatter. A hint of pain and unwillingness flashed through Yun Xiuqing's eyes. She knew her own matters best. She was the clearest about her own situation. Of the maidens of Extreme Yin present, she was the youngest, her cultivation base the lowest. In other words, her foundation was the shallowest. While her Extreme Yin power was dense and powerful, the supreme Extreme Yin arts that she cultivated in also extraordinary, forcibly pushing it, squeezing out her potential, would result in her collapsing halfway through. It was not that Yun Xiuqing was unaware of the risks involved, but she still wanted to try her best. Sadly, her strides were too fast and too great, ultimately still not enough. Looking at the lowered Yun Xiuqing, Meng Wan shook her head slightly, sighing. The Sunset Lord and the other sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners were all speechless as well. The pillar of light that enveloped Yun Xiuqing gradually dimmed, finally vanishing. The other 6 pillars of light also completely stabilized, and the first round of the Extreme Yin bout thus came to an end. In the end, Feng Yunxing, Meng Wan, Fan Qiu, and Chen Suting passed. Next, they would compete against each other until the final winner was decided. The Sunset Lord sorted out his thoughts and restrained his emotions. He turned to look at An Qinglin. In the past, the second round has always been a competition between 2 people. This time, it's 4 people, and there will be 3 matches. Will the first 2 matches be based on the performance of the first round, with the first against the fourth and second against the third, or will the opponents be decided by drawing lots? An Qinglin said, first against fourth, second against third. Elder Meng, the Sunset Lord, and the others all nodded in agreement. Feng Yunxing glanced at Meng Wan, and Meng Wan looked back at her at the same time. Then, Feng Yunxing's gaze turned to the other side, looking at her next opponent, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu. To be continued. Chapter 331. After the first round, based on the results, first versus fourth, second versus third, began the second round. Therefore, as the third-ranked Feng Yunxing, her next opponent was the second-ranked Fan Qiu. Meanwhile, the other match was between Meng Wan and Jade Sea City's Chen Suting. Feng Yunxing and Fan Qiu first retreated from the radiance of the Extreme Yin crown, leaving only Meng Wan and Chen Suting within. Clear, silent moonlight enveloped the heavens and covered the earth, vast and boundless as it seemed to have transformed into a white sea of light at this moment. Within the faint moonlight, the figures of Meng Wan and Fan Qiu could vaguely be seen. Chen Suting raised her right hand, forming a saber with her palm as she chopped out towards Meng Wan. Within the moonlight sea, a massive black vessel instantly appeared, riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting apart the tides as it shot towards Meng Wan. As the massive vessel sailed, numerous waves were kicked up, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. High up in the sky, the bright moon hung high. Within the moonlight, There seemed to be a pure white crown, emitting a faint radiance which bolstered that massive black vessel, causing its aura to grow increasingly extraordinary as it gradually filled the world before it, as though it was about to traverse the infinite sea of bitterness, arriving at the other shore. On the other side, Meng Wan's expression was tranquil, elegant, and noble. She opened her mouth, emitting a clear phoenix cry from low to high. While it was not all that majestic and domineering, it resounded throughout the entire world of moonlight at this moment. The next moment, Meng Wan's figure vanished. Then, a phoenix that was half black and half white shot into the skies from the moonlight sea, shaking the 9 heavens. The phoenix soared into the skies, coiling around the bright moon in the sky. What shocked everyone was that, surrounded by the phoenix, that bright moon actually gradually shrunk. Very quickly, the bright moon that hung high up in the sky became only the size of a pearl. Yet, amidst the clear cry of that phoenix, it suddenly opened its mouth, actually swallowing the bright moon whole. Seeing this, Jade Sea City's Chen Suting's expression instantly changed. Immediately afterwards, the phoenix descended from the skies, shooting towards the massive black vessel. The cold, silent moonlight was not blazing, yet seemed to freeze time. Dense moonlight accompanied the descent of the phoenix, locking down the massive black vessel on the sea's surface. Then, the phoenix's black and white wings flapped. The massive black vessel that had possessed a majestic, unstoppable momentum earlier instantly began tilting on the sea's surface, gradually flipping over as it finally sunk into the sea. Chen Suting stood still, her face a little pale. The fire phoenix landed in front of her, and the black and white flames dissipated, revealing Meng Wan's figure. The bright moon that had disappeared after being swallowed by the fire phoenix had reappeared in the sky at some point in time. Meng Wan looked at Chen Suting and said softly, "Senior Sister Chen, thank you for letting me win." Seeing Meng Wan and Chen Suting emerge from the world of moonlight together, other than those of the Sacred Sun clan, everyone else fell silent. Everyone knew that Meng Wan was very strong and that she outshone others. But to be so strong to such an extent still made them speechless for a moment. In the first 2 or 3 extreme yin bouts, Chen Suting had fought Meng Wan to a stalemate. Even if she was defeated, she would still be able to force Meng Wan to go all out. Yet now, facing Meng Wan, she had suffered a crushing defeat. The moment the fire phoenix swallowed the moon, the victor had already been decided. Meng Wan had completely left her formidable opponent in the past behind, and it was difficult for her to catch up. The face of the martial grandmaster expert leading Jade Sea City's team was sunken. To Jade Sea City, losing to others was fine, but losing to someone of the Sacred Sun clan really made them feel stifled. However, this longtime elder couldn't show it, only able to console her. The blow that Chen Suting had suffered was even greater than his. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion Lord and Qinglin appraised Meng Wan once more at this moment. She naturally had some understanding of Meng Wan, but having seen today's match, she couldn't help but value Meng Wan even more. The Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan, in the extreme yin bouts, was virtually like your father Yang Di and the current you amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Looking fixedly at Meng Wan, Broad Creed Mountain's elder Meng sighed after a while, at the peak, overlooking all life forms, a virtually unshakable dominance and sense of oppression. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, not speaking. At this moment, within the world of moonlight, after Meng Wan and Chen Suting had retreated, Feng Yunxing and Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu stepped within. After the two had exchanged greetings, Fan Qiu brought her palms together before pushing them forward together. A seemingly small paper umbrella appeared within the world of moonlight, opening, flying into the air. The next moment, the scenes within the world of moonlight abruptly changed. That paper umbrella that didn't seem very big, after opening, actually seemed to obscure the entire sky. Below the umbrella was a world, while above the umbrella was yet another world. Raising her head and gazing over, Feng Yunxing suddenly saw a dense mass of darkness before her, bright and clear, as though the moonlight that had illuminated the heavens and the earth had actually completely vanished. Even the ocean of moonlight down below seemed to be gradually dissipating. Before her, there was only boundless darkness, the darkness wanting to devour her. Outside of the world of moonlight, The scene before everyone's eyes was that the world of moonlight had suddenly split into two, the upper half still bright. While the moonlight was not blazing and piercing, it was vast and boundless, causing one's mind to involuntarily be immersed within. That bright moon still hung high up in the sky, its moonlight illuminating the paper umbrella. However, the lower half of the world was completely pitch black, not the slightest bit of light visible. An umbrella opened, resembling a heavenly canopy that obscured the sky above, causing those beneath it to be unable to see any light at all. And even outside of the world of moonlight, everyone could still vaguely feel that within the world of darkness beneath that umbrella, an aura of extreme coldness and extermination was surging. It was as though everything would be eternally sealed in ice, without any light at all, also without any heat at all, soundlessly heading towards destruction. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Compared to the time of the fourth extreme yin bout, not only has her personal cultivation base improved, her supreme extreme yin arts have also been improved a step further. If we just purely compare the power of supreme extreme yin arts, it is not inferior to that of Meng Wan and Yun Xiuqing of the Sacred Sun clan. Seeing this scene, the expressions of those of the Sacred Sun clan also turned somewhat more solemn. Meng Wan's expression didn't change in the slightest as she only stared at that lower half of the world of moonlight, that deep darkness. Suddenly, a vigorous, tyrannical roar of a dragon resounded amidst the silent world. Within the darkness, a dragon of light that was half black, half white suddenly shot into the skies, colliding head-on with the paper umbrella from below. The paper umbrella swayed, nearly being knocked over by the light dragon. As the light dragon roared recklessly, it unceasingly collided with the paper umbrella, its momentum shocking. Above the umbrella, beneath the moonlight, Fan Qiu pursed her lips tightly, her expression solemn as never before as she also exerted her full power, locking the umbrella in place, as well as that world of darkness beneath it, entering a stalemate with the light dragon, not giving it a chance to turn the tables. The light dragon's tyrannical claw directly left a few cracks on the umbrella's surface. Through the cracks, the moon descended, causing the world of darkness beneath the umbrella to instantly brighten somewhat. Bathed in the moonlight, the power of that black and white light dragon also grew stronger and stronger. Fan Qiu's extended hands pressed downwards forcefully together. The paper umbrella suddenly rotated, the force of its rotation instantly deflecting the impact of the light dragon to the side. As the moonlight descended, the cracks on the paper umbrella also began to heal. The two began an intense battle within this world of moonlight. To be continued. Chapter 332. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at the world of moonlight. In his conversation with Elder Meng just now, there was a situation that Yang Zhaoge had actually not told Elder Meng. As the current Feng Yunsheng still had to temper the supreme extreme yin arts that she cultivated in, she actually had a shortcoming in actual combat against other maidens of extreme yin through the extreme yin crown. That was, he couldn't endure a protracted battle. Only a few people knew about this matter. Yang Zhaoge and the others all kept their mouths tightly shut. In the future, with the passage of time, when the supreme extreme yin skill was gradually perfected and practiced, this problem would no longer be a problem. However, for the current Feng Yunsheng, it was best to end the battle as soon as possible. A prolonged battle would cause her to gradually run out of strength. It just so happened that her current opponent, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu, no matter if it was the martial arts she cultivated in, or her personal combat style, they were all the slowly grinding type. Fan Qiu did not know Feng Yunsheng's problem, but the way she fought, unintentionally targeted Feng Yunsheng's shortcoming. And in terms of their current resonance with the extreme yin crown, Fan Qiu was even somewhat superior. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Feng Yunsheng to win. Yang Zhaoge, on the other hand, was not in a rush. Having successfully entered the second round, Feng Yunsheng had already achieved her goal. He also very much wanted to see how Feng Yunsheng would act under such a disadvantageous situation. The battle was still in a stalemate. The light dragon under the umbrella was still as mighty and fierce as ever. It struck the umbrella, causing it to sway and crack after crack. However, as the paper umbrella spun, most of the light dragon's strength was dissipated. Moonlight shone down from above, and the cracks rapidly mended. The two sides fought fiercely for a long time, and the light dragon's power finally began to gradually weaken. The boundless darkness under the umbrella, the extreme cold and silence annihilated all living things. When the light dragon was at its peak, it was difficult to invade, but now, it began to wear down the light dragon's power. The flashing black and white light dragon roused itself and roused its spirit. Once again, it stirred up waves and fiercely charged at the paper umbrella. The paper umbrella spun faster, trying its best to dissipate the power of the light dragon. After a few waves of attacks, Guanglong's aura dropped once more. However, Feng Yunsheng's willpower was firm and she was extremely resilient. Even so, she still forcefully circulated her strength and refused to admit defeat. Low, rising, uncontrollably sliding down again, then trying to rise again. The light dragon rose and fell like a candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished. But everyone could see that under Fan Qiu's stalling and grinding tactics, Feng Yunsheng's strength was gradually being drained like warm water. He kept urging his power, but after a short burst, he fell into an even deeper trough. Although it kept rising and falling, the overall trend was that the black and white light dragon's power was slowly declining. Fan Qiu's situation was not good either. She had used up a lot of energy. Although the current battle style was her specialty, and also the specialty of her supreme extreme yin skill, Feng Yunsheng's explosive power was strong, and her tenacity was also extremely strong. As they continued to clash, Fan Qiu's strength fell rapidly, and she was no longer at her peak. In the end, the spinning speed of the paper umbrella had become very slow. The tiers that had been torn open were no longer as fast as before. Both sides were gradually running out of energy in this protracted battle. Fan Qiu relied on her deeper foundation and her own expertise in this kind of fighting style to steadily gain the upper hand, but even if she won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Looking at the unyielding light dragon amidst the darkness, Elder Meng had a worried look on his face. Don't let her become like that little miss surnamed Yun of the Sacred Sun clan. Yang Zhaoge similarly looked at the light dragon. She won't. Rest easy, Elder Meng. Looking first at Feng Yunsheng, then at the similarly exhausted Fan Qiu, Elder Meng wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Elder is worried that, no matter who wins or loses, in a situation where they have expended a great deal of energy, they would be hard-pressed to deal with Meng Wan who easily won the previous round. Yang Zhaoge seemed to know what Elder Meng was thinking. This way, it would be equivalent to both us and Turbid Wave Pavilion who have no conflict with each other suffering heavy losses, finally benefiting the enemy, the Sacred Sun clan, right? Hearing his words, Elder Meng sighed. As a martial practitioner, striving hard for victory is inevitable. Whether it is for strategy or profit, giving way in a battle, life and death, victory or defeat, as long as this thought arises, it would more or less be detrimental to one's faith and will in the martial Tao. This old man naturally understands this principle, and also has no intention of asking that child to give way. It's just that the current situation really makes one feel regretful. Yang Zhaoge said, I understand. Perhaps you still have some considerations in your heart. Since you can't win, why not just conserve your strength, not letting others see through your depth? This way, in the next competition, it might be a little more advantageous. Elder Meng sighed, not speaking. Yang Zhaoge said quietly, the previous question, right, to be honest, in this year's Extreme Yin bout, actually after seeing the battle between Meng Wan and Jade Sea City's Chen Suting just now, in my eyes, the ownership of the Extreme Yin crown has already been decided. Elder Meng swiveled his head to look at Yang Zhaoge, who nodded, unless Meng Wan is like back then, with a major problem cropping up in her body, whether it is Junior Apprentice Sister Feng or Turbid Wave Pavilion's Junior Apprentice Sister Fan, even at their peak condition, they would also not be able to defeat Meng Wan this year. Opponent of Flowing Water, Meng Wan forged of iron. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. As you said earlier, Elder Meng, in the Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan really bore some resemblance to my father when he was young on the path of the martial Tao. If it is as you put it. Elder Meng knit his brows slightly. Gazing at the world of moonlight, Yang Zhaoge said softly, however, some paths must be walked, some things must be done. These are all paths that must be taken. Yang Zhaoge suddenly smiled slightly. In the actual process of a battle, one can be flexible and changeable, temporarily avoiding the enemy's sharpness before striking out with a surprise attack, subduing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, in a battle, to fight or not to fight, sometimes, there is no need to choose. Even knowing that you are not a match, you must still dare to fight. Hearing his words, Elder Meng's gaze flickered slightly as he swiveled his head to look at the world of moonlight. Then, he saw that black and white light dragon which had originally already been gradually weakening, seemingly at the end of its road, suddenly erupt with shocking power. It was even more powerful than when the battle had just begun, surpassing its previous peak state. Fan Qiu was momentarily stunned. Before this, she had also always been on guard against Feng Yunsheng holding back, preparing for a final counterattack. However, as time passed, while Feng Yunsheng had never been willing to give up, unceasingly launching counterattacks, not stopping for even a moment, the overall momentum of her continuing decline indicated that she was gradually running out of oil, imperceptibly lowering Fan Qiu's expectations of her final eruption of power. That paper umbrella, having experienced countless blows, while it still stood tall, it was currently already extremely weak, no longer as powerful as it had been at the start. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng erupted with power that far surpassed the norm, the black and white light dragon roaring as it directly ripped the paper umbrella apart. Bathed under the moonlight, traversing the sky, the light dragon roared proudly to the 9 heavens as it arrived before Fan Qiu. Feng Yunsheng's figure appeared, her face pale as paper, not a single drop of blood visible. However, her expression was calm, her gaze firm as ever, not fluctuating in the least. Junior apprentice Sister Fan, thanks for letting me win. Fan Qiu's face was similarly pale, but she still said sincerely, Senior apprentice Sister Feng, I admire you. If not for the extreme yin bout, I would already be dead. The sudden change in the battle situation caused everyone present to sigh in admiration. They all focused on Feng Yunsheng, unable to shift their gazes away for a long time. It was the same for Elder Meng, while Yang Zhaoge said, this is also Junior apprentice Sister Feng's final blow. If she doesn't succeed, she will perish. I'm afraid that she won't have any strength left to battle Meng Wan. However, this final match still has to be fought. As Elder Meng gazed over, Yang Zhaoge said softly, some things are very important. Junior apprentice Sister Feng wants to personally verify them. Chapter 333. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Elder Meng's expression changed slightly. You mean, now, we are verifying some things in preparation for what comes next. Yang Zhaoge said, in my eyes, there actually isn't a 5th, 6th or 7th extreme yin bout. What I see is a complete competition, the start, the first half, the second half, and even the final result. Hearing his words, Elder Meng nodded lightly, no longer saying anything. Currently, within the moonlight world, Feng Yunsheng and Fan Qiu were in a great battle, both sides virtually suffering heavy losses. Having won a Pyrrhic victory, Feng Yunsheng had expended too much of her energy, unable to continue competing with Meng Wan. However, Feng Yunsheng still forcibly held on, battling with Meng Wan. Finally, the weakened heavenly dragon went dormant once more. In contrast, after having been defeated in the 4th extreme yin bout, Meng Wan returned as a monarch once more, the phoenix dancing amongst the 9 heavens. After having been battered beneath Broad Creed Mountain, having suffered heavy losses, the Sacred Sun clan finally regained some ground on another battlefield. Having lost the Great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler and regained the Extreme Yin Crown, because the east-coming Martial Saint Huang Guanglie was unable to wield the Extreme Yin Crown, the Sacred Sun clan's overall strength was still somewhat inferior to when Huang Guanglie had left seclusion and stepped onto Broad Creed Mountain. However, with a sacred artifact in hand, the Sacred Sun clan's back could finally stand up a little straighter, stopping their earlier decline as they had the capital to reconsider how to reclaim their lost territory. Looking at that pure white crown that resembled a bright moon descending from the heavens, slowly descending onto Meng Wan's head, Yang Zhaoge could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Feng Yunsheng returned to Broad Creed Mountain's side, her face still very pale, but her expression calm, just that flame seemed to be leaping within her gaze. Gazing back, the fiery light within Feng Yunsheng's pupils was not directed at Meng Wan, instead being directed at that slowly descending white crown. As the others praised Meng Wan's strength, their gazes towards Feng Yunsheng were also filled with emotion. Feng Yunsheng could also be considered to have shocked the world with a single feat in her first Extreme Yin bout. She had already surpassed all the other maidens of Extreme Yin aside from Meng Wan. Whether it was the veteran expert Jade Sea City's Chen Suting who had once won the second Extreme Yin bout, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Chiu who had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat last year, obtaining the final victory in her first competition, or the ambitious work of the Sacred Sun Clan this time, the powerful newcomer Yun Xiuqing. Facing Feng Yunsheng, they were all submissive. This was especially so for Fan Chiu. In the past year, it had always been her who had been in charge of the Extreme Yin crown. With its help, she had improved rapidly, being a strong contender for first place in this year's 5th Extreme Yin bout. Still, she had still been defeated by Feng Yunsheng in the end. From the first round of the competition and the second round of the competition, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that in terms of pure foundation, Fan Chiu was even slightly superior. However, in terms of actual combat, Feng Yunsheng was superior. While the exact enmity between Feng Yunsheng and the Sacred Sun Clan was limited to others, thanks to Lin Ju and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a considerable portion of people knew about it. Feng Yunsheng's Extreme Yin physique had once suffered a problem, only beginning to recover after the third Extreme Yin bout with the help of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain. Starting afresh, having achieved such results in just 2 years at most, it was really shocking. Everyone could not help but think, if Feng Yunsheng was given a little more time, if she had started at the same starting line as Meng Wan, Chen Suting and the others, what heights would she have been able to reach? Could Meng Wan's near-invincible dominance in the Extreme Yin bouts still be the same as it was now? At this moment, while Meng Wan had finally emerged victorious, even the expressions of those of the Sacred Sun Clan were somewhat solemn. Feng Yunsheng returned to Yang Zhaoge's side, who asked, "How much?" The question sounded a little out of the blue, but Feng Yunsheng clearly knew what Yang Zhaoge meant as she answered softly, "My body is weak, and I was able to persevere for a shorter period of time. I can only give a rough estimate. Little Wan is currently around 77 to 82%. Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly, pondering, that can basically be counted as 80%, or for safety's sake, the lowest 77%. He lowered his head, looking at Feng Yunsheng, "Just me watching from the side or you watching from the side won't be of any use. You have to personally clash with her. Now that you have already clashed with her, using the Extreme Yin scripture to derive it, do you have confidence in breaking Meng Wan's supreme Extreme Yin arts?" Feng Yunsheng pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "Under the current situation, I am less than 50% confident. A year later, after my strength has increased again, and I have also perfected my supreme Extreme Yin arts, I will have confidence." Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. A year later, Meng Wan will also have improved, and at the same time, she may also have comprehended an even more powerful supreme Extreme Yin arts. However, even if she has a new move, it will also be of the same lineage as her previous moves, with traces to be found. Your chances will still be very high. Do you still remember what I said to you earlier? Right now, it is only the first half, and can even only be counted as the preparatory phase before the official start. Feng Yunsheng nodded. "Rest easy, I understand." Glancing back at the Extreme Yin crown on Meng Wan's head again, she sighed softly. Yang Zhaoge similarly stared at the Extreme Yin crown on Meng Wan's head, his gaze sweeping across the people of the Sacred Sun Clan as he thought, after all the preparations have been completed, it should be time to make a trip to the extreme northern lands. I hope that the actual situation is the same as my predictions. That way, I can first send you a gift, taking it as a return gift for attacking my Broad Creed Mountain, as well as a congratulatory gift for today. The curtains fell on the 6th Extreme Yin bout. On this day every year, it was destined that some would be happy while others would be sad. This year was naturally no exception. Amidst joy, the Sacred Sun Clan could also heave a sigh of relief, their sharpness that had been thwarted by Broad Creed Mountain earlier flourishing once more. Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain would inevitably have to sort out their own strategies in response to the rise in strength of the Sacred Sun Clan. Turbid Wave Pavilion was comparatively calm, but more or less also felt a little down. The one with the most complicated feelings would probably be the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Facing the pressure of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 clans, the increase in strength of their allies meant that the strength of their own clan had also increased. The Heavenly Thunder Hall also had some breathing room. However, while their originally already powerful allies had become even more powerful, the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Hall itself had not increased. This inevitably caused the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall to feel worried. What was even more worrying was that while their Maiden of Extreme Yin had grown in strength, her opponents were even fiercer. Those who had been powerful in the past were still powerful this year, even becoming even more powerful. And the newcomers who had appeared this year were even more dazzling. While they were improving, so were their opponents. However, the speed of their improvement was even faster than their own. From another perspective, that was equivalent to them having regressed. The hope before them thus grew more and more remote, to the point that all of the Heavenly Thunder Hall vaguely felt that there was no hope for the Extreme Yin bout. How the Heavenly Thunder Hall felt frustrated and defeated was not within the scope of Yang Zhaoge's concern. What he was concerned about was whether the local snake that was the Heavenly Thunder Hall would interfere with his journey north. With this year's Extreme Yin bout having ended, he had already done all that he had to do. Now, it was time for him to hurry over to the East Sea. Some of the things that he needed had gradually been gathered and prepared. Now, it was time for him to head north. The method to revive Shijun and his mother, the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint as well as the gift he had prepared for the Sacred Sun clan were all there. To be continued. Chapter 334. After the Extreme Yin bout, Elder Meng brought Feng Yunsheng back to the Heaven Domain's Broad Creed Mountain, while Yang Zhaoge traveled alongside the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, heading to the Water Domain together. Some of the things that had been arranged and prepared before were gradually completed. Only 2 or 3 things were still being prepared. Yang Zhaoge first headed to the Water Domain. After making all the necessary preparations there, he traversed the East Sea and the North Sea by sea, heading to the extreme northern lands. There were still people waiting for him in the East Sea. A newly entered Maiden of Extreme Yin had already been kept by Fu Inshu's side, at the same time awaiting Yang Zhaoge's evaluation, as well as a tailor-made grooming plan for her. When Yang Zhaoge arrived at the Water Domain, the one who received him became the Seven Seas young master Song Chao. Now that the two could be considered to be extremely familiar with each other, seeing him, Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Song, I have disturbed you." Song Chao also smiled. "No need to stand on ceremony, junior apprentice brother Yang." After bidding farewell to Chen Suting and the others, the two headed for the outer East Sea. Along the way, they passed by the scenery of the Sea Kingdom, causing Yang Zhaoge to click his tongue in admiration. In terms of pure domain area, of the 8 extremities world: sky, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake, the Water Domain was the largest. However, more than half of the water area was the sea. According to custom, the Heaven Territory was divided into 5 continents, the Fire Territory was also divided into 5 continents, the Wind Territory was divided into 4 continents, and the Thunder Territory was divided into 6 continents. The mountain region was divided into 4 large mountain ranges within its borders. Each large region was called a territory, so there were 4 territories. The divisions of the lake region were called DAOs. The 6 DAOs of the lake region were also known as the 6 DAOs of the north and south. The Water Domain was the most special, because most cities were built on islands. The ruler of the sacred ground, Jade Sea City, was also named after the city. Therefore, the city was used as the division of regions. It was a region that revolved around a city on land or a city on a huge island in the sea. Its influence and control radiated to the surrounding area. There were 9 such cities in the Water Domain, collectively known as the 9 cities of the Water Domain. Of these, there were 3 on land and 6 on the sea, 1 each in the inner North Sea and the inner South Sea, and 4 including Jade Sea City in the inner East Sea. There was an island where one of the 9 cities of the Water Domain was located. Although it was called an island, it was actually very large, like a small continent. "Junior apprentice brother Yang, you are going to the East Sea to meet the Flame Devils," Song Chao said as he walked. "While the 6 great sacred grounds have each sent their experts to guard the outer East Sea and slay the Flame Devils together, there would still occasionally be fish that slip through the net. While they would all be killed afterwards, they would still cause great damage within a short period of time. In coming to the East Sea this time, Yang Zhaoge had nominally been to meet the Flame Devils. Hearing his words now, he nodded. Many thanks for Senior Apprentice Brother Song's reminder. Before coming, I already had some understanding of this situation, and will be careful. Song Chao said, it's good that you are aware of this. Speaking of this, it was fortunate that the descent of the 9 underworlds was stopped and the decimating abyss was purged as well. Otherwise, our 8 extremities world would inevitably be attacked from both sides. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look in the direction of the inland to the west. While the decimating abyss has been exterminated, the 9 underworlds still have to be guarded against. While the first hand that extended in has been severed, the 9 underworlds' evil devils are accustomed to bewitching people's hearts, finding the weak points and loopholes in people's hearts. Their ability to infiltrate and corrode is too great, making it hard to guard against. Song Chao sighed, that's right, he escorted Yang Zhaoge all the way, even staying within the boundaries of the water domain of the inner East Sea, all the way to the outer East Sea where he met up with Fu Inshu, only taking his leave after exchanging greetings with her. After Song Chao had left, Fu Inshu swiveled her head to look at Yang Zhaoge. I have already heard of the results of the extreme yin bout. How was the process? Did we achieve our target? Yang Zhaoge nodded. We basically achieved our target. Fu Inshu said, that's good then. Since you have arrived, wait here for a moment. I will call Liu Hua over for you to check. Yin Liu Hua was that maiden of extreme yin that the previous first seat elder of the East Sea Chang Zheng had discovered. Very quickly, she appeared before Yang Zhaoge and Fu Inshu. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years of age, and was still in the body refinement realm. She had previously been a solitary practitioner, learning from her master. Her master had some level of attainment, but had perished at the hands of the Flame Devils a few days ago. Yin Liu Hua was rather tall amongst women, her looks also rather decent. Looking at Yang Zhaoge now, she bowed respectfully. Yang Zhaoge's fame had spread far and wide in recent years, with rumors spreading even far away on the East Sea. While she did not understand the specifics, before entering Broad Creed Mountain, she had already heard of this senior apprentice brother's great name. After she had entered the clan, while Fu Inshu had not mentioned it, there had been other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners stationed at the East Sea who had reminded her that while the Yang Zhaoge before her was young, his authority in the clan was on the same level as Fu Inshu's. It was even to the extent that in some areas, Yang Zhaoge's authority was even greater than Fu Inshu's. Yang Zhaoge, who had rendered great merit time and time again, with his current age and cultivation base, had already reached the point where he could no longer be rewarded in the clan. After the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge, who had rendered great merit, once more set a precedent for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, being allowed to freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository. This was something that had never happened before in the history of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Before Yang Zhaoge, only the chief and the first seat elder of the martial repository could freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository. Other than former chief like Yuan Zhengfeng, who had stepped down from the position of chief, even the grand elders who wanted to enter the 4th level of the martial repository were not able to do so just because they wanted to. There were some details that Yin Liu Hua was still unable to come into contact with now. Even if she knew about it, without having personally witnessed it, without having personally experienced it, it would be very hard for her to understand how Yang Zhaoge had been able to ascend to such a high position at such a young age as a martial grandmaster. However, this did not prevent her from realizing Yang Zhaoge's weight. Moreover, even if she could not realize how extraordinary Yang Zhaoge was, she also knew that his father, Yang Di, had already officially taken over the position of chief of Broad Creed Mountain. Yang Zhaoge appraised Yin Liu Hua for a moment, his gaze finally falling on her wrist. Yin Liu Hua instantly felt as though Yang Zhaoge's gaze was tangible as it rested on her wrist, diagnosing her pulse and probing the condition of her body. After a while, Yang Zhaoge retracted his gaze, saying to Fu Inshu, "Your foundation in extreme yin power is not bad, and can be nurtured. However, your current cultivation base is a little on the low side. Having started too late, it would be very hard for you to catch up to the others." While last year's Fan Chiu of Turbid Wave Pavilion and this year's Yun Shoqing of the Sacred Sun Clan only participated in the 4th and 5th Extreme Yin bouts respectively, Turbid Wave Pavilion and the Sacred Sun Clan have actually already been grooming them for a very long time, definitely not just a short 1 or 2 years. Fan Qiu aside, the Sacred Sun Clan's Yun Xiuqing, who just popped up this year, was probably discovered by the Sacred Sun Clan not long after junior apprentice Sister Feng left the world illuminating peak. Afterwards, they began grooming her, with Meng Wan replacing junior apprentice Sister Feng and her filling in for Meng Wan. Chapter 335. Yang Zhaoge wasn't very clear on Yin Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao. It was just that according to the words of Broad Creed Mountain's elder Chang Zheng, who had discovered her, Yin Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao was also very outstanding. Yang Zhaoge had also acknowledged that she possessed the power of extreme yin after inspecting her. While there was still a gap between her and Fan Qiu and Meng Wan, it was still not bad, being on the same level as Chen Suting, Nian Lei, and Ling Hui. This way, with Yang Zhaoge's various grooming methods, her innate deficiencies could be made up for later, and her final accomplishments would also not be low. However, the problem was that Yin Liuhua's current cultivation base was too low. While cultivation base was not the only deciding factor, it was also one of the most important factors affecting a maiden of extreme yin's ability to communicate with the extreme yin crown. Not speaking of anything else, even a maiden of extreme yin would need to be at least a martial scholar before being able to communicate with the extreme yin crown. While the power of extreme yin was strong and the arts of extreme yin were powerful, if one's cultivation base was too low, it would be very hard for them to compete with other maidens of extreme yin. This was the case for the Sacred Sun Clan's Yun Xiuqing. However, even Yun Xiuqing was already an outer aura martial scholar. Not to mention stepping into the Xiantian stage like Meng Wan and Chen Suting, if Yun Xiuqing was a late outer aura martial scholar like Feng Yunsheng, Fan Qiu and the others, victory or defeat aside, she would at least not have been beaten up by Feng Yunsheng and the others in the process. Meanwhile, Yin Liuhua before them was really a little too late to start now. It was impossible for the frontrunners to just stand where they were and wait for her to catch up as they all shot forward together. If time dragged on a little longer, with Yin Liuhua working hard, with the various methods and resources of Yang Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain constantly supporting her, whether or not she could defeat Meng Wan and Feng Yunsheng, there would still be hope for her to catch up to the others. However, that would require a rather long period of time. Currently, the situation in the Eight Extremities world was ever-changing. Even Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng often had the feeling that their plans would not be able to keep up with the changes, let alone Yin Liuhua's current situation. Fu Inshu said, "While it will be difficult to catch up to Meng Wan and the others, it is not impossible. Didn't Yunsheng charge all the way to her current level in less than 3 years?" Yang Zhaoge glanced at Yin Liuhua, saying, "That being said, it is not easy. It will still have to depend on her." Fu Inshu said, "Liuhua's talent in the martial Dao is still not bad. While her previous master also had some skill, he still held her back somewhat. Now that she has entered my Broad Creed Mountain, as long as she is willing to work hard, it is not impossible for her to advance by leaps and bounds, catching up to others. Moreover, Yunsheng's current condition is very good. Our clan can already see the dawn of hope in seizing the extreme yin crown. If it's Liuhua, being able to act as Yunsheng's assistant like that little girl surnamed Yun of the Sacred Sun Clan this year and raise their chances of victory, that would already be sufficient." Fu Inshu's words were said right in front of Yin Liuhua. She swiveled her head to look at her. "If you can defeat Yunsheng, Liuhua, the heavy burden of our clan obtaining the extreme yin crown will naturally fall on your shoulders. You started off late. If you have great ambitions, you will have to work harder, advancing bravely and resolutely." Looking first at Fu Inshu, then at Yang Zhaoge, Yin Liuhua hurriedly said, "Please give me some pointers, senior apprentice brother Yang." Yang Zhaoge said calmly, "Our grooming plan for you will be completely the same as junior apprentice Sister Feng's. Logically speaking, having started off late, the intensity of your cultivation should be greater, only then being able to catch up to junior apprentice Sister Feng and the others. However, junior apprentice Sister Feng's cultivation intensity is already extremely high, often even surpassing the limits of what a human can bear. If we continue to raise it for you, you might not be able to bear it." Yang Zhaoge said, "Therefore, we will temporarily do the same as junior apprentice Sister Feng did back then. After you have experienced it for yourself, If you feel that you can bear even more, we will then increase the amount at our discretion. Yin Liuhua pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that entering Broad Creed Mountain might not be as blissful as she had originally thought. However, she also had some of the pride of a youth as she immediately said, "Rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yang. I will definitely cultivate diligently." Yang Zhaoge nodded. Other than that, as a maiden of extreme yin, you must pay attention to protecting yourself. It is fine within the clan, but when outside, you must be wary of others plotting against you. I believe that senior apprentice Aunt Fu should have already warned you about this. Fu Inshu said, "This is only natural." Yin Liuhua hurriedly said, "Yes, Master has already warned me about this many times." The way she addressed Fu Inshu and how she was currently dressed in the white clothes of an ordinary disciple, when the longtime elders of the disciplinary hall heard of it, they would inevitably frown. Yang Zhaoge, however, didn't mind this too much. Having accepted Yin Liuhua as a disciple, the clan had never treated her as an ordinary disciple from the start. Her joining Fu Inshu's lineage along with Feng Yunsheng was also something that could be foreseen. While she was currently dressed in white, following by Fu Inshu's side, enjoying the various resources of the clan as well as Fu Inshu's personal treasures, she was definitely not someone that ordinary disciples could compare to. This had nothing to do with fairness. Fairness lay in equal opportunities. However, with differences in conditions between people, if the clan wanted to produce peak talents, it would definitely work hard to make its experts stronger, rather than forcing them to be equal. Of course, enjoying more authority and gains would come with corresponding responsibilities. It was just that Yin Liuhua herself shouldn't have the guts to address Fu Inshu like this now. It was most likely due to Fu Inshu's influence. Yang Zhaoge scratched his head a little at this rather unscrupulous senior apprentice aunt of his. Fu Inshu acted nonchalantly as she looked at Yang Zhaoge, asking, "Have you made any progress regarding the matter of little Jun and his mother?" Yang Zhaoge answered, "In these next few days, the final things that I need should be in my hands. At that time, I will set off. However, as for how confident I am, I will still have to investigate the area before I can know." Fu Inshu sighed lightly, "You should keep this matter in mind. If there's anything you need, just tell me directly." At this moment, Fu Inshu's expression grew much more solemn. Yang Zhaoge nodded, "Rest easy, senior apprentice aunt. I will do my best." In the following days, Yang Zhaoge temporarily stayed by Fu Inshu's side, assigning her homework according to her physical condition. Other than that, Yang Zhaoge also truly clashed with the flame devils that had infiltrated the Outer East Sea. The source indeed lies with the Flame Devil Emperor in pre-Great Calamity times. Yang Zhaoge gradually came to a realization, countless thoughts flashing through his mind as many thoughts surfaced. After a few days, all the things that Yang Zhaoge needed had been prepared. He then took his leave of Fu Inshu, setting off once more. Broad Creed Mountain had the East Sea's first seat Elder Zhong sitting over here. While they definitely couldn't compare to the local Snake Jade Sea City, they still had some understanding of the situation of the sea. Combining this information, Yang Zhaoge could easily determine the route to the north by sea. While the Great Sea was bumpy, Yang Zhaoge's route was rather special. Not only could the underground splitting shuttle traverse the earth, it could similarly traverse the deep sea like a fish. Yang Zhaoge rode the wind and broke the waves just like that, passing through the East Sea and heading towards the North Sea. To be continued. Chapter 336. Within the underground splitting shuttle, traversing the deep sea, Yang Zhaoge sat within, forming a hand seal with each hand, congregating them within his dantian. His entire body's aura qi circulated, becoming more and more vigorous and heavy as it unceasingly circulated within his body. The flow of qi that resembled chaos gradually became more and more turbid, heavier and heavier. Heavy like the great earth, able to bear all things, nurture all things. The first level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early spirit vessel stage, was unique in transforming one's body's abundant spiritual qi, aura qi that had returned to simplicity, into a soil-like existence. The soil that nurtured a true martial spirit was also known as spirit soil. Yang Zhaoge was currently activating all that he had learnt, his aura qi condensing and manifesting, resembling 1,000 li of fertile soil, only waiting to be sown. If it was Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi profound art, Yang Zhaoge would actually already be able to condense a spirit seed, stepping into the mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. However, the spirit seed that Yang Zhaoge wanted to form was not with the clear chi profound art as its foundation, but with the peerless heavenly scripture as its foundation. This way, the difficulty would inevitably be much greater. Yang Zhaoge would have to carefully analyze it, seeking to perfect it. On the way to the North Sea, other than controlling the underground splitting shuttle, Yang Zhaoge had always been making good use of his time, focusing on his own cultivation. Having been taught by Yang Zhaoge, the accompanying who was already able to generally control the underground splitting shuttle. When who manned the helm, Yang Zhaoge sat in meditation and cultivated. After Yang Zhaoge's cultivation had temporarily come to a halt, he took over, while who temporarily rested. While he was resting, who was like Yang Zhaoge, sitting in the meditative position, his eyes closed as he cultivated earnestly. As he inhaled and exhaled, streams of black qi were emitted from his nose and mouth. They were not smoke, instead resembling flowing winds. Accompanied by whose unceasing inhalation and exhalation, a small black storm seemed to arise around his body, gradually surrounding him. Just like this, the two alternated shifts, cultivating as they traversed the East Sea and the North Sea, heading towards the extreme northern lands. One day, Yang Zhaoge manned the helm, controlling the underground splitting shuttle to rise to the surface of the sea. Currently, they were in the North Sea. The surface of the sea was filled with floating ice, with numerous icy winds blowing between the heavens and the earth. Even a martial grandmaster like Yang Zhaoge felt a bone-piercing coldness. Let alone ordinary people or body refinement martial practitioners, even martial scholars with lower cultivation bases, might be frozen to death in such an environment. This place was only at the edge of the extreme north. The extreme north, together with the Great Western Desert and the Southern Wasteland's Inferno Palace, was known as a place of great danger. Swiveling his head to look at Ahu, Yang Zhaoge saw that as the aura chi of Ahu's entire body pulsed, numerous black gales surged from his body. The acupoints all over Ahu's body opened and closed at the same time. Each acupoint was like a door. When the door closed, the phoenix calmed the waves. When the door opened, a terrifying black astral wind blew out. Like Yang Zhaoge, Ahu had already reached the final bottleneck. The spirit soil was already incomparably complete. Once it grew its own spirit seed, it would be able to successfully step into the second layer of martial grandmaster, the spirit-nurturing middle stage. However, Ahu was not in a hurry to take this step. Instead, he was still carefully polishing himself. Glancing at him, Yang Zhaoge said, "Calm your mind down a little. The extreme west purple chi requires a tranquil heart to control the restless winds, transforming the chi of the heavens and the earth into something still. Finally, it can erupt with a violent and shocking power that resembles a violent tsunami. Movement and stillness are its essence." Sitting in the meditative position within the underground splitting shuttle, Ahu's eyes were still tightly shut, but he nodded slightly. In the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, most of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain, whether they had joined the decimating abyss or not, had all participated in attacking Broad Creed Mountain. The final result had naturally been that they had been completely wiped out. The two martial grandmasters with the highest cultivation bases, late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, had both perished at Broad Creed Mountain. After this battle, while the former sacred ground, Black Nightmare Mountain's lineage, which had been struggling at death's door to this day, could not be said to have been completely destroyed, it was not far from it. And in this battle, as the victor, Broad Creed Mountain had killed and captured some of the survivors of Black Nightmare Mountain who had attacked Broad Creed Mountain, and had also gained some benefits. Comparatively speaking, the greater benefit was that they had successfully obtained the peak martial legacy of Black Nightmare Mountain. The position of the extreme west purple chi in Black Nightmare Mountain was like the lower half of the clear chi profound art in Broad Creed Mountain, and the great sun true chi in the sacred Sun Clan. The technique that Ahu had previously cultivated in the Black Nightmare Godly Wind had advanced towards the extreme west purple chi. Yang Zhaoge had imparted the extreme west purple chi to Ahu, hoping that Ahu would be able to use the extreme west purple chi, which was superior to the black nightmare godly wind, as his foundation in the step of forming a spirit seed. After the great battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Ahu, who had been unceasingly cultivating, now had already gradually matured with the extreme west purple chi, just that it still needed to be tempered. Observing carefully, Yang Zhaoge saw that as Ahu cultivated, within the black storm that his entire body was swallowing and emanating, there were already numerous faint purple streams of chi circulating alongside the black wind. From the looks of it, they resembled numerous streaks of purple light mixed within the black storm, traversing unceasingly. When Yang Zhaoge himself cultivated, his aura chi that resembled chaos gradually sank, seemingly transforming into numerous turbid chi that formed the great earth, resembling 1,000 li of fertile soil. However, after having sunk to the maximum, Yang Zhaoge's aura chi instantly became vast and ethereal, resembling numerous streams of clear chi that floated upwards to become the heavens. The transformation between the two seemed contradictory and abrupt. If someone else saw this, they would only find it hard to understand. However, at this moment, all of this was truly happening to Yang Zhaoge. The clear chi rising upwards to become the heavens, the turbid chi sinking downwards to become the earth. The two occurred simultaneously, merging as one, as though the entire heavens and earth had been formed from a single stream of Yang Zhaoge's aura chi. The clear chi within the sky agglomerated, gradually transforming into a dot that resembled a seed, while the spirit soil below was heavy and vast. The two were separate yet unified, finally combining together as one. Yang Zhaoge opened his eyes, abruptly inhaling. Controlling the underground splitting shuttle by the side, Ahu was stunned to feel that outside of the underground splitting shuttle, above the Arctic frozen sea, the spiritual chi of the surrounding vast heavens and earth instantly all rapidly converged towards Yang Zhaoge as their center. Young master, you've stepped into the second level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage. Ahu looked at Yang Zhaoge. While he had always thought of himself as Yang Zhaoge's number one lackey, also making it one of his goals to flatter Yang Zhaoge to the point of comfort, now, he was unable to say anything for a time. Once upon a time, due to age and the amount of time he had spent cultivating, the difference in cultivation bases between him and Yang Zhaoge had been very great. Now, however, Yang Zhaoge had actually already surpassed him. While there was a feeling of young master is indeed young master, Ahu could not help but be a little stunned, unable to regain his wits. Yang Zhaoge smiled, if I don't see wrongly, you will also be arriving soon. Ahu smacked his lips, clicking his tongue in praise. Advancing forward, traversing the icy sea, arriving on dry land once more. Yang Zhaoge and Ahu kept the underground splitting shuttle and went ashore. The extreme northern lands were rarely visited by humans. It should have been like this, however, Yang Zhaoge and Ahu discovered other people, and many of them. People of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. To be continued. Chapter 337. In the extreme northern snowy plains, a massive lake of ice sat on the ground. The surface of the lake was completely frozen, but light could vaguely be seen flickering beneath the ice. Everything looked so peaceful, but in the center of the lake, there were currently quite a few people standing on the surface of the ice. One of them was a youth dressed in the garb of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His expression was calm yet vaguely gloomy. It was precisely the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Ju. While his father Lin Tianfeng had died, the potential and ability that Lin Ju had displayed was already sufficient for the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall to think highly of him. His position within the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not affected at all. Lin Ju looked before him. A round hole had already been opened on the surface of the ice, the cold lake water suffused with a green light. After a short while, a figure floated up from the water, jumping onto the layer of ice. This person's entire body was filled with warmth, driving away the bitter cold. This tall middle-aged man swiveled his head to look at Lin Ju. This place is indeed strange, but the legendary remains of the glacial dragon martial saint cannot be found. Wanting to open this place, some treasures or special techniques might be required. The middle-aged man asked in a heavy tone, Lin Ju, since you have received the news, do you know what it is? Lin Ju looked silently at the ice lake beneath his feet. In his memories, when the remains of the glacial dragon martial saint had appeared, It should originally have been that Broad Creed Mountain disciple named Yi Jing who had unearthed it. But now, as far as he knew, that Yi Jing had long since died. As a Heavenly Thunder Hall disciple, it was very hard for him to know the specifics. However, various signs indicated that it was most likely related to Yang Zhaoge. Thinking of this name, Lin Ju's gaze flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his calm, just that his gaze was even colder. Different from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb, Lin Ju had later learnt of the specifics and the mechanisms within. Lin Ju had only heard of the news of the glacial dragon martial saint's remains, knowing its location. All that was left was to adapt to the situation after arriving there. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "There are signs that Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder, the now deceased Shatai, once rushed to this extreme northern snowy plains and the North Sea region 2 years ago. Broad Creed Mountain is also keeping an eye on the remains of the glacial dragon martial saint. There might be some clues on their hands." Lin Ju stepped on the ice. The environment of the northernmost snowy plains is special. The flow of the Earth's energy is strange, causing the relics left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint to be like fish swimming in an underground river, moving along with the spiritual energy. There are only a few times when it will be in a state of stillness so that it can be easily located. This time, the place where it stopped is right under our feet. Lin Ju said, "The people of Broad Creed Mountain have waited for close to 2 years, also waiting for this moment. They will definitely come looking for us." That middle-aged man frowned. Having obtained the extreme yin crown, the sacred Sun clan has caught a breath of relief. Now, other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, the other 5 sacred grounds have fallen into a stalemate once more, with no one daring to relax lightly. Whether it is our clan or Broad Creed Mountain, only a few people are likely to come. Lin Ju said softly, "After all, our clan has dominated the northern lands for many years, and we still have some geographical advantages. It's a pity that the environment here is really not suitable for ambushing. Otherwise, we would be able to lie in wait for the people of Broad Creed Mountain to deliver themselves to our doorstep. After obtaining the things in their hands, we would be able to open this place." The middle-aged man said with a sullen face, "They are already on alert and searching. I hope they really come as you said." Yang Zhaoge and Ah who stood on a low hill, gazing into the distance. "This is as far as we can go, we can't get any closer. In this place, it is rather difficult to conceal one's tracks, unless one's cultivation base is much higher than the other parties." Yang Zhaoge shaded his eyes, muttering to himself as he gazed, "From the looks of it, it seems like they are on alert." Ah who said with a troubled look on his face, "Young master, the environment here is too bad. Wanting to sneak over and assassinate them would already be quite difficult. The key is that the other party has many people, also being rather far away from each other, yet being able to see each other, being able to take care of each other. If we can't get rid of them all at once, with the news spreading, who knows if the Heavenly Thunder Hall has any peak experts here." Yang Zhaoge said, "There shouldn't be any Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Before we came over this time, the atmosphere between the sacred grounds was tense once more, with swords drawn and bows bent, with no one daring to be distracted. Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters there might be, but it's hard to say for the early, mid, and late stages." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, "Our clan and the Sacred Sun clan aside, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall being sandwiched between Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, their days won't be easy." Ah who revealed a pained expression, "Young master, could it be that the news of us heading north was leaked, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall purposefully coming here to kill you?" "The possibility isn't high." Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, "While I can't be sure, it also can't be considered too unexpected. There is someone in the Heavenly Thunder Hall who might know about the matter of the glacial dragon martial saint's legacy." Yang Zhaoge's last sentence was spoken in a voice that only he could hear. Ah who swiveled his head to look at him curiously. Yang Zhaoge said, "The people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall are most likely here for the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint." He gazed into the distance again. The approximate distance to the location is still very far. The security circle is so wide. Ah who scratched his head, "Young master, how do you know that they are here for the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint? If they really are here for the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint, also knowing its location, wouldn't they have already beat us to it by now?" Yang Zhaoge smiled but did not answer, taking out a jade coin. While that jade coin was of very good quality, there was already no longer any spiritual qi within, its luster mild, no spiritual light surging. Weighing the jade coin in his palm, Yang Zhaoge said, "They need this thing. The spiritual qi within has already been completely absorbed by me. Opening the restrictions left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint requires my own aura qi. If I don't have it, we can only slowly break it from the outside." Who rubbed his palms, then, "Young master, now Yang Zhaoge laughed, "no rush. There are also benefits to them being gathered in this region, making it convenient for us to do other things." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge turned and descended the snow-covered hill, bringing Hu along as they went far away from this area, heading elsewhere. Yang Zhaoge headed east, pausing from time to time, quietly feeling the flow of the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth in the vicinity. Just like this, after walking for many days, Yang Zhaoge finally came to a complete halt, standing firmly on the snowy plains. Lowering his head and looking at the ice and snow beneath his feet for a long time, Yang Zhaoge exerted force with his feet, the frozen earth that was like steel also breaking apart in large amounts. The ice and snow and the earth split apart layer by layer, Yang Zhaoge's figure also descending. After a moment, Yang Zhaoge could only feel the resistance beneath his feet abruptly lessen, the earth beginning to turn soft. After another moment, Yang Zhaoge leapt up, returning to the snowy plains. Gazing down, he saw that there was actually steam rising from the crevice in the ground, emanating outwards. "Young master, this is..." Looking carefully, Hu saw that amidst the world of ice and snow, a hot spring had actually appeared. And the color of this spring water was actually blue. His hands crossed before his chest, Yang Zhaoge similarly gazed at the blue hot spring down below as he said softly, "This is the hope of little Jun and sister-in-law Yuzhen." Chapter 338. Hu looked curiously at that blue spirit spring, while Yang Zhaoge raised his head, looking at the surrounding heavens and earth. Feeling the circulation of the spiritual qi between the heavens and the earth, he extended his hand and used his aura qi to capture a portion of the blue spring water, carefully savoring it. After a long time, Yang Zhaoge murmured, "The time is still not ripe. The spiritual qi here needs to accumulate a little more." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge looked at his surroundings, then exerted force once more. This time, however, he destroyed the surrounding soil and rocks, burying the mouth of that blue hot spring once more. The changes in the soil and rocks were inevitably a little conspicuous on the snowy plains. The aura qi around Yang Zhaoge's body abruptly changed, becoming bone-piercingly cold. Streams of dense white aura qi resembled numerous ice dragons, flying about in the air before landing on the ground, sealing up the soil and rocks that had been broken apart earlier. By the side, Hu also helped to fill in the gaps, reconstructing the scene so that it looked more or less the same as its surroundings, not being too different. Having done all this, Yang Zhaoge said, "Come, let's go to the next place first." As he led the way, Yang Zhaoge said, "Hu, give me those 4 sabers that I passed to you earlier." Hu did as he was told, taking out 4 extremely ordinary-looking short sabers that were no longer than a foot long, handing them over to Yang Zhaoge. Looking carefully, one would be able to discover that these 4 short sabers clearly still had not been sharpened, their edges still being blunt. On their blades, however, a crimson light flickered, resembling blazing fire. Receiving these 4 short sabers, Yang Zhaoge swept them with his aura qi, causing them to hover in mid-air, stopping by Yang Zhaoge's side. As the sabers shook, flowing fire vaguely danced about, condensing into an illusory line of fire above Yang Zhaoge's head, drifting indeterminately into the distance. Following the general direction in which the line of fire extended, Yang Zhaoge brought Hu along as they advanced. As they advanced, that illusory line of fire gradually stabilized, finally pointing straight in a single direction. This illusory line of fire was extremely conspicuous amidst the wind and snow, but only Yang Zhaoge who wielded those 4 sabers could see it. Following the direction of the line of fire, after a long journey, Yang Zhaoge and Hu finally stopped. Following the line of fire on the snowy ground, Yang Zhaoge saw that the illusory line of fire shot straight into the ground. Yang Zhaoge raised his head to observe his surroundings, feeling the flow of the spiritual qi here. After a while, he muttered to himself, "This place should be fine." He patted the ground lightly with his palm, causing the ground to tremble. The 4 blades hovering in the air descended, their tips touching the ground. Yang Zhaoge reached out, slamming the 4 sabers into the ground one after another. At this moment, a scarlet flame appeared on the saber hilt that was left outside the soil. In the next moment, the scarlet flame slowly turned into an icy blue. Yang Zhaoge nodded, pulling out the 4 sabers one by one before retrieving the underground splitting shuttle once more, riding it alongside Ahu as they entered the depths of the great earth down below. In the frozen ground, the underground splitting shuttle didn't seem very agile. However, very quickly, Yang Zhaoge, who was controlling the underground splitting shuttle, felt the pressure up ahead lessen. The underground splitting shuttle shot out of the soil and rocks. While the surroundings were still completely dark, Yang Zhaoge could determine that the place he was currently in was completely surrounded by a thick layer of ice. Here, hidden deep underground in a massive ice cave, was also one of Yang Zhaoge's targets. Passing through the ice layer, they suddenly came to an empty space. Yang Zhaoge and who had already exited the ice layer on the underground splitting shuttle, arriving in the empty space within the ice cave. Being underground, within the ice cave, it should originally be a completely sealed space, but Yang Zhaoge and who were able to breathe freely here. The environment before them also lit up slightly, turning dark blue. Looking at the blue stream of light that resembled a dark river of glacier flowing silently before him, Yang Zhaoge instantly smiled. "It's here." Who stared at that blue stream of light. "Young master, this thing seems to be an existence formed from the highly condensed chi of ice and snow." Yang Zhaoge said, "You're right. Even Essence Talisman martial grandmasters might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, you must remember not to touch it, not even a single drop of it. Otherwise, you will instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture, all of your flesh and blood frozen solid." Who nodded. "In this ice cave, it instead doesn't feel that cold. Therefore, the cold chi has all been condensed within the blue stream of light. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to palpitate. This is the extreme northern icy plains, the source of the land of ice and snow, born of the creation of the heavens and the earth. The ice pith vein here." Yang Zhaoge's expression was rather solemn. "This is actually still just a tiny branch vein. If it were the main vein, even martial saints would not be able to touch it lightly. If one were to plunge their entire body within, they might also be frozen to death." Yang Zhaoge sighed emotionally. "The extreme coldness of the heavens and earth of the 8 extremities world surpasses this." Who shrunk his neck back. Then, "Young master, what are we doing here?" Yang Zhaoge said, "Doing an experiment. If it succeeds, we might be able to accomplish something major." Who blinked, a blank look on his face. Yang Zhaoge did not cease as he took out various materials that he had prepared earlier, setting them up as he said, "It is recorded in ancient texts that before the Great Calamity, there was once a hegemonic power of the martial Tao known as the Snowy Immortal Palace. Within the Snowy Immortal Palace was a heavenly frost ice spring which was extremely miraculous. However, afterwards, without any prior warning whatsoever, this heavenly frost ice spring began to slowly dry up. The reason for this could not be ascertained." Yang Zhaoge raised his hands, 4 fiery red sabers flying out one after another, stabbing into the layer of ice up above in 4 different directions. "I also do not understand the reason for this, but I have some guesses," Yang Zhaoge said. "The creation of the heavens and the earth is actually one and the same. The spiritual chi flow of the entire world seems to be going their own way, forming layer after layer of variations. However, if we look at it from a holistic perspective, there is a network to follow. It is just that some are more obvious, while some are more concealed. Some can be touched by us, while some cannot." Using various materials, Yang Zhaoge speedily set up a formation here. Even as he planned the formation, he said, "Extreme cold and extreme heat seem to oppose each other, but under certain circumstances, it is actually like yin and yang merging together. No one attacked the Snowy Immortal Palace that year. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly frost ice spring of the Snowy Immortal Palace would also have been far from having its spiritual chi completely depleted. What could have caused the spring water to dry then?" Finishing his work, Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "My guess is that someone opened up a different path, exceeding everyone's expectations, exceeding even the snowy immortal palace's expectations. Using a method that no one would have thought of, seemingly bizarre, he succeeded in doing so. Hearing this, Ahu thought about it. Young master, what you mean is that someone touched the fire pith vein, affecting the opposition between ice and fire, yin and yang merging, thereby changing the ice pith vein and causing the heavenly frost ice spring of the snowy immortal palace to naturally dry up? Yang Zhaoge nodded. It is very difficult to say. Under normal circumstances, if that person really had such great ability, he would just directly attack the snowy immortal palace, trampling them to the ground. However, this person did not do so. This means that he may only have used some sort of shortcut, truly moving 1,000 katis with little effort, thus achieving his goal. Ahu asked curiously, first not mentioning whether there is such a great force to affect the earth veins. How can he be sure that only the heavenly frost ice spring of the snowy immortal palace would be affected, with nothing happening to the other ice pith veins? Chapter 339. Yang Zhaoge stared at the blue stream of light before him. I am also unable to ascertain what method my ancestors used. My idea is to use these things. Saying thus, he took out a fiery red rock, placing it at the center of the formation he had set up. That rock flickered, as though it was breathing with life. Yang Zhaoge said, when Grand Master and the others counterattacked the fire domain, I specially asked them to pay attention to a few things, bringing them back if they could get their hands on them. Of these, the most important is this, a fire pith crystal, a product of the further solidification of the underground fire pith crystal. Also, it must be a fire pith crystal produced in the southern underground palace. Yang Zhaoge continued setting up the formation. Through this object, along with other methods, we should be able to lock onto the southern underground palace. Ahu helped out by the side, but, young master, wanting to cause a change in the earth veins is not an easy thing. With our cultivation bases, even with the help of the formation, we should still not be able to do it, right? After all, this formation is not the clear Qi Grand formation that Broad Creed Mountain guards. Should we first set up the front lines here, then wait for family head or the old clan chief to come over? Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge answered, Father and Grand Master are currently in a standoff with the Sacred Sun clans Huang Guanglia and the others, unable to leave easily. Even if they do manage to escape and come to the extreme northern lands, they will also be detected by the other side. At that time, they will either intercept us, or turn to attack our clan's core grounds. That would not be worth it. Therefore, I will do this. Yang Zhaoge laughed. As for how to do it, just based on my current strength, it is naturally impossible. However, I have an idea that perhaps can be tested. If it succeeds, us two spirit vessel martial grandmasters will also be able to accomplish something that even essence talisman martial grandmasters might not be able to. As he said this, Yang Zhaoge suddenly took out an object, a small black incense burner. It was precisely the earth-devouring burner. Looking at the small incense burner, Ahu blinked. Young master, I remember that you obtained this from slaying that little ghost called Jiao Hao in the devilish domain at Clear Concealed Lake. Yang Zhaoge said, it is still the same now. This treasure is able to absorb all things, bearing an extremely powerful destructive power. The experiment I want to do is to see if it can withstand the terrifying cold power of the ice pith vein. Ahu mumbled, but, in my memory, you said that you have never been able to freely control this thing. That's right. Even now, it's still the same. This treasure can only passively absorb attacks and actively approach it. I can't control it to do anything. Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, still, there's an old saying that's right. Things are dead, but people are alive. Use your brain. Yang Zhaoge punched towards the formation on the ground, the strong winds of his fist intent stimulating the formation as the light of fire instantly surged from it. With the formation as the center, a wave of heat spread out in the underground ice cave. Stimulated by this heat, the originally quiet and seemingly harmless blue stream of light immediately became violent. An extremely terrifying cold qi that caused one's entire body to numb erupted from the ice pith vein, before numerous streams of ice blue fog swept over towards the formation that Yang Zhaoge was in, as though wanting to extinguish this small ember. Ahu was dumbfounded. Young master, even as Yang Zhaoge stared fixedly at the earth-devouring burner, he had already taken out the underground splitting shuttle once more. As long as he saw that the situation was not right, he would immediately pull Ahu along and retreat. However, the earth-devouring burner did not disappoint him. That inconspicuous-looking little black incense burner, as it faced the assault of the ice-blue fog, erupted with a shocking force, absorbing a great amount of the ice fog within. It resembled a black hole, greedily devouring the roiling ice fog, looking like it would not reject anything that came its way. As he opened his eyes, he shockingly saw that within the ice pith vein, there were also strands of blue light that were drawn out, merging with the ice fog and being devoured by the earth-devouring burner. Ahu was taken aback. Where exactly did this little thing come from, actually being able to absorb even the ice pith vein? Won't it freeze and crack? Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, similarly gazing at the earth-devouring burner as he murmured, "That's right, it is indeed not simple. While I guessed that it should be able to bear it, after really confirming this, I also feel that it is a little inconceivable. Still, whatever the case, with this most important step having succeeded, my original plan will already be feasible." After observing for a while longer and confirming that the earth-devouring burner had not reached its limits, Yang Zhaoge felt reassured as he kept the underground splitting shuttle once more. Ahu clicked his tongue in wonder. "Still, young master, it is only passively absorbing, and not actively devouring. The power of this scale is still a little small. Can it affect the ice pith vein, thereby affecting the fire pith vein?" Carefully looking at that blue light, he saw that as it pulsed, it seemed to be communicating unceasingly with other places. A portion of its power being sucked away by the earth-devouring burner seemed harmless as it was very quickly replenished. Yang Zhaoge said, "There are naturally follow-up methods. It's not that everything will be fine now." Saying thus, he punched out once more. With the earth-devouring burner bearing the pressure of the ice fog, the formation was able to continue circulating as usual. Streams of red light surged, coming into contact with the ice pith vein. The 4 fiery red sabers stabbed within the layer of ice also lit up with a red light at this moment, shining along with it. The self-adjustment and balance of the ice pith vein was affected, becoming somewhat sluggish. Like this, the unceasing absorption of the power of the ice pith vein by the earth-devouring burner gradually showed results. It was just that this effect was extremely slow and minute, virtually weak to the point that it was hard to detect. Yang Zhaoge said, "Moving 1,000 catties with little effort is not that easy. What we have to do now is just wait quietly, waiting for sand to form a tower, many a little becoming a mickle, until the moment when a fundamental change finally occurs." Ahu asked, "Young master, could it be that the southern underground palace over at the fire domain will be like the heavenly frost ice spring of the snowy immortal palace that year?" Yang Zhaoge looked at the earth-devouring burner. "That won't be the case. The scale of the southern underground palace is much greater than that of the heavenly frost ice spring. Unless the main vein of the ice pith vein can be shaken, it would be impossible for the southern underground palace to be destroyed. Therefore, I am not thinking of weakening it, instead wanting it to grow stronger." Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "It is already not easy for people to enter in the first place. At that time, other than Huang Guanglie, no one else of the Sacred Sun clan will have to think about entering." He smiled. "All right, let us wait here patiently." Yang Zhaoge guarded the formation. Having nothing else to do, Ahu began cultivating earnestly once more, attempting a breakthrough towards a higher level. Many days passed. The streams of purple qi amidst the black aura qi around his entire body grew denser and denser. As time passed, the purple qi finally became extremely vast, then congregated together, condensing into a tiny speck of purple light. The black storm transformed into an existence that resembled black soil. That speck of purple light slowly sunk, merging within the black spirit soil. Ahu's entire body shook. As he opened his eyes, there actually seemed to be specks of purple light within them as well, vanishing in an instant. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Congratulations, Ahu. The second level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage, succeeded." Ahu grinned widely as he chuckled, seeming exceptionally happy. After his happiness, Ahu scratched his head, asking, "Young master, how is the situation of the ice pith vein here?" The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. "You will see very soon." Chapter 340. In this long period of time, The earth-devouring burner had already absorbed who knows how much ice vein pith's cold energy. The fiery red glow of the operating formation had already dimmed significantly. The blue stream of light in front of Yang Zhaoge and who also underwent some changes from before. The degree of change was very subtle, but it was real enough to be felt. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, "The following wave will cause a rather large disturbance. I hope that there are no others nearby. Still, this bit of risk has to be taken." He took out the underground splitting shuttle once again and entered it with Hu. He activated the underground splitting shuttle to pass through the layer of ice and permafrost, returning to the surface. Not long after they returned to the ground, the two of them immediately felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. Yang Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the snowy plains of the extreme north, where a local earthquake seemed to be currently occurring. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. Not only was the ground cracking, but the rocks and ice were also collapsing. It was as if a huge hole had appeared underground, causing the entire area above to collapse. A bottomless pit appeared on the snowy plain. It covered a vast area, and intense tremors occasionally came from below. Standing by the edge of the massive crater, looking downwards, Yang Zhaoge and Hu could only see pitch-black darkness. This time, they didn't use the subterranean splitting shuttle. The two of them directly descended from the edge of the pit. As they descended, at the end of the darkness, there seemed to be an icy blue radiance flickering. "Young master, did you succeed?" Hu asked as he walked. Yang Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. Just now, this was the result of the ice pith vein finally being touched. However, in order to use the changes in the ice pith vein here to influence the fire pith vein far away in the southern wilderness, it will still have to continue for a period of time. When he reached the ice cave at the bottom of the pit, he saw that the formation was still quietly circulating. The ice pith vein, which was like a confluence of blue light, was still quietly flowing. The earth-devouring burner was still devouring large amounts of icy mist and cold energy, as well as the essence of the ice pith vein. Yang Zhaoge gazed towards the sky, looking at the descending radiance as though he was looking at the mouth of the well from the bottom of a well. The hole is too big, so it's hard to cover it up. Otherwise, if the rocks fall down, it might affect the formation here. Yang Zhaoge sighed regretfully. Such a large crater is too conspicuous on the snowy plains. Luckily, the extreme northern lands are rarely visited by humans. I hope that no one will come close to this place. There are some risks that cannot be avoided. Yang Zhaoge came to the side of the earth-devouring burner, sitting down in the meditative position. Hu also sat by the side. The two of them looked at the earth-devouring burner and ice vein ice pith patiently. However, Yang Zhaoge discovered that his luck was sometimes not that good. Within his right eye, the purplish-green light of thunder flickered slightly. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yang Zhaoge was unable to see anything. However, with the help of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, he could vaguely sense that someone was approaching. Hu's expression turned serious. "Young master, is there someone here?" Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, and his cultivation base is also not low. He should at least be an essence spirit martial grandmaster." The other party's figure gradually appeared within Yang Zhaoge's field of vision. Correspondingly, the newcomer could also clearly see Yang Zhaoge's appearance. The other party had only been curious at first, but after clearly seeing Yang Zhaoge's appearance, his expression instantly turned rather savage. A terrifying black storm revolved around his entire body, gradually having the momentum of sweeping through the entire ice cave. Having experienced the extermination of Black Nightmare Mountain and the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, they should already be more or less dead. Now, there are still experts of the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level still alive. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he recognized the other party's origins. It looks like it's one of the remnants of the Sacred Sun clan who did not participate in the battle at Broad Creed Mountain. I had not thought that we would actually meet in the extreme northern lands. Yang Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he remained by the side of the earth-devouring burner, not moving as he looked quietly at the newcomer. The other party similarly stared coldly at Yang Zhaoge. However, after exchanging gazes for a moment, the black storm around his body suddenly calmed before he retreated. Hu's expression did not look relaxed. Young master, could he have gone to find other helpers? Yang Zhaoge's fame could be considered to have spread far and wide. First, not mentioning his great strength, the key was that everyone knew that he possessed a sacred artifact fragment, possessing extremely brutal power. While the newcomer was at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he also did not have the confidence of being able to withstand the attack of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. It would be best if the other party retreated in the face of difficulties, but with the enmity between Broad Creed Mountain and Black Nightmare Mountain, it was hard to believe that they would let the matter rest just like that. In the current extreme northern lands, there were quite a few Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners present. If that Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioner knew about it, these Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners would all be able to become his reinforcements and helpers. Yang Zhaoge glanced at the earth-devouring burner. Some time is still needed. Black Nightmare Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are not of the same lineage. It would be much more difficult for them to communicate with each other. If he goes to get reinforcements, it should also take a very long time for him to return. After all, when we circled around the Heavenly Thunder Hall's people to come here back then, we already had to travel for a long time. Yang Zhaoge remained seated on the ground, pondering as he said, "Ahu, I will continue watching here. You guard the perimeter." Ahu acknowledged his words and left. Yang Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, a jade coin that was already rather dim now appearing within his hands. An Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hall led many Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners in speeding ahead. Lin Ju followed by his side. This middle-aged Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster glanced at Lin Ju somewhat discontentedly. "You should even more so remain at the legacy site. I know that Elder Lin's death has caused you to hate Broad Creed Mountain to the bone, but to our clan, the legacy site is still more important." Lin Ju said mildly, "The guarding force left at the legacy site is also sufficient. Wanting to open the legacy site, it ultimately falls on those of Broad Creed Mountain. Don't worry too much, Elder Zhen. I am currently very calm." Elder Zhen snorted, no longer speaking as he gazed at the old man leading the way at the very front. Those of Black Nightmare Mountain should be trustworthy. Still, that Yang Zhaoge, instead of going to the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, what is he doing elsewhere? Lin Ju did not speak, just hastening his pace. There were some things that he was unable to tell others about. For example, he just kept feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Zhaoge. While it was different from his own special circumstances, it was also different from ordinary people. It was just that the details were like looking at flowers through a fog as he was unable to see them clearly. Under such circumstances, if he did not personally make a trip, Lin Ju would never be able to rest easy. Leading the way at the front, the remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Shuo, had a similarly gloomy expression on his face. He did not have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Between Black Nightmare Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain, enmity as deep as the sea was already insufficient to describe it. Because of secluded cultivation, Zheng Shuo had not been able to make it to the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain. However, he did not feel fortunate in the slightest. Seeing Broad Creed Mountain extinguish the decimating abyss, resisting the great sun and the heavenly thunder, Zheng Shuo could only feel indignant. He only hoped that in his lifetime, he would be able to see the day Broad Creed Mountain was destroyed. If he could not see it, then having the chance to destroy Broad Creed Mountain's most outstanding younger generation, he would be able to rest in peace even in his coffin. To be continued. Chapter 341. Yang Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the ice cave, the earth-devouring burner before him still unceasingly devouring the cold chi of the ice pith vein. In his hand, there was a jade disc. At this moment, the jade coin within Yang Zhaoge's hand actually glowed once more, an ice-blue radiance flickering within. Holding the jade coin, Yang Zhaoge infused his aura chi bit by bit within. After a long period of time, the current ice pith vein was currently undergoing extremely minute changes. These changes were so minute, resembling a river changing its course. However, it was truly happening, filled with the heaviness of the changes of the heavens and the earth. Yang Zhaoge watched this scene silently. Wanting to change the direction of the spiritual chi of an earth vein was already an extremely difficult thing. Moreover, he was currently attempting to influence the fire pith vein of the southern wilderness through the ice pith vein of the extreme northern lands. As long as there was a slight change, it was possible for an extremely great change to occur. Feeling the changes in the ice pith vein with his heart, Yang Zhaoge pondered, it's about time for it to take effect. Thinking of this, Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on the earth-devouring burner once more. This rare treasure that he had obtained after killing Zhao Hao back then had given Yang Zhaoge quite a few pleasant surprises. The tiny black incense burner seemed to really have the effect of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Having devoured so much of the essence of the ice pith vein, it was actually still able to withstand it. Also, after having devoured a lot of cold chi, this earth-devouring burner itself seemed completely unaffected, as it was just like before. Thinking about it, it seemed a little ridiculous. However, if the earth-devouring burner had a life of its own, Yang Zhaoge would be able to feel a sense of nonchalance from it, as if it was able to lift something heavy as though it were light. Now, it was only passively absorbing, not actively circulating. If the earth-devouring burner circulated on its own, unleashing this strange devouring power to the maximum, what kind of scene would that be? Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, a little interesting. Now, a tiger's roar suddenly resounded from above. Yang Zhaoge recognized it to be Ahu's voice. In having hurriedly warned him, Ahu had not even had the time to run down. From this, it could be seen that the other party was coming with great momentum, possessing great strength. It's here, Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, taking out the underground splitting shuttle before standing at the center of the formation, stomping forcefully. The formation within the ice cave that flickered with a fiery red light instantly shook. The process of the earth-devouring burner absorbing the ice pith vein thus came to a halt. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand, his aura chi grabbing over as he directly swept the earth-devouring burner back. Having done all this, Yang Zhaoge no longer looked at what would happen to the ice pith vein that resembled a river of blue light, not even turning his head back as he rapidly flew upwards. Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations could already be felt from above. Ahu's figure appeared. In a panic, he fled toward the bottom of the deep pit. Behind him, the terrifying lightning and the dark storm interweaved, turning into a scene of destruction that swept across the ice cave. Wind and thunder surged, enveloping the pit. The world of ice and snow transformed into a world of storms and thunder. More than one Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster had attacked together, and before their figures could even be seen, the violent power of true essence transformed into a real thunderstorm, easily collapsing the ice cave. The terrifying power obscured the heavens and concealed the sun. Even as Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked upwards now, he was unable to see the light seeping in from the crater. In the darkness, countless pieces of broken rocks and ice rained down like torrential rain. The immortal crane wings expanded behind Yang Zhaoge's back, quick as lightning, his movements agile as he ingeniously avoided the dense rain of shattered ice and rocks. However, these crushed ice and rocks were actually not that scary. What was terrifying was the storm and lightning that followed closely behind, sweeping away everything and destroying the ice cave. An ancient voice resounded from within the black storm, "Broad-creed young master, a dragon amongst dragons, nice to meet you." And from within the thunder resounded the voice of a middle-aged man, "Broad-creed young master, a dragon amongst dragons, nice to meet you. If you are slain here, Broad-creed Mountain will probably fly into a rage, carrying out the most tragic vengeance against our clan." Gradually, a tall figure that resembled a massive divinity of thunder appeared amidst the thunder. "However, some things that I heard earlier made me feel that if we could make you stay here forever, to our clan, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages." The Heavenly Thunder Hall's elder surnamed Zhen strode into the ice cave. Beside him, the face of Black Nightmare Mountain's remnant Elder Zheng Shuo was even gloomier. Behind Elder Zhen and Zheng Shuo were other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial grandmaster experts, not concealing their powerful auras in the slightest, as it was as though there was a thick layer of thunderclouds above their heads. The violent sound of thunder reverberated unceasingly. Amongst their group, there were also 2 early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. A full 4 early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters had arrived here, directly trapping Yang Zhaoge and Ahu within the ice cave. While their family head had blocked their path, Yang Zhaoge was not panicked as he instead smiled. "You have really come at a bad time." Saying thus, he raised the ice-blue jade coin in his hand. "You have also come for the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint." Stimulating his aura chi, the jade coin shone with an ice-blue luster, the roar of a dragon vaguely resounding. Feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from that jade coin, Elder Zhen's pupils instantly dilated slightly, exactly the same as the legacy site, indeed the key to opening the legacy site. He didn't waste time on words, directly reaching out and grabbing towards Yang Zhaoge. The terrifying light of thunder transformed into a massive heaven-obscuring hand, numerous purplish-green snakes of electricity coiling about it. Yang Zhaoge flicked his hand, the ice-blue jade coin descending towards the depths of the ice cave. At the same time, he grabbed Ahu, entering the underground splitting shuttle, transforming into a streak of light as he shot into the ice layer. Elder Zhen chortled, still grabbing towards Yang Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. The other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall descended, going to retrieve the fallen jade coin. Zheng Shuo didn't even glance at that jade coin as his gaze remained fixated on Yang Zhaoge. A boundless black hurricane, resembling an enraged dragon, chased after Yang Zhaoge. Outside, amidst the crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, Lin Ju's figure appeared. He took out an orb, resembling a mother-child orb, a massive transparent orb with an even smaller orb at its core. Lin Ju shattered the orb, the fragments transforming into radiance which instantly sealed the surrounding ice layer, forming a bright screen of light. As Yang Zhaoge's underground splitting shuttle shot into the radiance, while it could still continue advancing, its speed had clearly slowed. Behind him, Elder Zhen, Zheng Shuo and the others were already rushing over. Yang Zhaoge shattered a newly created blood devil plate, the brutal blood-red light breaking through the radiance that blocked his way. However, this was a strange mother-child barrier. As one layer of radiance was broken, another layer immediately sealed it up once more. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Yin-yang mother-child barrier? This thing is rarely seen." Lin Ju looked coldly at Yang Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. "Yang Zhaoge, do you think that you can still play the same old trick?" While the attacks of Elder Zhen and the other Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters were already right before him, Yang Zhaoge smiled casually. "I think that I can." Before his words had landed, from the depths of the ice cave down below, a powerful aura that was terrifying to the extreme, causing everyone's bodies to feel numb, shot up into the skies. To be continued. Chapter 342. A berserk cold wave surged up from the bottom of the ice cavern. The terrifying blue light instantly engulfed the ice cave from bottom to top, freezing everything it came into contact with. Yang Zhaoge had previously disturbed the ice pith vein, suddenly retracting the earth-devouring burner as Lin Ju had attacked. Previously, the earth-devouring burner had continuously swallowed the ice essence cold energy, vaguely forming a balance. At this time, it suddenly lost its outlet. After being temporarily suppressed, it erupted with an even more ferocious momentum. That Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had descended to the depths of the ice cave in an attempt to retrieve the ice-blue jade coin that Yang Zhaoge had thrown down just happened to be facing the eruption of the cold tides. As if faced with a sudden flash flood, this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was completely unable to dodge in time as he was instantly engulfed by the blue light. He wanted to cry out in alarm, he wanted to roar in anger, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. He was unable to circulate his surging quintessence, falling into a deathly stillness. His body could not feel any pain, only numbness and unconsciousness. His thoughts tended to stop, and he could no longer think. His mind became absent-minded. Of the 3 Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had come here, apart from him and Elder Zhen, there was another. Seeing this, his expression changed greatly. This 3rd Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster sensed the terror of the eruption of the ice pith vein, not daring to approach lightly. Therefore, with a flick of his hand, a purple chain flew towards his fellow disciple. The purple chains wrapped around the frozen Great Grandmaster and tried to drag him out. However, the chain was instantly stretched taut. Under the tug of the 3rd Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, it was completely unable to move at all, feeling as if even the purple chain had been frozen solid. Dark blue frost quickly spread along the purple chain and rushed toward its owner's hand. The purple lightning on the surface of the purple chain was completely extinguished. A middle-grade spirit artifact was destroyed just like that. The expression of the owner of the spirit weapon changed greatly once again. He let go in time, abandoning his spirit weapon. The moment he let go, the frost spread and froze the entire purple chain. The master loosened his grip, and the other end of the chain was connected to the ice essence vein. The chain did not bend and droop due to the weight, but was frozen into a perfectly straight line. The ferocious icy blue light rose rapidly, drowning everything in ice. The storm and lightning that were wreaking havoc in the ice cave a moment ago were all swallowed up by the ice blue light. Just like that, the storm and thunder were frozen in the layer of ice, but their original forms did not change. They were still electric snakes and whirlwinds, just like the images on a painting. This bizarre and abnormal scene seemed even more bizarre and terrifying. Anything that approached the bottom of the ice cave, whether it was a person or an object, or whether it was stellar energy or true essence, was instantly frozen by the eruption of the cold wave. While that essence spirit martial grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had tossed out the purple chain in an attempt to save them had already been extremely cautious, the precondition for saving them being to first protect themselves, faced with the terrifying eruption of the ice pith on the ground, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that things couldn't be done, he immediately gave up on his middle-rank spirit weapon and wanted to escape first. However, because of the entanglement between the purple chains and the cold wave, it was too late for him to escape now. The surging ice blue light was even faster than him. The martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had always been proud of their speed, also having the ability to look down on martial practitioners of the same cultivation level of the Eight Extremities world. However, in the face of the terrifying power of the transformation of the world, it was still too slow. As this essence spirit martial grandmaster's leg turned numb, he immediately knew that things were bad. He could also be considered a decisive person as he directly chopped down with a palm, severing that numb leg of his, lest the cold chi spread and invade his entire body. However, he was still a step too slow. Very quickly, he experienced what his fellow disciple had felt earlier. He lost all feeling in his body, his true essence ceasing to circulate, his mind dazed and dazed. In just an instant, yet another early essence spirit martial grandmaster was engulfed by the eruption of the ice blue light. Even an early essence spirit martial grandmaster was like this, let alone the others within the ice cave. One after another, Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were engulfed by the ice blue light. As their bodies landed within the ice pith vein, they were quickly sealed in ice, still looking vivid and lifelike, resembling mosquitoes sealed within amber. However, the next moment, their corpses began gradually disintegrating, gradually turning into flying ash beneath the power of extreme coldness, not a single trace of them left behind. Because they had gone to pursue Yang Zhaoge, Elder Zhen and Zheng Shuo were currently slightly further away from the ice blue light. Seeing that terrifying tide of coldness erupt at this moment, the reflection of the blue light caused their faces to turn livid. However, at this time, they could no longer care about Yang Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle. How to survive amidst the eruption of this terrifying tide of coldness was currently the most pressing matter for them. The tide of coldness shot straight up, resembling a fountain as it erupted upwards from the depths of the ice cave. Directly shooting upwards, flying towards the mouth of the massive crater, they would not be able to outrun the erupting tide of coldness no matter what. Elder Zhan and Zheng Shuo both made a prompt decision, separately shooting towards the layer of ice closest to them. Not needing to enter the ice layer through a special technique like the underground splitting shuttle, the power of an essence spirit martial grandmaster directly shattered the ice layer before rushing within. Virtually in the instant that they had just entered the ice layer, the terrifying tide of coldness passed behind them, erupting upwards all the way. Not giving Elder Zhan and the others a chance to catch their breaths, an ice blue light also chased after them along the layer of ice that they had broken through. While its speed was much slower than directly erupting upwards, it still resembled a flood as it closely followed behind Elder Zhan and Zheng Shuo. The two essence spirit martial grandmasters did not dare to slow down in the slightest as they continued speeding forward, forcibly digging their way out of the passageway with their own strength, speeding forward all the way as they evaded the ice-blue light that followed them like shadows. Being at the outermost area, furthest from the bottom of the ice cave where the tide of coldness erupted, Lin Ju did not immediately receive the baptism of this terrifying natural disaster. However, witnessing the fate of a senior of his clan, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Lin Ju also immediately fled. Similarly, not heading upwards, that would be equivalent to seeking death. Even Elder Zhan and the others did not have the confidence to outrun the tide of coldness, let alone Lin Ju. Raising his hand, an extremely powerful aura of thunder and lightning suddenly emanated from his body. Within the extreme darkness, a strange silvery white thunder light suddenly lit up before mightily striking the layer of ice in front of Lin Ju, breaking it apart. Lin Ju decisively rushed within. At the final moment, Lin Ju looked somewhat unwillingly in the direction where Yang Zhaoge had previously been. He saw that Yang Zhaoge and the underground splitting shuttle, obstructed by the reversed yin-yang motherworld, were moving rather slowly as they had still yet to completely enter the layer of ice at this time. While the attacks of Elder Zhan, Zheng Shuo, and the others were no longer there, the ice-blue light had already caught up to Yang Zhaoge. Even you have such a day. Lin Ju's gaze was cold, excitement flickering within. Within the underground splitting shuttle, Yang Zhaoge felt something as he swiveled his head upwards, just happening to meet Lin Ju's gaze. Vaguely seeing the emotions revealed within Lin Ju's gaze, Yang Zhaoge smiled, neither hurriedly nor slowly taking out the earth-devouring burner once more. Then, under Lin Ju's furious gaze, Yang Zhaoge blocked the incoming tide of coldness with the earth-devouring burner before leisurely entering the layer of ice. The next moment, the tide of coldness surged madly, shooting upwards to the surface of the earth, burying all those who had not been able to escape in time within the ice cave. It was like a massive ice coffin, an extremely cold graveyard. To be continued. Chapter 343. The balance had been broken, and the ice pith vein was in an extremely violent state. It would not be easy to restore the balance. While Yang Zhaoge had the earth-devouring burner to help him obstruct the devouring, it was also not good for him to continue staying where he was. He immediately controlled the underground splitting shuttle to traverse the frozen earth and get far away. Behind him, the raging waves of extreme cold chased after him, causing the layer of ice to harden and expand outwards. Only after having fled for a long distance did Yang Zhaoge feel the cold tides behind him gradually subside. Who also sat in the underground splitting shuttle, looking back with lingering fear. Young master, will such a huge change in the ice pith vein affect your plans? Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge said, it's fine. We just happen to make use of this final move to maximize its effects. With the current situation, it's already sufficient. As for the southern wasteland, we just have to wait. Yang Zhaoge drove the underground splitting shuttle upwards, leaving the surface of the ground as he landed on the extreme northern snowy plains once more. He turned around and looked in the direction of the ice cave just now, only to see that there was still a blue light that shot into the sky. Although it had begun to recede and return to calmness, he could still feel the terrifying power of nirvanic extermination. Yang Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. The majestic power of the heavens and the earth truly leaves one gasping in amazement. Hu asked, young master, what should we do now? Should we return to the blue hot spring that was used to save Shijun and his mother? Yang Zhaoge shook his head, it's still not time. Counting the days, that place still needs some time to accumulate spiritual qi. While the eruption of the ice pith vein buried most of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners just now, there are still experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who are still alive. That martial grandmaster of Black Nightmare Mountain seems to have escaped with his life. Previously, we all sought our own paths of survival and escaped in different directions. Now that we've lost track of each other, they will most likely continue to search for us in this area, so it's best that we don't continue to stay here. Yang Zhaoge smiled, seeing a certain someone just now proved some things from another perspective. Hu was somewhat surprised. Young master. Yang Zhaoge led the way towards the west. That direction was precisely the direction from which they had come. Over there was the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, as well as the gathered Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. However, with most of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners having been buried by Yang Zhaoge within the ice cave, the power guarding the legacy site was inevitably much weaker than before. What exactly had been left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint, Yang Zhaoge had not previously been certain, only having some guesses. However, with a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner appearing here, especially with Lin Ju himself having come all the way to the extreme northern snowy plains, Yang Zhaoge understood that the significance of this legacy site would not be light. According to Yang Zhaoge's guesses of Lin Ju, when searching for treasures, this brother would never do so without thinking. In other words, this was a master who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Since he appeared here, it meant that there was really something good. Since that was so, how could Yang Zhaoge possibly let go of the initiative due to Yi Jing? Moreover, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had split their forces into two, diluting their strength in the extreme north. Due to the eruption of the ice pith vein, more than half of those who had come to the ice cave to find trouble for Yang Zhaoge had perished. Currently, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners guarding the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint, Yang Zhaoge didn't mind going there. The matter of the southern underground palace having already come to an end, it only had to wait for time to ferment. With the conditions for saving Shijun and his mother still not fulfilled, the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint entered Yang Zhaoge's line of sight. Weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself were both paths that could be fought for. At this time, returning to the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint would also be the most suitable time. Afterwards, whether they succeeded or failed, they would quickly leave. This way, they would be able to shift the enemy, making it hard for them to discern their true intentions. Speaking of this Lin Ju, having not seen him for some time, it looks like he has gained quite a bit again, even having something like the yin-yang motherworld appear. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The silvery white thunder that broke through the frozen earth of the ice cave also feels somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. What is it? As Yang Zhaoge thought, he narrowed his eyes into slits. Lin Ju, heading west. After many days of trekking, the figures of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners appeared before Yang Zhaoge and who once more. The immortal crane wings expanded behind Yang Zhaoge's back, advancing rapidly as he instantly slew several Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners on the outskirts. Guarding this place were also two early Essence Spirit martial Grandmaster experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Having been alerted, having received the warning of Yang Zhaoge's impending attack, they immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge's expression was heavy, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering within his right eye. The next moment, a purple orb hovered above his head. It was precisely formed of a fragment of the sacred artifact, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The light of thunder flickered, resembling the blink of the god of thunder. The terrifying and instant thunder descended once more, violent thunderbolts ripping through space. An early Essence Spirit martial Grandmaster was completely unable to evade as the bright, violent light of thunder arrived before him, devouring him. The other person was unable to save him in time as he was greatly enraged, rushing towards Yang Zhaoge. The other person's figure flickered, also resembling the light of thunder as he instantly vanished before Yang Zhaoge's eyes. Even with Yang Zhaoge's vision, he found it hard to track him. The terrifying light of thunder first lit up, followed by the great rumbling of thunder. A saber light lit up between the heavens and the earth, resembling divine thunder descending from the heavens as it hacked towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge, however, was not panicked as he raised his hand, a short stone rod flying out, expanding within the air as it instantly transformed into a tall pillar of the divine palace. The saber light that resembled thunder chopped down on the pillar of the divine palace. As it shook, numerous streaks of light extended in all directions. Those streaks of light formed numerous spirit patterns which intersected between the heavens and the earth, actually forming a massive formation with the pillar of the divine palace as its center. Suppressed by the formation, the light of thunder instantly dimmed and calmed. The massive stone pillar descended from the heavens, the formation enveloping the surrounding area as it directly suppressed that Essence Spirit martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall beneath it. The other party's expression changed slightly as he wanted to evade, yet felt as though his figure had been locked in place, unable to move. The speed that he was so proud of had lost its use now, as he could only grit his teeth and forcibly resist. The expression on this essence spirit martial grandmaster's face was ugly as he raised his palms, blocking the descending pillar of the divine palace. Yang Zhaoge, however, did not get entangled with him as he grabbed Hu with one hand, expanding his immortal crane wings and raising his speed to the maximum, instantly leaving the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners behind. Some other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners tried to obstruct him, but Yang Zhaoge's immortal crane wings shook, the feathers at the tips of his wings transforming into numerous feathers of light, shooting towards them like a tempestuous storm. After breaking through their defenses, Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, the pillar of the divine palace rising once more as it shrunk in size, reverting to the form of a short stone rod as it returned to Yang Zhaoge's hands. Yang Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt in the slightest as the wings behind him shook, drawing a graceful arc through the air as he dove into the ice lake where the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint was located. To be continued. Chapter 344. Landing within the icy lake, they could clearly feel a bone-piercing chill assaulting their entire bodies. However, as compared to the terror of the ice pith vein earlier, it was still inferior. As Yang Zhaoge and Hu dove downwards, the aura chi around Yang Zhaoge's body fluctuated, vaguely resonating with the restrictions of the icy lake. Numerous white rings of light expanded within the lake, surging unceasingly. Streams of cold chi surged from within the white light, freezing the lake water in its depths, causing the white light to gradually take tangible form. Amidst the surging undercurrents at the bottom of the lake, a simple, unadorned, majestic ice palace appeared out of nowhere, looking rather majestic. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and Hu could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The sound of entering the water resounded from behind as the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners had already caught up. The face of that essence spirit martial grandmaster who had been obstructed by the pillar of the divine palace earlier was livid as he took the lead. Before he had even entered the water, violent attacks had already first arrived in pursuit of Yang Zhaoge and Hu. A terrifying thunder dragon rushed into the water, roaring as countless arcs of electricity expanded within the icy lake, resembling a net as they spread out in all directions. Trillions of leaping snakes of electricity traversed the water, chasing after Yang Zhaoge and Hu. The violent arcs of thunder exploded unceasingly within the water, even generating high temperatures as the cold chi within the icy lake was no longer as dense as before. This essence spirit martial grandmaster himself also entered the water, a mid-grade spirit artifact saber in his hands rampaging as violent thunderbolts came one after another, resembling a torrential storm as they hacked down towards Yang Zhaoge and Hu. As the thunder rampaged, the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners who had entered the icy lake in pursuit all felt their bodies slightly numb. Yang Zhaoge didn't even look back, the miraculous immortal crane wings able to accelerate even within the water as he shot towards the ice palace at the bottom of the lake at his greatest speed. When he and Hu landed near the ice palace, numerous white patterns of light flickered on its surface, forming a barrier which instantly blocked the pursuing thunder light. Yang Zhaoge came before the great door of the ice palace, pressing his palm on its surface, his aura chi infusing within. On the great door, where Yang Zhaoge's palm was pressed, with his palm as the center, a four-pronged pattern of around a meter instantly appeared. As the pattern flickered, Yang Zhaoge's entire person seemed about to merge within the cold ice, gradually beginning to disappear. The pursuing Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all greatly anxious. That essence spirit martial grandmaster went all out, chopping towards Yang Zhaoge with his saber. However, the white light patterns around the ice palace shook with a loud rumble, like a giant beast that had been enraged from its slumber. After blocking the lightning blade light, it set off a rolling cold wave and counterattacked. This Heavenly Thunder Hall elder immediately felt that he was unable to withstand it as he could only helplessly retreat. However, as the cold wave swept across, the entire lake seemed to be on the verge of freezing into ice. As the ice and snow spread, the Heavenly Thunder Hall elder did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as he roared loudly, dropping his mid-grade spirit artifact saber, making use of his instantaneous explosive force to break free of the bindings of the ice and snow. Only then did he make use of this chance to charge out of the surface of the ice lake, not being completely sealed within. Meanwhile, The other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all scrambling to escape from the ice lake at this time, only hating their parents for giving them 2 legs as they ran too slowly. Being at the bottom of the lake, Yang Zhaoge and Hu were not affected in the least. Yang Zhaoge pressed his palm on the great door of the ice palace, his figure gradually merging within. He brought Hu into the ice palace with him. After entering the ice palace, Yang Zhaoge did not immediately advance, instead halting as he first carefully observed his surroundings. The ice palace was tall, its overall architectural style also appearing broad and broad. On the walls, there was a lifelike coiling dragon sculpture. Carefully looking at the ice dragon sculpture, Yang Zhaoge's eyes gradually narrowed into slits. Genuine dragon qi, the glacial dragon martial saints rise to prominence, other than the legacies of before the Great Calamity, is indeed inseparable from the dragon race. Appraising the ice palace, feeling the spiritual qi flow within, Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, this is not the burial ground of the glacial dragon martial saint, but more like his old residence. Hu asked, young master, the glacial dragon martial saint should be one of the earliest martial saints of the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity, when the martial Tao was re-established, right? Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right, a person of the same era as our clan's founder, the heaven-opening old man, and one of the first batch of martial saint experts of the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. It's just that he was not like our clan's founder, the heaven-opening old man, who established a new foundation for the martial Tao of the 8 extremities world. The glacial dragon martial saint was used to being a loner, seldom interacting with others of the world, also not leaving behind any martial legacies. His life and death are a mystery, his whereabouts a mystery as he appeared briefly in history. However, this cannot obscure his legend. In the 8 extremities world of after the Great Calamity, he was indeed a top figure. Crossing his hands before his chest, Yang Zhaoge looked at the ice palace before him. It is precisely because there are too many mysteries that many people are instead concerned about his whereabouts, wondering what exactly this martial saint expert has gone to do. Sadly, the clues he left behind were too few. It was only in recent years that some traces could be traced. As Yang Zhaoge said this, the information he had previously obtained surfaced within his mind once more. Myriad stars converge, dragons enter the sea, desolate ancient cold abyss, reverse scale shocks moon. This person's whereabouts might be related to even more things. Ceasing his thoughts, Yang Zhaoge strode forward, let's go. Let us see if there are any valuable things left behind in the old residence of this veteran martial saint. Advancing forward, traversing numerous layers of ice and snow, Yang Zhaoge and Sho arrived at the center of the ice palace. Just having entered, roiling cold qi assaulted their faces. Gazing over carefully, Yang Zhaoge saw a thick ice pillar standing at the center of the palace, seemingly supporting it. Seeing the appearance of the ice pillar clearly, Yang Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated. The ice pillar was transparent, a massive black shadow sealed within. It was, shockingly, the corpse of a dragon. It was not the skeleton of an ice dragon that had been discovered in the eastern Tang's Luliao mountain range long ago. Instead, it was the complete corpse of a true dragon. Dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon whiskers, dragon tail, everything was present. Other than being lifeless, everything else was complete. Sealed within the ice pillar, it seemed as though it had only fallen into a deep slumber, looking extremely lifelike. Yang Zhaoge smiled, what a fella. Just this thing alone makes this trip not a waste. Hu drooled as he looked at it, young master, it's a real fella. Such a complete dragon in the 8 extremities world of after the Great Calamity, other than the founder of Jade Sea City who obtained a water dragon's corpse that year, there shouldn't be anyone else like it, right? Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right, it's precisely so. He looked at their surroundings, while the glacial dragon martial saint's sacred artifact was not left here, being able to obtain the corpse of a true dragon like this is also very beneficial. Yang Zhaoge retracted his mind from the ice pillar, beginning to inspect his surroundings a step further. Within the great hall, there seemed to be a massive throne formed of pure ice, flickering with a lustrous radiance. To be continued. Chapter 345. Looking at that throne of ice, Yang Zhaoge could feel the aura of a crouching tiger and coiling dragon not dissipating for a long time. It was as though he had traversed through time, able to see the scenes of the past. A powerful martial saint sat there just like that, looking at the ice pillar at the center of the Great Hall. Coming to the side of the throne, Yang Zhaoge turned to look at the Great Hall, at the true dragon's corpse sealed in ice at its center. Hu calmed down now as well, asking, "Young master, the difficulty of collecting this true dragon's corpse has increased. What should we do to bring it away completely?" Yang Zhaoge said, "You don't have to worry about that. I already have an idea. Let's first check the other things in the ice palace." Hu agreed, volunteering to search for it. Yang Zhaoge remained where he was, stroking his lower chin as he pondered. When Hu returned, he saw that their gains had been rather abundant. Having originally already been greatly excited by the true dragon's corpse, Hu was now smiling to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Because of the long passage of time, many of the things stored in the ice palace had already decayed by now, losing their original value and use. Even so, however, there were still many treasures left behind where the glacial dragon martial saint had once resided, still usable now. As a martial saint expert, the glacial dragon martial saint's personal wealth was still very abundant. While it could not compare to a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain in terms of wealth, as a solitary practitioner, he was truly filthy rich. As a fellow martial saint, the collection of the devil Saint Yuan Tian was much inferior. After inspecting the items, Yang Zhaoge felt even more confident, right, from the looks of it, when the glacial dragon martial saint returned to this place for the last time before leaving, he did not seem to have been in a hurry. In his mind, perhaps it was just a relatively ordinary outing. At the very least, he did not expect that he would never return. Yang Zhaoge pondered, perhaps he went to explore that so-called dragons entering the sea secret, vanishing from there, his life and death a mystery. Thinking of this, Yang Zhaoge began searching through the treasures of the ice palace once more, searching for possible clues. Finally, a few shattered scales drew Yang Zhaoge's attention. Dragon scales. While the spiritual qi within the scales had already gradually dissipated, Yang Zhaoge was still able to identify them very quickly. Walking to the ice pillar at the center of the Great Hall, Yang Zhaoge carefully observed that true dragon corpse sealed within before looking at the shattered scale in his hand. It's not from this dragon. After piecing the scales back together, there might be some gains. Yang Zhaoge stopped thinking, before raising his head to look at the massive ice pillar before him. Extending his hand and pressing down on the ice pillar, feeling the cold aura within, Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes. A moment later, he took out the pillar that had turned into a short stone rod. The pillar of the divine palace became huge again, and together with the icicle, they supported the ice palace. Yang Zhaoge pressed both his hands on the ice pillar that sealed the true dragon's body, infusing his aura qi within. With his hands as the center, a four-sided pattern appeared. As they intertwined with each other, light patterns began to appear on the ice pillars. Yang Zhaoge retracted a palm, retrieving a pair of silver rings from the things left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint. With a light flick of his fingers, the two silver rings flew out, one above and one below. The silver rings that flew upwards landed where the ice pillar touched the top of the Great Hall, while the silver rings that flew downwards landed at the foundation of the ice pillar on the ground below. The two silver rings also transformed into rings of silvery white light, slowly merging within the ice pillar, vanishing. Yang Zhaoge pressed his hands on the ice pillar once more, next his aura qi surging in reverse as he sucked on the ice pillar. The massive ice pillar that had still seemed inseparable from the Great Hall of the Ice Palace earlier shuddered now, actually gradually being moved by Yang Zhaoge. Amidst the friction, a great amount of shattered ice descended from above, the ice pillar becoming a little smaller. Yang Zhaoge exerted force downwards, causing the ice pillar to topple horizontally. The ice pillar was densely covered with silvery white light patterns, flickering with radiance unceasingly. The true dragon corpse sealed within remained unmoving, as though in a deep slumber. Yang Zhaoge tried to store this massive ice pillar within his shadow-shrinking pouch. However, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged from within the ice pillar that had previously been quiet, even seeming rather ordinary, terrifying to the extreme. The ferocious spiritual force resisted entering the shadow-shrinking pouch, virtually wanting to rip it apart. Extraordinary indeed, Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he lightly patted the pillar of the divine palace beside him. The pillar of the divine palace shrunk slightly before, under Yang Zhaoge's control, descending onto the ice pillar. The powerful aura within the ice pillar finally calmed somewhat. Yang Zhaoge immediately sent the pillar of the divine palace and the true dragon corpse into the shadow shrinking pouch. On the other side, having also kept the other things, Yang Zhaoge said, "Let's go." Without even having to think, he knew that the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were currently waiting outside the ice palace, outside the ice lake. It was very likely that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's elder Zhun and the others who had been at the ice pith vein earlier had also hurried back at top speed. Over at the ice pith vein, having caused the Heavenly Thunder Hall to suffer disastrous losses in their manpower in the extreme northern lands, it might not be impossible for the Heavenly Thunder Hall to send reinforcements over from the Thunder Domain. However, this did not pose a problem for Yang Zhaoge. Exiting the ice palace, he did not leave the ice lake, instead taking out the underground splitting shuttle and entering the depths of the lake, leaving from underground. Within the underground splitting shuttle, looking at the numerous cracks on its surface, Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Over at the ice pith vein earlier, the pressure was still a little greater. The damage to the underground splitting shuttle was also rather severe, even worse than in Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb earlier. Who was even more shocked. "Young Master, it wouldn't have broken down in the middle of the journey, right? Then we would have been buried underground." Yang Zhaoge chuckled. "Relax. It's at least enough to complete this journey." Very quickly, the underground splitting shuttle shot out of the ground, the two seeing the light of day once more. Yang Zhaoge kept the underground splitting shuttle, gazing back. Amidst the all-encompassing snowstorm, the snowy plains of the extreme northern lands were vast and desolate. While this place is rather close to the Thunder Domain, at the end of the day, it is not the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. While Lin Ju and the others might not recognize the underground splitting shuttle, they should still know that he had this unique treasure. However, other than guarding the ice lake, they also didn't have much of a choice. Their manpower was far from enough to spread out in all directions, completely surrounding the surrounding area. Controlling the underground splitting shuttle, he could choose any direction underground, which was extremely convenient. To the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, finding a way to open the ice palace as soon as possible was still a little more realistic. Yang Zhaoge said to Hu, "Let's go. Pay attention to clearing away our tracks, lest we be followed." The two headed east once more, hurrying towards that blue hot spring they had discovered earlier. Calculating the time, Yang Zhaoge estimated that the spiritual qi there should already have accumulated enough. After many days of trekking, returning to their old home, Yang Zhaoge broke through the ice and frozen earth once more, the blue hot spring that emanated steam once more appearing before them. Yang Zhaoge took out an object that resembled a transparent crystal, throwing it into the blue hot spring. Instantly, the hot spring began to boil even more, at the same time its blue light faded completely, turning blood red. To be continued. Chapter 346. The transparent crystalline object was known as the glazed heart, having been refined by Yang Zhaoge using various treasures as raw materials through the internal crystal furnace. And before him, the originally blue hot spring was known as the time connection spring, being extremely rare, only having the possibility of being born in extremely cold places. The time connection spring possessed limitless miraculous aspects, being especially renowned for its abundant life force. However, this was an underground spring, its spiritual qi retracted and not apparent, being very hard for most people to find. The birth of the spring was also a result of the creation of the heavens and the earth, being hard to obtain as one had to rely on luck. In coming to the extreme northern snowy plains this time, one of Yang Zhaoge's main goals was to be able to find such a time connection spring. This strange hot spring held a very important place in Yang Zhaoge's plan to save Shijun and Ying Yuzhen. The spiritual qi contained within the time connection spring rose and fell like the tides, rising and falling in a regular pattern. After reaching its peak, it would fall, and after reaching the bottom, it would flourish once more. Previously, when Yang Zhaoge and Hu had broken through the ground and seen the spirit spring, feeling the spiritual qi within, Yang Zhaoge had determined that the spiritual qi of this spirit spring had yet to reach its peak. Under such circumstances, the spiritual qi of the spring was unable to support Yang Zhaoge's plan. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge could only seal it up, before first doing other things. Counting the days, the spiritual qi of the spring should have reached its peak soon. Looking again this time, Yang Zhaoge indeed found that the spiritual qi contained within this time connection spring was much more abundant than before. After throwing the glazed heart into the spring water turned from its original blue to red, a dark red like blood. In this world of ice and snow, the hot spring boiled even more, roiling steam rising as it also appeared to be the color of blood. Yang Zhaoge carefully stared at the blood-red spirit spring, feeling the spiritual qi within. After calculating for a moment, he couldn't help but knit his brows slightly, a heavy haze appearing within his gaze. Observing his expression, Hu asked carefully, "Young master, is there a problem?" Yang Zhaoge didn't hide it from him, frowning as he said, "The spiritual qi contained within this time connection spring, converted into the blood qi of rejuvenation for healing, is a little r. The spiritual qi of the time connection spring itself could not be used in Yang Zhaoge's plan. However, through special means, the spiritual qi in the spring water could be converted into blood qi, which could produce astonishing effects. While it might not be able to revive the dead, it was not far from it. But there was a problem in this. Different time link springs had different conversion rates of spiritual energy into blood qi. Some were higher, some were lower. What made Yang Zhaoge feel rather unlucky was that this time connection spring that he had found belonged to the category with a rather low conversion rate. "I'm afraid, it's only enough for one person." After silently calculating, Yang Zhaoge came to a general conclusion: sister-in-law Yuzhen's situation is even worse. If we use it on her, it might not even be enough. If I use it on little Jun, there's a 90% chance that he'll wake up. If I use it on sister-in-law Yuzhen, her life won't be in danger, but whether she can wake up or not will depend on God. But I'm afraid sister-in-law Yuzhen can't wait any longer. Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples, think carefully, is there any other way? Hu also frowned and said, "Young master, why don't we bury it here and go to other places to see if there are other time connection springs? With the size of the extreme northern snowy plains, we might be able to find one." Yang Zhaoge shook his head slowly, surveying the desolate snowy plains around them. While this place is vast, nurturing a time connection spring is not easy. Under normal circumstances, only after this hot spring has dried up and a few years have passed will nature birth a new spirit spring once more. The problem is that it is hard to say whether Jun and sister-in-law Yuzhen will be able to wait that long. Yang Zhaoge had brought along 2 shadow shrinking pouches, one of which was specially left empty, only containing 2 things. They were the ice coffins containing Ying Yuzhen and Shijun's bodies. Yang Zhaoge silently took out the 2 ice coffins from the shadow shrinking pouch, looking at the faces of the 2 who seemed to be in deep slumber within. "Young master, if we really can't do it, we should first save sister-in-law Yuzhen," Hu said softly from the side. "Otherwise, as you say, sister-in-law Yuzhen might not be able to wait till the birth of a second time connection spring." His hands crossed before his chest, Yang Zhaoge looked earnestly at the hot spring down below that had turned blood-red. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's give it a try. The situation might be better than I think." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge opened the lids of the 2 ice coffins. As the seal of the ice coffins was released, while Shijun's condition was still passable, signs of weakness instantly appeared on Ying Yuzhen's face. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he swept the bodies of Shijun and his mother with his aura qi, bringing them out of the ice coffins. Amidst the howling cold wind, his aura qi seemed even colder than the cold wind as it was all white. Under the effect of Yang Zhaoge's aura qi, while the faces of Shijun and his mother were still very pale, the signs of weakness had already disappeared. Yang Zhaoge said, "Do you still remember what I taught you earlier?" Hu answered earnestly, "Rest easy, young master, I remember it all." Yang Zhaoge nodded, no longer saying anything. Drawing on his aura qi, he placed Shijun and Ying Yuzhen's bodies together within the blood-red hot spring. On the other side, Hu took out 2 long poles. At the top of each pole was a golden lamp. The ends of the 2 poles were sent together into the time connection spring down below. The poles floated within the spring water just like that, not slanting or sinking. Shijun and Ying Yuzhen's bodies instead completely sunk into the spring water, completely submerged within it. Controlling the 2 poles carefully with his aura qi, Ahu let the two poles hover above the bodies of Shijun and his mother respectively. Feeling the spiritual qi fluctuations within, Yang Zhaoge flicked his fingers, the golden lamps at the top of the two poles instantly lighting up. The light of the fire appeared a strange silvery white, shining together with the golden lamps, emitting a bright radiance which bobbed and sank within the blood-red spring water. The ends of the poles were submerged within the water, each projecting a ray of light which was aimed directly at the chests of Shijun and Yingyuzhen within the spring water. As the ray of light landed on their bodies, Shijun and his mother instantly shuddered. While they were still completely unaware, some color seemed to have returned to their faces. Yang Zhaoge's expression was solemn as he formed a fist with his left hand, his right palm striking downwards from afar. The spring water of the blood-red spirit spring actually began to circulate, gradually forming the shape of a whirlpool. However, the bodies of the two beneath the water as well as those two poles did not move at all as they stood stably within the water. Yang Zhaoge quietly observed the situation of this blood-red spring water as well as the mother and son beneath the water, his hands alternating as aura qi descended one after another, carefully making adjustments. As time passed, the blood-red color of the spring water gradually grew faint. Yang Zhaoge worked day and night, focusing on the ritual within the spring water. Ahu stood by the side, quietly standing guard. One day, just as another night had passed, the first rays of dawn surfacing once more, Ahu's expression suddenly changed slightly. In the distance, a black storm suddenly arose, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. Yang Zhaoge now raised his head and gazed over, his eyes narrowing into slits. It's that essence spirit martial grandmaster of Black Nightmare Mountain. Unlike those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he is not concerned about the legacy of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, instead hoping to find me again, specifically finding trouble with us. Chapter 347. Looking at the black hurricane that was growing fiercer and fiercer in the distance, Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Ahu, hover in the air above the lantern, using your aura qi to suppress the ritual. Ahu glanced somewhat worriedly into the distance, but still did as Yang Zhaoge instructed. He hovered above the spring, his aura qi surging as he sat in the air above the two golden lanterns propped up by two long poles. A black hurricane also appeared on Ahu's body, containing a faint purple qi within as it enveloped the time connection spring in the west. Yang Zhaoge walked towards the black hurricane that was sweeping over from the distance. Within the black hurricane, the figure of an old man was indistinctly visible, his face sunken. It was precisely the remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Shuo. Zheng Shuo similarly stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge. He did not head for the ice lake, instead continuing to search for traces of Yang Zhaoge and Ahu in the extreme northern snowy plains. Whether it should be said that his luck was too good, or Yang Zhaoge's luck was too bad, after many days of searching, Zheng Shuo had really found the time connection spring. This time, Zheng Shuo did not attempt to find anyone else to help him. Earlier, at the ice pith vein, he had seriously thought about it, having exposed his intentions, causing Yang Zhaoge to set up a trap that had nearly buried everyone within the ice cave. While he had not returned to the ice lake, Zheng Shuo had also established some contact with the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners before this, exchanging what they needed. Earlier, he had heard that Yang Zhaoge's sacred artifact fragment had already been used at the ice lake, having expended a great deal of its power. Even if he still had some left over, he would not fear it. Therefore, this time, he wanted to directly make a move, not giving Yang Zhaoge any time to prepare or react. The old man strode through the air, gazing coldly at Yang Zhaoge, his hands forming claws as they clawed downwards. Then, a terrifying black nightmare storm descended from the sky, attacking towards Yang Zhaoge. As the storm rampaged, it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious black tiger, its body 100 feet long as it rampaged between the heavens and the earth, ferocious to the extreme. Yang Zhaoge raised his head to look at the opponent before him. Similarly using the black nightmare godly wind and the ghost tiger divine claw, Zheng Shuo was much more ferocious than Ahu's. This was an essence spirit martial grandmaster who had already successfully nurtured his true martial soul, having refined his aura qi into essence, becoming ever stronger with age. The full-powered strike of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment at the ice lake earlier had directly blown a long-time elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the same level as Zheng Shuo into smithereens. At this moment, the pillars of the divine palace were suppressing the icicles that sealed the remains of the true dragon. However, Yang Zhaoge himself had already recovered from the depletion caused by wielding an instant's thunder with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment after so many days. But a martial practitioner at the second level of the martial grandmaster, the spirit vessel middle stage, against an opponent at the fourth level of the martial grandmaster, the essence spirit early stage, under normal circumstances, no matter how one looked at it, it was a hopeless matter. At least, Ahu admitted that he couldn't do it. This opponent was no ordinary martial practitioner. While Black Nightmare Mountain had fallen, its legacy was still one of the peak martial arts of the current Eight Extremities world. Zheng Shuo roared, the ferocious tiger formed of his black true essence lunging straight towards Yang Zhaoge. The roar of a tiger resounded, its speed swift and ferocious to the extreme, virtually not inferior to longtime elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall at the same cultivation level. Before it was annihilated, the martial arts of the Black Nightmare Mountain range, besides being imposing and forceful, piercingly cold and swift, was also known for its speed that was swift and violent like the wind. Zheng Shuo's claw strike displayed its characteristics to the fullest. Facing this powerful attack, Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as his figure abruptly shook. As he shook, Yang Zhaoge's body instantly vanished from the spot. Many martial arts that excelled in speed were currently already in the state of being mastered by Yang Zhaoge. With the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, Yang Zhaoge's aura qi was both vigorous and heavy, also domineering and sharp. Under the powerful explosive force, Yang Zhaoge instantly evaded the ferocious black tiger lunging over towards him. Having missed, the ferocious black tiger directly clawed towards Yang Zhaoge from where it stood. Zheng Shuo's expression was cold. He had long since known that Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. However, the full power of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, to an essence spirit martial grandmaster like Zheng Shuo, was merely something that he could casually do as he pleased. Changing moves after moves, Zheng Shuo moved with ease. What he was actually guarding against was Yang Zhaoge's pillar of the divine palace. While Zheng Shuo didn't know what it was, also not understanding the specific situation, having heard that it was an extremely precious treasure, even though it was not as violent as the power of the sacred artifact fragment, he still secretly paid attention to it. But very quickly, he discovered that he had been thinking too much. Before considering treasures like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and the Pillar of the Divine Palace, he first had to face Yang Zhaoge's own strength. Faced with Zheng Shuo's sudden change in stance, Yang Zhaoge's expression was as calm as ever. Executing finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yang Zhaoge's speed of controlling qi and returning it was not any slower than the essence spirit martial grandmaster Zheng Shuo in the least. His figure flashed, evading Zheng Shuo's attack once more. Treading on the air, his body like lightning, he directly evaded the tiger's claw, instead nearing the black tiger's abdomen. Amidst the roar of a dragon, a jade-green swordlight whistled out from Yang Zhaoge's sleeve. Yang Zhaoge merged with his sword, chopping towards the black tiger's abdomen. Zheng Shuo was greatly enraged, clawing within the air. The ferocious tiger formed of the black nightmare storm expanded madly, its waist rising as it raised its claw to block Yang Zhaoge's swordlight. Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, the jade-green swordlight flickering, suddenly retracting abruptly without any prior warning whatsoever. It was like a divine dragon hiding its head, its tracks hard to find. As Yang Zhaoge's figure spun, he executed the cloud dragon concealed sword with finger-flicking shocking thunder before mightily erupting once more, the divine dragon probing its head. The swordlight that was even swifter and more ferocious than before directly chopped down on the vitals of the ferocious black tiger's abdomen. Zheng Shuo's gaze was gloomy, his expression even more solemn. Geniuses were able to surpass levels in battle. Even if it was a legacy at the level of a sacred ground, in the hands of different people, it would also possess different levels of power. Born of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Shuo, who was used to seeing geniuses and outstanding geniuses, naturally understood this. However, he discovered that not only could the Yang Zhaoge before him not be measured by the standards of ordinary people, even the strength of those peak geniuses that he knew of was insufficient to assess Yang Zhaoge. Zheng Shuo discovered that he really could not consider things like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment or the Pillar of the Divine Palace. Otherwise, before even seeing these treasures, he might actually die here. This remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain had an explosive temper, but he did not consider retreating just like this, instead letting out a long roar, a black saber abruptly appearing within his hands. As his saber descended, roiling black winds swept throughout the entire sky, enveloping Zheng Shuo's body before chopping down towards Yang Zhaoge. The black hurricane was completely condensed and compressed, transforming into a streak of black light that instantly traversed the sky, arriving before Yang Zhaoge. Where the black light passed, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly turned completely silent, the winds and clouds dissipating. It was only because where the saber passed, everything, including the air itself, was swept within it along with it. Targeted by the saber, Yang Zhaoge found it even more difficult for his body to move, as though he had been sucked in by a powerful suction force, locked where he was, only able to receive this saber head-on. On the time connection spring, Ahu looked nervously at Yang Zhaoge. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he swiveled his head to look in another direction. In the distance, amidst the snowstorm, a youth with a gloomy expression held a bow that flickered with purple light. At this moment, an arrow was narked, currently aimed in this direction. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Lin Ju. Moving together with Zheng Shuo, he had not returned to the ice lake. To be continued. Chapter 348. Lin Ju did not approach the time connection spring. From a great distance away, he drew a longbow that flickered with the purple light of thunder, an arrow narked on it as he aimed it at Yang Zhaoge. This bow was named Heaven Shocker, a high-grade spirit artifact. Even in a sacred ground like the Heavenly Thunder Hall, high-grade spirit artifacts were also extremely limited. Martial Grandmaster experts of the Essence Talisman realm and above, as well as the clan's higher echelons, could only barely obtain one each. Because Heaven Shocker was a bow, the situation was rather special. Before this high-grade spirit artifact had been held by Lin Ju's father, Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng had used it to shoot the anti-sun to disrupt Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand formation. Afterwards, before heading to Broad Creed Mountain, he had left this bow with Lin Ju for safekeeping. With the tacit approval of the Hall Lord Shen Li, Lin Ju had never handed this high-grade spirit artifact over, keeping it for himself. Feeling the pressure from Heaven Shocker, Yang Zhaoge also discovered Lin Ju. Perhaps it should be said that it was as he had expected. Lin Ju's rate of improvement had also been extremely fast. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, he had also just entered the Martial Grandmaster realm. In terms of age, Lin Ju also surpassed those of the same generation. Having just entered the Martial Grandmaster realm, Lin Ju was unable to fully exert the power of a high-grade spirit artifact. However, a high-grade spirit artifact was a high-grade spirit artifact at the end of the day, far from being comparable to mid-grade and low-grade spirit artifacts. Lin Ju drew Heaven Shocker, the arrow narked on the bowstring also extraordinary. As a cold light flickered, Yang Zhaoge seemed to already feel a slight chill on his back. A wild saber in front, a cold arrow behind. Zheng Shuo executed Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the baleful black divine saber. Infinite black nightmare storms agglomerated, the saber light resembling a black hole as it descended towards Yang Zhaoge. Lin Ju abruptly released his grip, the purple light of Heaven Shocker exploding. As the bowstring vibrated, it seemed as though thunder had exploded, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth as a purple rainbow instantly arrived before Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he abruptly sucked in a deep breath. The aura chi within his body that resembled chaos changed once more at this moment. But it wasn't like before, where it turned into ice or raging fire. The sizzling sound of electric currents seemed to pierce through the air. The dense thunder and lightning were like dancing golden snakes, replacing the first rays of dawn and illuminating the last darkness before dawn. Yang Zhaoge's aura chi transformed completely into violent thunderbolts and lightning, enveloping his entire body. From his bosom, a pearl that looked like an ordinary stone pearl appeared. It was the slumbering eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Under the stimulation of a large amount of lightning, although the essence and power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment did not recover, a powerful consciousness seemed to have awakened within it, revealing a terrifying concept that could shake the heavens and earth. As the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor landed on the tip of Yang Zhaoge's sword, Yang Zhaoge merged as one with his sword, executing the clouds rising soaring dragon of the coiling dragon sleeve, soaring into the skies. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a giant bolt of lightning that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Like a shocking thunder dragon, it roared angrily. Thunderclouds surfaced within the sky as true heavenly thunder was drawn over by Yang Zhaoge, descending and merging with his power. Numerous electric pythons and thunder dragons roared furiously, and huge thunderbolts revolved around his body. A heavenly dragon seemed to be faintly discernible in the void. With a shake of its scales, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The roaring thunder dragon soared, easily shattering the restraining force exerted by Zheng Shuo's baleful black divine saber, at the same time jolting away the purple light of electricity that Lin Ju shot towards him, finally clashing head-on with Zheng Shuo's baleful black divine saber. The black saber light exploded mightily, once more shattering into numerous black hurricanes. Thunder and lightning surged in all directions, a jade-green swordlight lighting up. Amidst the splattering of blood, Zheng Shuo stumbled backwards in retreat. The combination of clouds rising soaring dragon and an instant's thunder. Cloud dragon's instant wielding thunder sword. The power of a single sword, unstoppable as it seemed to be able to shatter all obstructions. Looking at this scene from afar, Lin Ju clenched his teeth. Every time he saw the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment release its brilliance within Yang Zhaoge's hands, he would feel extremely despondent. Yang Zhaoge transformed into the light of thunder, soaring within the skies like a dragon, his speed rising to a whole new level. While the Cloud Dragon's instant-wielding thunder sword consumed a great deal of strength, with the support of the peerless heavenly scripture and finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yang Zhaoge was able to consecutively use this powerful martial art, its power domineering, its speed also rising to a whole new level. Having been injured by Yang Zhaoge, Zheng Shuo's ferocity was stimulated as his violent saber-light descended once more. In the hands of an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, mid-grade spirit artifacts exerted their full power, displaying shocking power that was sufficient to suppress low-grade spirit artifact. If not for the augmentation of the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, if not for Yang Zhaoge's Cloud Dragon's instant-wielding thunder sword being too powerful, Zheng Shuo would have been able to hack apart the Jade Dragon Sword with a single saber. Lin Ju's hands did not cease as he drew back Heaven Shocker once more, narking a thunder-rumbling arrow. The tip of the arrow no longer attempted to aim at Yang Zhaoge, instead shooting towards the mouth of the Time Connection spring on the snowy ground. Lin Ju's second arrow was aimed directly at the Time Connection spring and Hu sat in the meditative position within the air, his expression stern as the lightning that struck over caused his entire face to be illuminated purple. However, he just couldn't move or evade. Within the spring below, the golden lanterns were still bright, the bodies of the mother and son still silent. At this moment, it was hard even for Hu to parry or resist, his entire body's aura chi being used to maintain the spirit spring ritual. At this moment, he could only barely wield his spirit artifact, attempting to forcibly block Lin Ju's thunder-rumbling arrow. On the other side, Zheng Shuo also attacked madly, wanting to entangle Yang Zhaoge so that he would not be able to extricate himself. Yang Zhaoge let out a long roar, merging with his swordlight, the thunder dragon formed of him streaking through the air in an arc, instantly landing above the mouth of the spring. Behind him, Zheng Shuo's saber-light followed him like a shadow, killing over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Yang Zhaoge seemed not to have realized that Zheng Shuo's attack had already arrived behind him as he raised his hand and blocked Lin Ju's attack with a sword. And as Zheng Shuo's saber-light neared him, Yang Zhaoge flipped his palm, the earth-devouring burner appearing. Using it as a shield, borrowing its strange devouring power, Yang Zhaoge blocked this blow of Zheng Shuo's. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, who seemed like he would never be able to take him down, Lin Ju let out a loud roar, drawing his bow once more, shooting out another arrow. At the same time, Zheng Shuo abruptly changed his stance, his saber-light changing directions as the violent, wild winds seemed to instantly transform into a gentle spring breeze, attacking towards Yang Zhaoge from a graceful angle. However, this gentle saber-light was even more lethal. The earth-devouring burner was unable to devour on its own, only able to wait for the other party to send it over on their own accord. In the past, Yang Zhaoge had relied on this to obtain this treasure from Zhao Hao. Now, Zheng Shuo was also using the same method. At the same time, Lin Ju's thunder rumbling arrow flew over once more, its target still the mouth of the time connection spring, wanting to force Yang Zhaoge to be unable to move, having no choice but to block it. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he exhaled, the earth-devouring burner in his left hand turning, blocking the purple light of thunder. The jade dragon sword in his right hand flew out, resembling the roar of a dragon as it transformed into a sword light that shocked the heavens, chopping towards the distant Lin Ju. At the same time, the lofty mountain armor on his body lit up, the power of his spirit rhino demonic fist being unleashed. Also, on Yang Zhaoge's body, a bright light that resembled Vajra also flickered. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge had cultivated in yet another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, precisely the Vajra body. 3 layers of defense bolstered his body. Yang Zhaoge forcibly withstood this saber of Zheng Shuo's. Zheng Shuo roared, unleashing his power to the maximum, the combination of an essence spirit martial grandmaster and a mid-grade spirit artifact being incomparably sharp as it sought to forcibly break through Yang Zhaoge's defense. To be continued.